Oh, there was a driver running wide there, going through the damn world and complex. Couldn't spot who that was. You can see Jensen Sale on your screens there, getting the head down. Wants to try and catch up. The man who's leading the way, Oliver Barton, he's got a pretty big gap at the moment, or is he? Because
there, Charlie, and he's having a look at the lead here. That's the driver now in second place. The number 85 of Otis Cleary had a brilliant start. Can he do something going into Kimbolton Corner? Here they come down to the final corner. Down the inside he goes. And yet again, that out-braking maneuver down the inside into Kimbolton proving popular as Cleary takes the lead. And here he's going to try and just take that sweep, not leave the inside too open as he makes his way through into Stowe Corner and through the Willows. So new race leader. There is a contact warning further down for the number 44, but further down the field, Edward Munns at the back of the pack. But at the front, Otis Cleary taking the lead. We've already seen a few drivers going for that out-braking manoeuvre into the slow Kimbolton corner, that final corner. Easy to make that move, but can be potentially difficult to make it stick.
yeah, it's really hard to finish off that move because you have to defend into turn one if you haven't got the momentum out of the corner, especially in these cadet classes. Obviously, late move there. That was Rian Townsend on the inside of Oliver Barton.
So we'll just watch this now, Charlie.
Yeah, so they'll make half the move done by going, past them on the last corner. But you'll see if he can't get the momentum down in the first corner, the driver who's made the overtake might get overtaken back. Now, he didn't get that done. Oliver Barton didn't get it done that time, but if it comes to another opportunity, that could happen again. But Rian Townsend, now we know he has pace against Otis Cleary. It's just about whether he can work with Oliver Barton and see if they can catch up to the back of Otis Cleary. Now, we all know Otis from last year, a very quick, established driver. He's on that right chassis at the moment. He's looking very dominant at the moment. Oh, who is this coming in to third place? That was Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart makes the move on third. Now, there's another talking point we have to say. Obviously, yeah, he made a move in the last corner, but he hasn't got the speed coming down into turn one. He's having to defend that corner. Now, this gives the perfect opportunity for Oliver Barton to come back on the inside, as well as Jensen Sale, who might even have a look round the outside through turn three. What a move from Jensen Sale. Couldn't get it done, so he'll have to make the move into Derek's corner. But Jensen Sale, who's on a mission at the moment, has made up 11 places so far, and I can see him making up a few more.
Yeah, Jensen Sale, number 40 on the cart, absolutely charging. There he is, just in front of the number 50. Or 30, I should say, of Harry Wright, and Ronnie Smart also in there as well. Otis Cleary, the early pace setter, leads the race by just over half a second as they make their way out of Kimbolton Corner, over the line with just over 3 minutes remaining in this race. Ronnie Smart incidentally picking up a contact warning flag. Again, that's just a warning from the marshals and the clerk of the course not to be too aggressive out there. They make their way through the Willows, and it's getting close as the number 50, Ronnie Smart, battling away there with Oliver Barton. Jensen Sale still charging. 1.8 seconds covering the first few drivers, although at the moment, Otis Cleary and Rian Townsend, for the first time in this race, have just started to break away. We've got 2 minutes 40 left on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. The leading group make their way through. Just saw the back of Lewis Herbertson there, number 53, currently in 9th place. Behind Louis Barker, Jackson Heath, Toby Wortley, Finley Beals on the edge of the top 10 from Seiki Komatsu. Make their way through now with 2.5 minutes on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. Otis Cleary still leading the way. Townsend second, Sale in third. Ronnie Smart in 4th place. Leaders now going through the Willows. Harry Wright, Jackson Heath, Louis Barker, Lewis Herbertson and Toby Wortley leading that group of drivers.
Now, this is the interesting thing that, as the race gets on, packs start to bridge, and you can see here the top 5 are nowhere near each other. I mean, they're in that one train. They're going to get a bit of slipstream off each other, but in no way are they near each other. And you can see there's a pack behind them. There's about 4 carts in that pack. That's the battle from Harry Wright down to Lewis Herbertson. That's got Louis Barker and Jackson Heath in the battle. Here it is on your screens as they come down the start-finish straight. This is looking like a really good battle between 5th and 6th as they go down into turn 1. They'll go defensive. Oh, good move there by Jackson Heath. He managed to make the double on both of the drivers in front. Those were Harry Wright and, oh, my apology, that was Louis Barker that made the move on Jackson Heath and Harry Wright as they come through Derek's corner. You can just see in the back of your screens there. There's Oliver Barton in your screens. He's trying to catch up to Ronnie Smart on that Project 1 chassis. Now, Jensen Sale is slowly closing in now on Rian Townsend. Now, this could be an opportunity in the upcoming laps for a potential move for second place. But you can see here, in these hot temperatures, it's really hard to, stay in the pack. And obviously, this is when the durability of the drivers come into play. I mean, obviously, really hot conditions. It's going to be even hotter in those karts. And they've got to battle it out and try and stay consistent whilst you're also battling the up temperatures and the amount of sweat they're probably going to have at the moment is unreal. Jensen Sale has made a move for second place. He's fought none of this against Rian Townsend. Makes a move through Derek's corner and coming through that World Complex now. Already got a bit of a gap, but the man at the front, who is Otis Cleary, has had an absolute rocket. He's a rocket at the moment. He's absolutely gone. A massive gap at the moment, 1.8 seconds. That's going to start to bridge out. And, this is a good battle here. The battle's between 5th and 6th. Oh!
Side again, it's getting all to quarter that out braking manoeuvre. Look at the clock now. 17 seconds on the clock. So we are now down to the final 2 laps. And Otis Cleary has timed his run to perfection. He's pulling away now from the rest of the pack. The gap is now 2 seconds, which doesn't sound very much. But in karting terms, in a sprint race, that is quite a hefty margin. We've still got Jensen Sale and Rian Townsend fighting away for that second place. And those two in turn have pulled away somewhat now from Ronnie Smart, who is 2 seconds behind in 4th. Oliver Barton, Louis Barker, Lewis Herbertson, Harry Wright, Jackson Heath and Finley Beals rounding out the top 10. I can tell you, looking at the live timing screens, that Ronnie Smart, the number 50, currently in 4th place, is under investigation as they make their way down towards the last lap. So he did have a contact warning early there, Charlie. I wonder if there's maybe been some further contact, and Stuart's not too happy with that one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really. Obviously, the battle between Oliver Barton and Ronnie Smart is still playing on, but couldn't really see that. But we'll let the stewards decide that. They obviously know a lot more than what we know. But on your screens here, Otis Cleary on that right chassis has drove to perfection this race as he comes down into Kestrel corner. Jensen Sale, he's getting the head down. He's trying to catch up to Cleary, but it just won't be enough. So around the final corner comes Otis Cleary. And what a start to his day, because in the first heat, he'll take the win from Jensen Sale in second. And round out your top 3 was Rian Townsend. Now Oliver Barton will come across the line to finish 4th from Ronnie Smart and Lewis Herbertson, who will finish in 6th, just about, as Louis Barker finishes in 7th. It was Harry Wright who finished in 8th from Jackson Heath and Finley Beals, who rounds out your top 10. A brilliant drive there from all the mini Inter drivers. Some really good battles at the start of the race, and then as the race sort of played out, gaps started to form, and it was just one of them races where consistency was key in these really hot conditions.
I have to say, a really fast-paced race as well, as the last place driver George Wheeldon goes through, but he was 33.5 seconds down from the leader. So over that sprint race period, it is still nonetheless 7 minutes plus 1 lap. That's not a great deal of time to lose to the leader.
Yeah, no, it's not the best. But obviously these drivers inexperienced, so they're still going to be learning, and that gap's going to come down throughout the day. And we can tell it's getting hot because Chris looks like he's going to the beach somewhere.
Oh, you got he's got a haircut soon, I think, on Wednesday, but we'll give that one a go later in the week. We're going to move on to our next race of the day, third heat of the day of the 10 block of 10 races, 10 classes in total, of course. Junior X30 is about to get underway for their first heat of 2. Don't forget, of course, action here from Kimbolton at round number 3 of the HKRC Kart Racing Club Championship throughout the day, with the finals later on this afternoon. Let's have a look how they line up. Adam Bourne from Ralphie Branscombe, Alexander de Benetis and Jorge Edgar, Alex Wiley, Ethan Higgins on row 3, Jack Corwell and Josh Byrne on row number 4, Nat Johnston, Hal Gabriel Castro, Zach McDonald and James Backwith. So slightly less field here, 12 drivers in total, but that's not to say that the racing will be any less intense.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, we got some really quick drivers throughout the grid. Obviously, you spoke about George Edgar, really quick European driver, and is obviously getting ready to start his 2025 campaign. Zach McDonald from the back of the grid. Zach won here last time we were here, so this is going to be very interesting to see what he can do. Starting from the back of the grid, but obviously we'll start at the front for the second heat. This is just the the calamity of those random starts. Let's see what happens then. We've got Adam Bourne and Ralphie Branscombe on your front row. Let's see if they can go for the first time of asking. Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. Adam Bourne will defend from the inside, but Ralphie Branscombe tries to go around the outside. Will he have the speed to get through? Oh, I don't think so. He gets forced a bit wide there, and that's George Edgar coming through to second place on that Mick Barrett Racing kart. Now they'll head down to Derek's corner, and this is going to be very interesting. All the drivers piling up into each other as they go down to Derek's. They all managed to get through cleanly, but it looks like Adam Bourne has had a brilliant start there. George Edgar just sitting there in second place, but we know George Edgar's quick. He's one of the quickest drivers this year in the June X30 category. I saw some drivers using the exit curve a bit too much there as they exited the Dan Weldon complex. Now, as they come round to finish the first lap, good battle for third heading on here. De Benedict's getting involved with Alex Wiley as they come through to turn 1. Oh, move from George Edgar. Gets the move done before the braking zone. So brilliant move by George Edgar. Makes the move on Adam Bourne, and away he goes.
Yeah, Edgar now leading the way. Had a very quick first lap. It was a fast, furious first lap to the race. Great driving, though, as everyone managed to stay out of trouble on their opening lap. And the pack really staying together here. Still only 4 seconds covering the entire pack at the end of lap 1. But Jorge Edgar pulling away now. Adam Bourne, number 54. The driver we're looking at now is the chasing pack. Pursue after them, having a look. Just to stick on the back of Edgar here, I think, the number 6 who leads the race, putting in some nice smooth lines at the start of this race. And watch number 54 here. At the moment, Bourne not looking to make a move. He's about 0.3 of a second down in second place. The question is, can he stick on the back wheels of Jorge Edgar, number 6, your race lead, as he makes his way through the Willows. Heading down the Umitsu Straight, they very quickly flick left into Derek's corner. It's a really technical part of the track there. Sheer 90-degree left-hander. It's like a bus stop style chicane through the sweeping Dan Weldon corner, like a double apex. But sweeps them onto the TKM straight. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th making their way through. Wiley, De Benedictis, Higgins, Castro, Byrne, all right in there as they go charging through. We saw the 1-2-1 of How Gabriel Castro currently in 6th place with Josh Byrne and Ralphie Branscombe fighting behind them. The top 2 now well clear of the field. Alex Wiley going through in 3rd. That's the driver we're looking at the front of this little pack here. De Benedictis in 5th as they have a little peek a bit further down. Castro, Byrne, Ethan Higgins losing position to Byrne as they all fight away. Now with 4.5 minutes on the clock, all of the pack really sticking together. The driver at the back there, Jack Crawwell, only 6.5 seconds down here, Charlie. So this is a very closely fought race.
It's a lot closer than what the mini inters were. And I mean, you can see when everyone gets in that tow, they all just stay together. And you can see Zach McDonald in the back screen. Oh, Ralphie Branscombe running a bit wide there. He's not had the best start to this race. Dropped down to P11. He's lost 9 places, so not the best start from the front row of the grid. But you can see this battle from 5th backwards is really raging on. There's Josh Bryan on your screens. Now, there's Nat Johnston making a move. Who would that be on? That would be on Ethan Higgins as he goes down to turn 1. Oh, runs a bit too wide. Near on in the barrier was Nat Johnston. Now, Zach McDonald made a move as well on Nat Johnston. Now, watch for Zach as he heads through Derek's corner. He's going to be very close to the back of...
I have to, sorry to interrupt you, I have to say, looking at the graphic in the centre of the screen there, looking at some of the lap times of these drivers here, we've got Edgar with 41.25, most of the top 6 lapping in the 41s. Lovely cool conditions so far. It's going to get warmer later, but they are really posting some brilliant times here, Charlie.
And that's where mistakes are going to count big time, because you know consistency is so key. And as you said, the times between the drivers are so close. I mean, you know, it's only a couple attempts spreading the whole grid. And Zach McDonald makes the move on Ethan Higgins. Now that'll be the move that puts him up into 7th. So let's see what Zach McDonald can do. He started from last on the grid. He's having a really good drive so far. He's got to try and catch up to Josh Bryan, who's there in 6th. Now, a bit of loading going on between Nat Johnson and Ethan Higgins as they go into Derek's corner. Nat made the move, but was it known as a tap and take? We'll let the stewards decide on that one.
So loading there, Charlie, that's pretty much where you're almost, in effect, leaning on the driver before you make the pass.
Yeah, it's the karting vocabulary for front to rear contact, you could say. People like to call it barging out the way, but we'll prefer to loading.
It's a bit like in, I'd say, football, and it's shoulder barging another player, really, isn't it? It's not quite against the rules, but it's just a little bit of elbows outside of racing, and that's obviously the stewards will decide. I haven't seen any contact flags there, incidentally, but if it gets a little bit too rough, that's where the stewards will probably step in and start issuing warnings.
Yeah, the stewards know the fine line between what's right and what's wrong. But yeah, we all love a bit of elbows out. I mean, you know, you watch it in the highest forms. You know, Formula One, British touring cars, they love a bit of elbows out.
You have to say, really, when the field is as close as this, again, Edgar going through 41.15 previously was the fastest lap of the race, how fast and competitive they all are. You do sometimes have to load on other drivers and just maybe give a little bit of a tap or a little bit of get a wheel in there just to try and make the position.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's sort of the way it has to go sometimes. If everyone's so close between each other, you've got to be a bit aggressive sometimes. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But that's the beauty of motorsport. Now, George Edgar, I think he's having a bit of nap time now because he has pulled a massive gap from the driver in second, Adam Bourne, who is slowly being reeled in by Alex Wiley. Now, this could be a potential move for second place. Alex Wiley has been closing in on the past couple of laps, and if these two start to battle a bit too much, this could be the opportunity for Benedicts as they come down into Derek's corner once again. Adam Bourne really there on the brakes. You could see him squirmy or in the braking zone. Alex Wiley very smooth and controlled, and that's what you want to be in these hot conditions. And that's why Alex Wiley's got the pace advantage on Adam Bourne. Now you can see Alex, the Benedict's really closing in now. Here comes a move for second place between Alex Wiley and Adam Bourne.
Watch the number 46 here. Alexander de Benedictis is closing up with these two fighting away. This is all great news. Oh, there's a contact warning between 80 and 121 there, further down. Well, two separate ones there, Zach McDonald's and Gabriel Castro. One or two contact warnings being dished out as the racing starts to hot up a little bit towards the end of the race. This is great news, of course, for Jorge Edgar. Now, Adam Bourne was living with him for about a lap and a half, just seemed to lose the total. Well, he's already cleared away, just saw him accelerating away from our cameras. There he is at the end of the straight, our race leader. The focus now very much seems to be the battle for second place. I'm just going to keep an eye on the clock here. We've got 7 seconds on the clock, and I think, he's just gone through. The race leader has just gone over the line, so effectively here, Charlie, we're going for another lap.
Well, I hope he's put some extra fuel in because he's going to have to do another lap here. So, but brilliant. This is brilliant for second place. I mean, the battle between drivers second, third, and fourth. You could see when they started battling for second, that lured in the driver in fourth, and that's why you got to be so smooth with your moves and trying not to scrub off too much speed, otherwise it gives a perfect opportunity. And I mean, Adam Bourne now, he's under pressure. He could lose a podium here if he's not gentle. Now, here is George Edgar on your screens. Now he's threading up for a brilliant 2025 campaign. Obviously in 2024, battling in Junior X30, had a brilliant year. Did the British Championships off in Europe as well. Really a front runner, and you can see here at Kimbolton, the HKRC Club Championship, he has a lot of potential. This young man, obviously, has driven in the FIA Motorsport Games, so has been listed as one of the best in the UK. And obviously these results show as they come through Derek's corner. You can just see how smooth he is on the steering, especially as these hot conditions, you have to be so consistent on the tyres. Now I think on this last lap he's really taken it gently now. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't scrub the tyres too much. As he comes round the final corner, it was absolute perfection for George Edgar as he wins the first heat in Junior X30. What a drive from Mr. Edgar as Alex Wiley comes through to finish in second from Adam Bourne in third. It was Alexander de Benedicts who finished in fourth, from Zach McDonald and Nat Johnston, from Ralph Branscombe and Josh Bryan, from Ethan Higgins and Joan Castro, and from James Backwith and Jack Corwell, who rounds out your 12 drivers. Now, that was some brilliant racing there. Obviously, George Edgar making that move at the start of the race, got into the lead, and from there on, it was just a battle near the back of the pack through second, third, and fourth, and then you had your battle for fifth and sixth and seventh. So there's battle all the way through the grid, but that was some brilliant racing.
Plenty of excitement there, and yet again, just the pace of the race. We saw the previous race, the packed Mini Inters, only 35 seconds covering the entire pack, 15 seconds covering the entire pack in the smaller Junior X30. Just goes to show here, Charlie, how quick the pace is today. Even the drivers at the back of the field, they're keeping touch with the rest of the pack, running very quick pace this morning.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see. Now, let's get going for our next race coming up. It's the Micromaxes, their first heat of the day, and soon we'll be able to see how they form up. Now, the Micromaxes, really good class to be in. The Rotax engines always providing the best speed, and a couple of drivers having some problems there on the formation lap. But it's going to be an exciting one here. The hot conditions will definitely tempt fate for the drivers. Here how we line up then. It's Travis Giddings from Mason Munzer and Oscar Churches from Jensen Darlow, Otto Ami from Dmitry Uzanov from Oliver Brunt, and Rio good surname there, I can't even pronounce it. Adam Goldu from Jake Hansford rounds out your row 5, and Harley Merrison rounds out your final spot on the grid.
We need to send you on holiday to Greece for a couple of weeks and learn some of these Greek pronunciations.
See, I've only been in the UK.
That's an excuse.
Right, let's see what happens then. Are we going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. It's going to be on the inside, or around the outside, shall we say, from Oscar Churches, who gets into the lead of the race. Now, I think that's Ollie Brunt, who managed to get into second place. Now, Ollie Brunt having a brilliant 25 season so far, as he come flying through to Derek's corner. There's some moves at the front of the field. Now, I think Mason Munzer got his way into the lead, but we'll have to wait and see as he come through to finish the first lap. Drivers side by side through the Dan Weldon complex. Not the easiest thing to do, but these drivers are a lot talented than we are as they come through the last couple of corners. Castro corner and carry the speed into the final corner. It's Mason Munzer who does lead the way. Uzanov. Now, Uzanov has been really dominant recently in this Micromax class and has made up so many moves in this first lap. Already up 4 into second place. So
remember him as a top cadet driver not too long ago, and seems to have made the jump to the Micromax very quickly and has acquitted himself to the new kart very well. It's yet again a very clean, quick start to the race. So 1 or 2 just dropping back at the start of this race, but no real incidents on the opening 2 laps. Everyone getting away cleanly at the start. There's some very fast, very close racing here. So Otto Amy, Dimitar Uzanov, Oscar Churches, Travis Giddings, Oliver Brunt, your leading group of drivers. There was the number 44 of Giddings currently in 4th place as they make their way down to Gimbolton corner, having a peek down the inside, but not quite got the momentum, and a little bit of a love tap there on the corner, just carrying the momentum there for the 3rd place number 18 of Churches, just nudging Uzanov. Nothing intentional there, just seemed to the momentum carried him through. Uzanov will know he's there though, but at the moment I would say Dimitar Uzanov as he goes storming through the willows, that sweeping section that takes us down to the back of the circuit, the Imitsu Straight, the dark coloured kart here. 2nd place number 62, trying to close up on the number 70 of Otto Amy, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 48.51. Churches, Giddings, Darlow in 5th, Brunt in 6th, Galudi, Mason Munzer in 8th, Paniotto in 9th, Jake Hansford and Harley Merrison rounding out our 11 driver field as we approach half distance. We've got about 4.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and to me it looked like Uzanov a little bit more guarded there, keeping that 2nd place going into Gimbolton corner.
Well, someone get your beach balls ready, because I think it's going to be an exciting battle for the lead. Now Uzanov, he's going to have to try and defend from the driver in 3rd, but try and battle the guy in 1st. This is going to be really interesting. Otto May, I don't think he's got the pace advantage against Uzanov. Uzanov, a very quick driver, as we've seen in recent stages. Oh, he has a look for the lead. It just wasn't enough, but it's a brilliant opportunity for Otto May to think, hold on a minute, I've got someone behind me who wants to get past me. So let's see what Uzanov can do. Can he maybe try and send a little late one down into the final corner? Now we know the final corner, brilliant overtaking opportunity. Oh, bit front to rear contact from the driver in 3rd, but here goes Uzanov. He has a little look. Oh, it's a bit too late, and he couldn't get the move done on Otto May. Otto May really good in these braking zones, and that's how he can defend off the charging Uzanov as they come down to turn 1. Now Uzanov defends on the inside to defend from 3rd, but he's trying to battle the leader as well. Oscar Churches is really bringing it to Uzanov. Now this is going to be a very exciting 3.5 minutes. Now this race is far from over. Uzanov, you can see, he's trying to find some sort of way round Otto May whilst having to defend from Oscar Churches.
Yeah, it's a very fascinating battle here. The number 70 Otto May still leading the race, so they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Look out for the number 18 though here in 3rd place, Oscar Churches. At the moment he's not too keen to overtake Uzanov. He's just sitting there at the moment. We've still got 3 minutes to go as Uzanov nips down the inside. Now can he make the move stick, because May will have the line out of the corner. Uzanov holds his line on the inside of the corner.
Oh, it's going to be 3 wide. We're going 3 wide to turn 1. Oh, it's going to be so close.
This is the moment that Oscar Churches was waiting for here. The top 2 fighting for the lead. And, well, still in the lead. It's Otto May after all that. And it's, as you were, Uzanov 2nd, Churches in 3rd. They make their way down towards the Derek's corner. slow technical part of the track. They make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner. Double apex right-hander, named, of course, in honour of the Indy 500 winner, Dan Weldon, as they make their way down the TKM straight. So let's see what Otto May can do. Number 70, your race leader. He knows he's got some pressure here, but he's coped with it quite well so far. Uzanov opting against the outbraking manoeuvre down to Kim Bolton corner. He knows it's going to be difficult to make that move stick out of the corner. May immediately driving to the inside line here, guarding the inside, 3 in line down to the first corner. And you see there Oscar Churches going for the sweep. Uzanov found that move out of nowhere as they make their way through the willows.
Brilliant move there by Uzanov. This is a brilliant race between the top 3 here. Who knows who's going to win it? It's going to be really close. Oh, Otto May had a little look there, but lost momentum through the Derek's corner now. Will this give the perfect opportunity for Uzanov to try and pull away? These drivers are really having a good battle, and I thought when they went 3 wide into turn 1, that was going to be the end of their race, because they got way too close for comfort. But these drivers know more than we do as they come round the final corner to complete another lap here around the Kim Bolton circuit. Now the battle for second, my apologies, will still be on, because Oscar Churches is now going to try and have a look on Otto May. Now Otto May, he went a bit, he went to the outside, so it's going to be the move for the lead.
Small mistake there from Dimitar Uzanov. We saw the back end just lock up ever so slightly going to Stowe corner.
We're going 3 wide again down to Derek's corner. This is always not going to end up well, but they managed to hold it as they come through Derek's corner. Now Uzanov defending. Around the outside goes Otto May. How on earth he's done that move? That was brilliant from Otto May.
He had a nice line going out to Derek's corner, carried the momentum through into Dan Weldon. And here they come down towards Kim Bolton corner. There will be 2 laps to go in this race when they come round next time. We've got 40 seconds on the clock. So the gloves are off here. The top 3 are well clear from the rest of the field. They're going to, I think, go 3 abreast into the first corner. Although, look at the back. Just behind is number 18, Oscar Churches, holding that inside line to go down the inside of Amay. And Amay immediately with the switchback. Nice move there from Amay going through the willows. Conceded the corner there to Uzanov, but he knew that he would get the drive going out of the corner. These top 3 drivers well clear.
Lead the stamp and send it from Uzanov. He found just an inch of a gap on the inside of Otto May. Looked like he had to use a bit of the grass there to try and get past, but that was superb from Uzanov, trying to find any inch pass. Now this probably is going to be the biggest, best race of the year so far.
Of course here, Charlie, these 3 know that they are well clear from the rest of the pack as well. There's no tactics here, it's just all out for the win.
Yeah, no teammates, nothing involved. It's every man for themselves as they enter the final lap of the race. Let's see what happens here. So Uzanov still leads away, but he's going to defend at turn 1. Otto May has a look on the inside. They get bumper to bumper, it's so close. Now Oscar Churches can have a look for second place. He gets the move done. So Uzanov still leads the way as they head down to Derek's corner. Uzanov yet again will defend. Oscar Churches will use this as an opportunity to close up, and watch out for Otto May, who uses the normal racing line and carries as much speed as possible through as they come down into the Dan Weldon complex for the final time in this first heat for Micromax as they go down the straight once again. Now Uzanov will defend once again, but will this be the opportunity for Oscar Churches? He could have a look on the inside or the outside here and maybe go for the cutback manoeuvre. They'll come round the final corner. Will this be the perfect run for Uzanov? Yes, it is. And Uzanov will win the first heat for Micromax. What a win from Uzanov. He had to battle that one out. And it was Oscar Churches who finished in second. Otto May, who will drop to third. But that top 3 was just what a battle for the top 3.
Racing there. A little bit unfortunate, I would say, for Otto May, who had a nice line once again coming out of Derek's corner. Got that momentum, but couldn't quite carry it off on that second part of the lap. Only 0.3 of a second, though, covering the top 3 drivers as they all make their way through. KZ's coming up next, of course, as we look at the number 164 there. Jake Hansford returning to the paddock, finishing in 10th place. And that was pretty much it there, but a fantastic battle between those 3 drivers. Uzanov, Churches and May was how they finished up. As we move on to our shifter karts, of course, the KZs are making their way out onto the track very shortly. As we look at the lineup here, we've got Bradley Calder, Tom Mack, Nat Thomas, Ashley Lewis, Bo Phillips, Hannah Lang, Glimas, Turner, Ward, Beecroft rounding up the top 10, George Barker, Nico Piccoli, Leah Robinson, Nick Aiken a bit further back as we run the way through. Ralph Youngling, a notable name to look out for there in the KZs. Haven't seen him in the KZs this year, but yeah, Ralph Youngling out there in KZs, that'll be an interesting one. He's more in the Rotax, is normally a very highly rated young driver.
Yeah, brilliant driver is Ralph Youngling, as well as most of the grid, really. You got loads of different drivers from different aspects of racing. We'll have a look at the grid once again. Bradley Calder and Tom Mack around at your first row. From Nat Thomas, Ash Lewis from Bua Phillips, Hannah Lang, Sylvius Kilmass from Charlie Turner, who was actually the O-Plate winner last year. Sam Ward and James Beecroft from George Barker, Nino Pacilio from Leah Robertson, Nick Aitken, Isaac Smith, James Harvey. Around at your row 8, Lucas Enningham, Josh Price, James Glenister, Ryan Green, Jed DeFriend, Bailey Riggersford, Ralph Youngling, Miles Murphy. Rounds at your row 12. And I mean, we'll as you're saying, loads of drivers from different aspects. We got ex-touring car drivers in this field. We've got ex-Formula drivers in this field. We've got drivers who've come from Senior X30. You know, your drivers such as Lucas Enningham, a really experienced senior Rotax driver, moving over to the KZ category.
I would say look out for Lucas Ellingham in this one as well, because I think he would have counted himself unfortunate not to do any better the previous round, span out in the closing stages, but it was an unfair result for him, I would say, when you consider how well he drove during the rest of the day. Yeah,
he was very disappointed with that result. He was, sort of kicking himself. I mean, you can see on the cameras he was kicking himself after making that mistake. It was down to the driver in front. He missed the gear and, simple front to rear contact, put him in a spin. But he wants to regain from that loss. He wants to, show what he can really do on track. And he was showing what he could do. He was sitting there in the top 3. He was looking at a really good result. It's just one of them things that happens in motorsport. Not every race can go your way.
KZ UK, I think, could be wide open today. There are several drivers potentially in contention. As you can see here, KZ have a standing start. So they will all line up on the grid. You just saw Hannah Lang there, number 91. Marshall pointing her into her good position. Just behind there, we've got the O-plate of Charlie Turner lining up just behind Lang. Marshall's making sure the driver's in the correct position. So it's a standing start. They do have an extra sighting lap we just saw there as well. And they also run the full length of the Amitsu Straight, where the carts top out at approaching 100 miles an hour. Shift the carts, they are geared. Extra brake on the front as well, extra stopping power as well. These are seriously quick machines. And great in their own right. There is a bit of trouble on the grid. You may just see at the back of your camera there, number 21, I think Nick Aitken, is standing up. You can see him in the back of the screen there, so they will have a wave round here. So 21 has lost the engine on the grid. Nick Aitken very quickly signalling to the marshals, as we don't want any stationary carts on the grid. So we are not racing here. The carts have been waved around by the starter. They'll go out for another sighting lap. And for the number 21 of Nick Aitken, who is stranded on the start line, I don't know if he'll be able to continue in the race if he can get that kart started. He's pushing the kart. You may see at the back of your screen, pushing the kart back to the paddock. I don't know if he'll be able to get that restarted once the race gets underway, but the helmet's off, so it may be the case that Nick Aitken is very early out of the race. And we see that. You do see that sometimes with the KZs. They can be, well, they're finely tuned racing machines. They can be a little bit temperamental.
Yeah, especially when you have to start them by spinning up the rear axle. It's not like your normal Rotax or X30 where you have a starter switch. You have to get the rear axle spinning. So really interesting, these KZ karts. I mean, it's sort of the reason why all these, touring car drivers, Formula drivers, that's why they come back to KZ, because it's one of the most physical things you can do. I mean, some people say it's more physical than driving an F1 car. That's sort of why the F1 drivers do testing these KZs. But it's also one of the more accessible ways into gearbox racing. You don't have to go out and spend thousands on building up a car. You can pick up a KZ for, a couple of grand and go out racing in it.
Of course, a lot of these drivers as well, they are, I would say, we call weekend warriors. They're drivers who aren't in any other particular formulas, concentrate on the KZ racing and get a lot of enjoyment out of it. So we're going to go again. We have lost the 21 of Nick Aitken, seemingly out of the race with some mechanical trouble on the start line. So the flag is in. We're going to wait for the lights. Of course, it is a light start. Similar to Formula One, the lights illuminating now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and away they go. The lights are out. They're charging down into the first corner with that standing start. Lovely drive down the inside for the number 73, Nat Thomas, as they pile into the first corner. You can see the speed they carry down the straight, but coming out of the first corner, leading the way, it is Nat Thomas, and it looked like Bo Phillips with a good start as well. There you see the full length of the Amitsu Straight charging through into the Dan Weldon corner for the first time. Having all that speed, it'll be interesting to see in a couple of laps' time how the lap times develop here with these faster KZ karts piling through for the first time into the Dan Weldon corner, getting a bit tasty for second place. A little bit of contact there as the third, I think that was the number 4 up to third position now. Ashley Lewis with a great start. Charlie Turner on the O-plate charging away as they fight for the lead going down into Stoke Corner. Brilliant first lap there, Charlie.
Yeah, Nat Thomas got the whole shot there. Really pulled away on that first lap, but Bjorn Phillips really late on those brakes as they entered the braking zones. Now, battle for third is raging on. That looks like Charlie Turner trying to make a move on third, and that was Ashley Lewis.
I have to ask then, do they use whole shot in karting?
You could do.
I've never heard that before. Oh, it's a great turn. It's a
brilliant
motocross background, of course, but...
he's getting bunched up here. Battle for second still going on. Bjorn Phillips and Ash Lewis were back on bumpers as they came down to the final corner. Charlie Turner is trying to find a way through. Charlie Turner, really established KZ driver, who's formerly known for racing in the senior Rotax, British champion in senior Rotax, moved over to the KZ. And I mean, these KZs are a whole new different breed to drive. It's near on really hard to battle in these sort of KZ karts, especially the speeds that they're going at, over 100 miles an hour easily around this Kim Bolton circuit, and especially when you take it to the longer circuits, you know, you could be exceeding 140, 150 miles an hour, which is obscene for a go-kart, especially when you're 2 inches off the ground.
Yeah, I would say if you... the TV footage gives you a great idea of the fast, furious nature of karting, but when you come down here to Kim Bolton in person and stand by these tyre barriers just on the edge of the paddock, it's you see them zooming past. It gives you a real indication of the speed they're carrying, and they're only a few centimetres off the ground as well.
I mean, you can only watch them for a few laps, so you might need to nip to the toilet, because you know, they're quite scary to watch sometimes, especially when they're flying at you over 100 miles an hour, we said. As they come down into the final corner, Nat Thomas still leads the way, but the battle for second is still raging on, and will the battle for third be even better, because Charlie Turner will have a look on the inside. Lead change! It could have been a lead change. Contact there between Ash Lewis and Charlie Turner. Now Charlie Turner made it through. I mean, he already had the move going, but Ash Lewis didn't see him when he turned in. Bit of contact, but that's all right. Rubbing his racing in motorsport as they come down into Derek.
Like Price and Isaac Smith making their way through the field as well here, with Bo Phillips just starting to put the pressure on Nat Thomas. Some further details in the race. We've had warning flags for the number 36 Leah Robinson, Ralph Youngling as well making his way through the field, and along with Nick Aiken there has also been another retirement as one of the big going for the lead here. They get the switch back, but no, taking around the outside there. Lovely move from the number 18 of Bo Phillips to take the lead. But as I was saying, a bit of an update is that Hannah Lang is out of the race, one of the usual front runners in this class, as we focus on this battle of second place.
Contact there between Ash Lewis and Charlie Turner. Ash Lewis just getting onto the back of Charlie Turner, and that looked nasty. And I hope Charlie Turner is okay. He's going to have a bit of a sore back after that one, I'd say. But Nat Thomas there, look, when he lost the lead onto the first corner, it looked like he missed the gear, so got it going just about. But unfortunate there for Ash Lewis. I wonder where Charlie Turner's dropped down to. Charlie Turner's dropped down quite far now, so I wonder if he's going to go into retirement. There is a driver who has stopped on the Uemitsu straight.
Is that I think Charlie Turner, we may see him, he's just got the kart going and push started. He's almost a lap down here as the leads make their way through. They're going down the TKM straight, and you may have just seen on your camera there the O-plate of Charlie Turner almost a lap down after that collision. So after all the action here, number 18 back in the lead. There at the front of the pack is the O-plate of Charlie Turner, but he is almost a lap down. Bo Phillips, Nat Thomas still fighting away. Josh Price, who has slowly but surely been picking away at the front runners. The number 1 is up to third place. And Sam Ward, Isaac Smith, Miles Murphy. Ralph Youngling under investigation here a bit further down the field, so it looks like he's had a little bit too much contact possibly. Yeah,
unfortunate there for Ralph Youngling. Now Josh Price here, your ex-British touring car driver. He used to do TCIK as well. Back into KZ karting, and he's been doing really well so far. British champion last year. He's going to make a move for third on the inside of my apologies, battle for second down the inside of Nat Thomas. So Josh Price here might have an opportunity for a win here. So Bjorn Phillips leads the way. Now I don't think Bjorn Phillips has won a KZ race at Kim Bolton, so that'll be really good to put on his CV. Watch out for Isaac Smith as well. He is right on the back of Nat Thomas. My apologies, that's Sam Ward. So not Isaac Smith dropped back quite a bit. He was right on the back of Josh Price, and he has some issues on the last couple of laps. So Sam Ward has taken his space, and he might have a look at making a couple moves. Here he comes, Sam Ward in fourth. Nat Thomas will maybe have to start defending here as the timer starts to tick down. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock.
I would say now, look out for the number 1 of Josh Price. That wealth of racing experience. He's very neatly nipped his way through to second place. And let's have a look at the clock. 1:05. I think they will fit another couple of laps here before we get the last lap board. With the pace that they're running incredibly fast this morning. 35.45, the fastest lap of the race for Miles Murphy. And the best laps in the 35-36 second region here. So they will get through one more time before the last lap board goes out. Looking a little bit further down on the edge of the top 10, Isaac Smith, Bradley Calder, Lucas Ellingham all fighting away with James Beecroft as they all make their way through the Willows. The K-plate in the middle there, Isaac Smith, making their way through Derek's corner. Leaders now well and truly on their way down to the final couple of corners. They've got 27 seconds on the clock here, so there will be 2 laps to go. Looking further down the rest of the top 10 here, Isaac Smith, Bradley Calder, Lucas Ellingham all right in there, running very closely indeed. As we saw a bit of a move there for 11th place Ryan Green. 2 laps to go as we move back to the front of the battle for third position here between Nat Thomas and Sam Ward, charging through the Willows, heading towards the Imitsu Straight. And our leaders still Bo Phillips and Josh Price making their way through the Dan Weldon corner back towards the TKM Straight. And Josh Price looking threatening here.
Josh Price wants this win, and this race is far from over as they enter the final lap of the race. Josh Price there in second. Sam Ward has made it into third. He got past Nat Thomas on that last lap. Here is the battle for the lead then. Josh Price there in second. Bjorn Phillips, who has not won a KZ race at Kimbolton, from my understanding. He might have to take his first one here as they come down into the Dan Weldon complex for the final time in this first heat for KZ. Josh Price, really quick, astonishing driver, British champion, as we said, comes into Cashel corner. They're right on the back of each other. Will this be a last corner move? Let's wait and see as they come round who is going to finish where. As they go down, start finish straight. It was Bjorn Phillips who took the win there. Josh Price there in second place from Sam Ward in third. Nat Thomas made up to, will drop to fourth, but it was Miles Murphy and James Glenister who ran out your top 6 from Isaac Smith, Lucas Ellingham, Bradley Calder and James Beecroft rounds out your top 10. Now we have to say Josh Price made up 16 places in that race up to second place, as well as Miles Murphy made up 19th to 5th. James Glenister up 13 to 6th. So some real good drives through the field.
Yeah, some top names having to fight their way through. Of course, Josh Price will have the benefit of a better grid position in heat number 2, but nonetheless fighting through to second, just behind Bo Phillips in a dramatic finish to the race, only a 1/10 of a second covering the top 2. And notably there, 1 or 2 drivers, fancied names starting a little bit further back, making their way through. Lucas Ellingham into the top 10, just behind Isaac Smith, Miles Murphy, James Glenister, Bradley Calder, James Beecroft, Ryan Green and Leo Robinson all having a fabulous battle on the edge of the top 10. Some notable DNFs there. Nick Aitken failed to start the race, Hannah Lang dropping out early, and Charlie Turner, who was under investigation later on as a result of that collision coming out of Dan Weldon corner, also retiring from the race. So 1 or 2 favoured names there dropping out of contention, and they'll be hoping for a much better drive in heat number 2 as we move to our next race. This is race number 6 in our 30 race programme, 6 of 10 classes in total. Rotax 177.
Let's get ready then for Rotax 177s as they get ready to start their first heat. Obviously, these are 7-minute heat races plus that additional lap. This is going to be an exciting one. Some really quick drivers in this one. Brilliant grid to see here. Loads and loads of drivers as we're starting to get the tan on here. It's really hot up here in the commentary box. I can already start to feel myself getting a bit sunburnt as we get ready to start. Now, here is the starting grid for 177. Daniel Walker will start from pole from Bilboa. Matt Lear and Ben Hitch from Liam Ferguson, Adrian Williams, George Willis and Tyler Cox rounds out your 4th row from Elliot Kennedy and Ollie Goodyear from Adriel Nigua from Adam Clark, Colin Walker, Geoff Cox, Michael Gibbons from Alex Jones, who rounds out your row 8. And it's Sam Yaxley from Ben Pawsley, David German, Chad Little from Alfie Bray, Gordon Chenery, Stavros Anapizoulis from Will Milner in your row 12. From Francisco Borges, from Jonathan Roughton, Scott Clee, Josh Howard, Lee Todd, Andy Chenery, and your final driver on the grid was Jake Bigglesford Now, it's going to be interesting to see what these drivers can do. Obviously, we'll never get old of Stavros' surname, and we'll never know what it is till this day. He needs to come and let us know at some point as we get ready to go for Rotax 177 Heat 1. There you can see Gridman Sam there on your dummy grid. Gridman Sam, the only marshal in the world with Down syndrome. Brilliant to include diversity in motorsport as well as inclusion. Anyone can get involved in motorsport, no matter what sector you're in, whether you're a racing driver, whether you're a marshal, maybe you're a scrutineer. There's loads of opportunities for yourself in motorsport. Now let's see how these 177s get on then. The big boys are coming out on track, ready to get their tan on as they enter the first few corners. Use the formation lap to get those tyres heated up. I mean, it won't be much of a problem. Because, you know, it's really hot out here. Obviously, temperatures will be flying through the tyres.
Contrast, of course, with round number 2, we saw how aggressively the drivers were having to really weave about on these formation laps to get some temperature into the tyres. You see they're taking a bit more speed around the course this time, getting on the track, get a little bit of a jink around on the TKM straight just to keep that temperatures up. But, as we say, approaching perfect weather conditions as the morning marches on. It's getting warmer and warmer. Lovely spring weather for these drivers in comparison to the difficult conditions of round number 2. And they're certainly making the most of it here with some fantastic racing this morning as the Rotax 177s get into line. Rolling starter course, down the tram lines they go. And we are underway for the first heat race of the day, charging down into the first corner. Guarding that inside line, 3 abreast, a little bit of... Oh, we saw the tyre smoke going up there. Drivers struggling to make that first corner. And we've got 81 in there as well towards the... just trying to see who that driver was on the apex that got caught out and nudged off the course. I think it was the pole sitter, 97, Daniel Walker.
Really unfortunate there for Walker. He just lost the rear entering the corner, and that was game over for him. So he's going to have to work from the back of the grid. But it looks like Liam Ferguson is leading the way as he entered the final couple of corners. Good start by Liam Ferguson. Liam Ferguson, really experienced driver around this Kim Bolton circuit, and you'll find with the 177s, they're probably the most experienced drivers out there, out of all these drivers in this category today. Now, Liam Ferguson leads away from Ben Hitch in second. George Willis is there in third from Elliot Kennedy, and Adriel Nigua, who's there in fifth as they come down into Derek's corner. Brilliant stuff here by the 177s. Massive grid at 177s. I mean, look at the commentary box. There's a battle from about 7th backwards. There's about a 15-cart train. It's unreal to see. As you probably see on your screens now when they come round. But Liam Ferguson going really good so far. That 165. He's putting in the laps in and looking good so far. There is Adriel, who's there in 5th. Now, he's having a good battle with... Elliot Kennedy, and watch out for Ollie Goodyear in the back of your screens there. He's on the back of the train. He's going to have a look at some moves, but George Willis there in 3rd. Now this 4-cart train is the battle for the final spots on the podium. Now this is going to be really exciting. Now the battles behind will be raging on. The battles, like all moves there. Adriel managed to get down the inside of, that was like Elliot Kennedy. He made the move through. Now, will Adriel have a look at Willis? We'll have to wait and see in the upcoming laps. But so far, this 177 race has been pretty good.
Yeah, it started off quite well. We've still got just under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. You can see at the front of your screen there, Liam Ferguson trying to break away, setting another fastest lap for the race, 41.6. On Ben Hitch, still George Willis. And this furious battle for 4th position. George Willis from Adriel Nigua, Ollie Goodyear, Elliot Kennedy, Colin Walker right in there. They're all making their way through Derek's corner up towards Dan Weldon, top corner of the track, double apex right-hander. You can see there's some good overtaking opportunities here if you can get the nice line out of the corner, but predominantly looking for a run down to Kim Bolton corner. Still a bit of time to go in this race, so 4 minutes as we see. Dive down the inside there, and he made it stick. I think that was Elliot Kennedy, and the 73 Ollie Goodyear having a real good go. Goodyear making the move down into Stowe Corner, named after the neighbouring village Stowe Longer. This track sits in between Kim Bolton and Stowe Longer, hence the name. The Willows there, the double apex, the sweeping section of corners there, where it's very easy to make a mistake. They get a little bit close going through Derek's corner. tight technical corner that really presents some good overtaking opportunities. Now they go down towards the TKM straight, and this wonderful battle developing now for third position. The top two really breaking away, and George Willis holding on to that position. So it's Ferguson leading, Hitch second, Willis in third. They charge down into Stowe once again. No one really going for the outbraking manoeuvre, and the track really developing quite nicely here in the warmer conditions. There's a definite racing line starting to emerge here. If you look close at the track, you'll see that black line going into the corner with the rubber, and really bedding in quite nicely. Some really quick lap times, everyone lapping in the 41 seconds. So they make their way through Dan Weldon corner once again. Liam Ferguson still leading, Ben Hitch still in second. We focus on this battle for the third with just under 3 minutes on the clock. Contact warning a little bit further down in the pack for the 177. Ben Forsey currently in 23rd, fighting with Alex Jones and Tyler Cox. They make their way down in towards Stowe corner once again, and we really are focusing on this third place battle here with Adriel Naguar now into third, but trouble there for the number 14 at the back of your shot on the TKM straight. That's the driver that's a lap down, Bill Bowyer, currently 30th place, so trouble as well for Stavros Athasampoulos in 29th position, the number 55. So one or two drivers hitting a bit of problems here. There was a yellow flag on the straight, but nothing too serious to affect this battle for third place. 2 minutes on the clock here, Charlie, and looking very close indeed.
Really good to see some of the senior Rotax drivers come into 177s, because, I mean, the idea around this class is those drivers and seniors who are, a bit too heavy, that they're a few kilos over the weight limit, it makes a real big difference in their performance on track, and and it means that sometimes it doesn't become enjoyable in that scenario. So the idea of 177s is all those heavy guys can come and race each other, and it provides some brilliant racing. Great to see Angel and Ollie Goodyear on our screens. They're battling for third and fourth, so Angel got into that final podium spot in the laps before. But I think Ollie Goodyear might have an opportunity here. Ollie Goodyear, really quick senior Rotax and 177 driver. Here's the leader on your screens there, Liam Ferguson. He's drove this race to perfection. He hasn't got the fastest lap. The fastest lap goes to Chad Little, who's down. Oh, there's a driver who's got his kart going again. Now I wonder if the
number 14, I think, a bit further back there, of that was Bill Bowyer, who I think will try and get that back to the pits. Currently showing as 31st on the lap charts, but he has got the kart going again as the leading group make their way back down the TKM straight once again. At the moment, Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch well clear from the rest of the field. We focus on this fight for third place as the leaders go through. It's going to be tight on the lap times here, 42 seconds on the clock when the leader went through, so we'll keep a close eye on the starter next time round, if they'll get round, whether it be 1 or 2 laps to go here. I'm sure for the likes of Ollie Goodyear, George Willis, they would prefer it, I think, if this race went on for another lap here, because they just want that little bit more of an opportunity to fight through for that third place.
Yeah, it's going to be half of the grid that wants the race to be done now, and it's going to be half of the grid that wants to have a couple more laps, to have another stab at it. Ollie Goodyear, he'll want to have another stab at Adriel as they come round and down into Kestrel corner. The battle for third still raging on. Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch got perfect gaps to each other, so they'll be starting to cruise their way to the finish line now. But Adriel,
now he went through with 2 seconds on the clock, the leader Liam Ferguson, so we are going to go for 2 more laps here.
It's going to be very exciting then. 2 more laps to go here in the first heat for Rotax 177s. And Adriel there, your final spot on the podium. Will he be able to hold on to it in the laps to come? Ollie Goodyear there in 4th, and don't count out George Willis just yet. He's there in 5th, about a second off Adriel, but anything can happen in these races. I mean, obviously, we said earlier about the commentator's curse. We don't like to curse people, but sometimes that's just how motorsport goes. As he entered the final lap of the race, Liam Ferguson will cross to start his final lap, and a brilliant gap he has, over 2.7 seconds to Ben Hitch behind. He drove this race to absolute perfection, got into the lead at the start, and it was pure consistency all the way through. Chad Little made up 12 places. He still held on to that fastest lap. Scott Clee, a good drive from 27th on the grid. He is there in 7th. But the times are so close here.
Running very close here, but the man who has controlled this race so well, leading by nearly 3 seconds onto that final lap, is Liam Ferguson. He's just got to go around Kim Bolton Corner for the final time. Nice smooth line. The checkered flag goes out. And Liam Ferguson takes the checkered flag. It's going to be Ben Hitch in second. That close battle of a third with Angel Aguirre, Ollie Goodyear, George Willis in fifth, Elliot Kennedy, Scott Clee, Chad Little over the line in 8th position after that great fight back through the field. And the fights for the edge of the top 10, Sam Yaxley, Colin Walker, Francesco Bucchesi, who was under investigation just going through. Matt Lear, David German with a very close midfield battle.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I mean, the battling, we've seen him like all the races so far, battles all the way throughout the grid. There's always someone to have a battle with, and that's what makes racing so fun, is that you don't have to be at the front to have a good time. You can have you can battle in the mid-pack, you can battle in the battle of the pack. As long as you're out there enjoying it, that's the main thing.
So you can see on the lap chart there, of course, Ferguson winning from Hitch, but look a little bit further down the field there. Sam Yaxley, Francesco Bucchesi, David German, Adam Clark, Jeff Cox, Alex Jones down to 16th, and then you've got Alfie Bray, Michael Gibbons, Lee Todd, Jake Bickerstaff, Gordon Chenery, Adrian Williams and Andy Chenery. How close they were in the midfield, all fighting for position there. Very fast, furious race in the Rotax 177 throughout the field. We have 4 more races to go in this first block of heats. Race number 8 coming up very shortly indeed, which will be the senior X30s. Drivers on the dummy grid at the moment. They'll make their way out onto the course for their formation lap very shortly indeed. Don't forget, of course, 30 races in total. This is race number 7 that is about to get underway. Our first block of heats now well and truly underway, of course. Once you get to the end of the group, we've got TKM Extreme, Senior and Junior Rotax to follow this, right through into heat number 2. But let's have a look at the X30 lineup. Aaron Lascombe, Jack Dan, Jessica Vitch Hall, Monty Braithwaite, Tiger Dixon, Ruben Byrne on row 3, Hayden Eldridge and Jack Stewart on row number 4. Oliver Harris, Harrison Morrow, Jensen Pugh, Conor McFarlane, Josh Jones and Rylan Ekberg on row 7. Katie Ashman, Isaac Marsh on row number 8. Row 9, Henry Rollins Hart, Alvin Choi, Piotr Jurovec on row 10 from Rhys Newman, and the rest of the field made up of Noah Ross Baldiston, Zach Whelan and James Reynolds, 23rd driver on the grid on row number 12. So senior X30s, very competitive of course, with the X30 engine, mainstay in the karting world. All of these looking at the water cooling of course with the radiators. Look on the right hand side of the kart, you see the giveaway sign there, of course, with the radiator. There is one driver a little bit further behind this group who has spun off, but I think will be able to get back onto the grid. But looking good for the start here, Charlie.
I don't think they will line up correctly. We're going to go round once again. I mean, half the field aren't even with the other pack, and they're already into turn 1, and some people are still coming around the start-finish straight. So
I wonder if further back there, I think, trying to see who that driver was, it may have been the number 72 that spun on the cold tyres going into Kestrel Corner. It looked a good start there, but I think it maybe put off a few of the drivers at the back of the field, possibly.
Yeah, that looked like Harrison Morrow, who sort of messed up the grid, shall we say, as they came through. So he'll try and see if he can form up back into his original spot. But they'll come round the Weldon Corner and then they'll start to slow down, making sure they form up 2 by 2 and making sure that they're not exceeding those tram lines as they come round the final corner, because if they do, then the starter will say, you know what, no, that was not good enough.
There, Charlie, a lot of the drivers really aggressively weaving about compared to some of the other classes to keep that temperature in the tyres. Is there any particular reason for that in this race, or just a coincidence?
To be honest, weaving to side does nothing. So I wonder if they're just making sure the steering works. Anyway, as we go down into turn 1, will we get started for the second time of asking? Yes, we do. Jack Dan will get to the lead straight away and cover off from the rest of the pack. Monty Braithwaite getting a bit argy-bargy as they come down into turn 1. Some drivers struggling to get going coming out of turn 1, but it's Jack Dan who still leads the way. I think Tiger Dixon has got himself into second place.
Say that, Charlie. Jack Dan did very well to make that first corner. He steamed down the inside. He saw the back end of the kart almost breaking away, but he controlled that very neatly and taking the lead quite smooth there. So he'll lead from Jack Dan in the lead, then Aaron Lask, Mitchell, Braithwaite, all well placed, but brilliant start there from Aaron Lask, our new leader.
Brilliant stuff there. He's already pulled a bit of a gap, actually. It's looking like over a second already. So we'll see how everyone lines up as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Jack Dan still leads away from Tiger Dixon in second. At the battle for third, it's starting to rage on. That's Hayden Eldridge on the inside of Connor McCrolin, and he manages to make the move done. So good move there by Hayden Eldridge. Puts himself into third place, and he's going to try and chase down Tiger Dixon there in the second place. Oliver Harris is there in fifth, who had a very frustrating crash yesterday. Brake failure into turn one, not the nicest thing to see. But he's all good. He's back out racing. And the driver in sixth, who's Jensen Pugh, who gets past Monty Breathwaite.
Further down the field here as we focus on our new leader, Jack Dan, who took the lead quite convincingly on the first lap. There was a bit of trouble on this part of the track here, I think, just out of our viewpoints. In Bolton Corner, Aaron Lask, Harrison Morrow, Jack Stewart, Noah Ross Balderston, all dropping down the field there. We saw a few drivers tailing away at the back as well, so a little bit of a shuffle in the pack at the end of lap number one, but that will not concern the race leader, Jack Dan. Noah Ross Balderston has got a warning flag as we look at this tight battle for second place here.
Hayden Eldridge made it through.
Really going for it here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. There is the number 12 of Tiger Dixon, who drops to third, but he'll be hoping that's only momentary as he tries to get back. Not quite close enough to go for the outbraking maneuver down to Kim Bolton corner. Can he do something going down to Stowe corner? It's Hayden Eldridge now into third place, trying to pursue the leader, Jack Dan. They're getting a nice line there out of the final corner. Hayden Eldridge in second place has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.09, and he is really closing up here on Jack Dan, the race leader, as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. And you can see the second place cart there, number 10, Hayden Eldridge, has really closed up on Jack Dan. What can he do? Lining him up through the Dan Weldon corner, looking for an opportunity here. Down the TKM straight they go, heading towards the Kim Bolton corner. Can he go for the outbraking maneuver? Swings a little bit wider on the Exxon Kestrel corner. Down the inside he goes. Now, can he hold on? Hayden Eldridge with a neat move there. And I think, Charlie, you may have seen, he seemed to take a wider entry in towards Kim Bolton through the Kestrel corner and set himself up quite nicely. Nice little bit of overtaking there.
Well, I don't know what Hayden Eldridge ate for breakfast, but it's definitely got him fired up. Jack Dan drops to second place, and watch out for the battle for third, because Monty Breathwaite will go on the inside of Tiger Dixon. Will he get the move still? Yes, he does, but it's still going to be side by side as they go through into the Dan Weldon complex. Yeah, Tiger Dixon had to back out there, and he's actually let Connor McPolin through. So Connor taking full advantage of that overtaking, and he's going to now try and close up onto the back of Monty Breathwaite. The battle for third is still raging on, and there's a big pack dropping all the way down to Josh Jones, who's there in 10th. This is the battle for third that still rages on. You can see the drivers just sticking in one pack. They want to try and stick in a toe with each other and pull themselves along. It's going to be interesting to see what happens for the rest of this race.
One drive to look out for here, just at the back of this little group, just going to the Derek's corner now, is the number 273 of Rylan Ekberg, who had the higher grid position starting further back. There he is at the back of the group there, number 273. So Ekberg having the poor grid position in heat number one, having to fight his way through the field. He set the fastest lap of the race earlier on, momentarily 40.84, and he is now to sixth place having a look. Here they go down towards Stowe corner, and looking very close indeed.
All right, double overtake there. Now, was that Jensen Pugh who got down the inside of Ryan Etchberg? There was a move going on between Etchberg and Tiger Dixon. Now Tiger, it's getting really close here.
Right in the back wheel.
You'll see on the shot now, here comes all the drivers. It's really close from drivers from 6th down to 11th. Jensen Pugh, who managed to get past Rylan Etchberg when trying to overtake Tiger Dixon. Jensen Pugh taking full advantage. Rylan tries to fight back. Late move there by Oliver Harris. And he tried to have a look, but it just wasn't enough. As they come flying through once again. Oliver Harris now going to have to try and defend from the drivers behind. It's Ruben Pugh.
Fighting from Rylan Ekberg as they make their way through Stowe corner. Ekberg was the man on the move, but he's coming up to some pretty tough drivers here, having to work hard at trying to make his way through the field. Down the inside he goes, having a look on the inside of Jensen Pugh as they make their way through Derek's corner. And Ekberg has made the move stick, so Rylan Ekberg up to 5th place, Jensen Pugh dropping to 6th. There go the leaders down towards the Kim Bolton corner. And, side by side in this battle, just a little bit further behind there, the number 29 makes the move stick, and Monty Braithwaite up to 2nd place, pointing there to Jack Dan to tag onto the back of him here, try and catch up with the leader Eldridge.
Well, I can't tell if it's a Senior X30 or a wrestling match, because these drivers are really getting the elbows out in this race. Now, Jack Dan, he knows that Monty has better pace than him. Will he just stick behind and work with him to try and catch up to Connor, who's... Oh, my apologies, Hayden Eldridge, who still leads the way. Now, Hayden already got a 2-second gap so far. I don't know if that's a gap that Monty will be able to close down. I mean, we have only got 50 seconds left, plus that additional lap. So we'll have another 2 laps left, plus the additional lap, so out up to 3 as they come round. But Hayden Eldridge, now he's going to start playing the consistency game. Try and not screw off the tyres too much. Try and keep the performance in them, whilst he doesn't need to use the tyre much, because he doesn't need to try and pull away from the gap from drivers behind. He's already done that. That was the main plan of the start of the race. You could see on the first couple of laps, he was really hard on those tyres, trying to exceed any sort of grip out of them, and it worked out really well for him. So into lead he went. Jack Dan now getting called in by Connor. Oh, he has a look on the inside, so that'll be the move for third. Connor Pollin down the inside of Jack Dan. Ryan Etchberg there on the back of your screens. He's there in 5th. But yellow flags out.
So there's a stranded driver on the infield, just going through the willows. One of the drivers further down the pack will try and pick that driver out very shortly for you, but not affecting the racing. It is a yellow flag, as there are some marshals on the side of the circuit, but they should be able to retrieve that kart safely as the leading group make their way through Derek's corner, heading back towards Dan Weldon corner with 2 laps to go. The race leader Hayden Eldridge going through just before the 7-minute marker. So effectively, once again, with the pace of this race, they're getting through in time and effectively going in for another lap as we see this fight for second, third place. Leaders going over the line. Hayden Eldridge, Monty Braithwaite now well clear in second place. Conor McPolin and Jack Dan here having a fantastic fight for third place as they make their way through Stowe Corner for the final time, heading through the willows, and that camera angle giving you a great idea of how fast and sweeping that section is. Eldridge leading quite comfortably now by 2 seconds. They're just dropping out of view as second place Monty Braithwaite and Conor McPolin and Jack Dan having a really close battle. I think it was James Reynolds incidentally the driver out of the race late on, but Hayden Eldridge has been on superb form today and will take the checker flag. Monty Braithwaite still charging hard, but it's a race win for Hayden Eldridge, Monty Braithwaite, and in that fight for third, Conor McPolin from Jack Dan.
Brilliant stuff there by the top 4. The battle for 5th onwards keeps raging on. Some drivers side by side as they come across the finish line. That was Josh Jones and Reece Newburn getting close together. So it's Ryan Etchberg who finished in 5th, from Jensen Pugh in 6th, Oliver Harris and Josh Jones, from Reece Newburn and Katie Ashburn, who rounded out your top 10. Reece Newburn make up 11 places in that race, so driving well from near the back of the grid. Now we have to say, I hope that James Reynolds was alright, because he looked like he had some injury on his arm, so hopefully he's okay. He'll get checked over by the medics and soon he'll be on his way. So for Hayden Eldridge, here is the final results. Hayden Eldridge wins Heat 1 of Senior X30. Monty Braithwaite there in 2nd place. Good to see Conor McPolin, a driver who we haven't seen here at the Kimbolton circuit before, first time here, and he looks really strong at the moment. I think we're going to start to see a lot of new drivers in the X30 categories as soon, especially as we come into the August round, where they're going to be competing in the British Kart Championships here at Kimbolton. Great to have the National Championships here. Here is the next grid. This is the Senior Rotax grid. Miles Reitman will start from pole, but we'll go further into that as we go further into race. My apologies, it's actually TKM Extremes who will be next out in the next minute or so. Let's wait and see, as they're going to be retrieving that car of James Reynolds. Unfortunate to see him getting some contact with another driver, but I'm sure the medics and the stewards will be taking the incident in pure professionalism and get that incident sorted.
Yeah, as always, the team of marshals and stewards here at the Kimbolton circuit doing a great job. There is a brief pause here whilst we get that stricken kart retrieved from the circuit. It's well accessed for the paddock here, I would say, not too far for them to go, but the infield is now safe, so we should get the all clear to get the karts out onto the circuit. That stricken kart is safely in the infield behind the tyre barriers, so they'll be able to let the karts back out onto the track. Get that stricken kart back to the paddock once this race has been completed, so they make their way out onto the course for the first time. I would say great. Charlie was mentioning, of course, about how accessible karting can be. There was, on a slightly different formula, the Club 100 Arrive and Drive Series, an interesting feature in Motorsport magazine quite recently about some of the grassroots level of karting. And although, of course, everyone talks about finding the next F1 star, I think karting is a bit more nuanced than that as well. It's quite often about getting people into the sport, into motorsport as well, at all levels, and giving them a fantastic enthusiasm for the sport.
Yeah, I mean, I remember going over to the World Championships not long ago, last year, and I mean, karting's been taken so serious now. There is serious money at the highest level of karting, and I mean, obviously, I saw many F1 scouts there as well. So the brightest stars are being searched for at the lowest end of the field. Let's see what happens here. TKM Extreme, one of the most accessible ways to get into karting. Let's see what happens. Miles Reitman will start from pole, and Patrick Leaf on the outside. Patrick tries to brake later, tries to go around the outside, just wasn't enough. So Miles Reitman will hold on to the lead as they come through turns 2 and 3. And they'll power down the straight, down into Derek's corner. Patrick Leaf is right behind. Oh, contact made between Patrick Leaf and Miles Reitman. Now, I don't know if you could properly see that on your screens, but there was a bit of front to rear contact that turned into bumper to bumper contact, and that forced them 2 off. So really unfortunate there for the drivers who were on the front row. And who has this put? This has put Sean Abbott. Sean Abbott into the lead. So brilliant stuff by Sean Abbott. Took full advantage of that. And we'll wait and see as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Sean Abbott will lead the way now from Harvey Jones in second place. Charlie Whitehouse in third from Kean Bennett and Thomas Shaw, who rounds out your top 5. But you can see the whole pack of 7 or 8 cars. There is no one who's made any sort of gap from each other. Everyone is really close to each other now.
Very close start to this race. They make their way down towards Derek's corner once again. Notably, I saw no penalties for Patrick Leaf or Miles Reitman. I think we saw the steward. It happened pretty much right in front of the race stewards, and they didn't seem too perturbed. But I think it was just a racing incident, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. But the race goes on, of course. We'll see if those two can catch up with the rest of the pack. Oh, it's getting close for the lead, though, as down the inside goes the number 21 of Harvey Jones, and trying to make the move stick coming into Stowe corner, but no, down the inside again goes Sean Abbott. Abbott has the line, and 21 getting pushed out there by Kean Bennett.
Oh!
Closer, narrowly missing the tie barriers, and the unfortunate Harvey Jones losing out in that one with 72. Also in that one as well, I think, was William Bryant caught up in the melee. So the unfortunate Harvey Jones dropping down the field.
So like Kean Bennett got involved in that as well. That is the one situation with the cutback manoeuvre, especially when we're going 3 wide into turn 2. That was really never going to work. And unfortunate there. This has been a really exciting TKM Extreme race. We're losing some big names at the moment. Drivers such as Kean Bennett, Patrick Leaf. Drivers who we should be seeing at the front of the field, making silly mistakes and dropping themselves out of contention in the first heat of TKM Extremes. But Sean Abbott has stayed in the clear this race. He still leads the way. Thomas Shaw is there in second, and Jake Cox there in third. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move for second place coming up here. Yeah, it looked like Jake Cox had a little bit of a look on Thomas Shaw as they come through. William Bloom is there in fourth from Charlie Whitehouse, who rounds out the top 5. Reese Porter there in 6th, and Johan Calichurn, who is there in 7th. It's good to see Johan back out on circuit.
Johan actually setting the fastest lap of the race as well, 43.08 last time around. He's one of the drivers starting further down the grid this time as the leading group fight away. Notably here, despite those incidents and the trading paint, everyone seems to be okay. All the drivers okay, cards are okay, everyone's still in the race. Patrick Leaf and Miles Reitman incidentally starting to catch up with the tail enders in this one, so it's still wide open. And Sean Abbott with a wonderful drive so far, leading the way, although he's coming under pressure once again from Thomas Shaw. And the new fastest man on the track, Jake Cox, is really closing up now as they make their way through Derek's corner. Drivers now making their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner, at the very top of the circuit now, double apex right-hander. And we see them disappear out of view momentarily, coming back down towards us at the TKM straight into Kestrel corner, that fast left-handed flick that brings them down into Kimbolton corner. Will there be an out-braking manoeuvre? Yes, there will, as Shaw has a look down the inside. But again, you see struggling to get the momentum on the inside. He's just about kept the nose in front here, though. And Thomas Shaw, can he hold on as he makes his way down towards Stowe corner? Yes, he can. And this fighting amongst the top 3, Jake Cox right in there. But the fight amongst the top 3 is allowing the rest of the field to close up here with the 43, Charlie Whitehouse, fighting with William Bloom and Johan Calichurn right in there as well. Calichurn looking threatening as well. And 4th through to 6th place are starting to close up on the leaders.
This is only going to make the race more exciting. This has been a brilliant bout for third. From the leader to third, it's still Thomas Shaw who leads the way, but I think Sean Abbott might have another look on the inside. Oh, he had a little look, just wasn't enough. So let's see what happens. Jake Cox is there in third. Jake Cox really helped out Thomas Shaw there, pushing him along and got him down the inside of Sean Abbott. Oh, Sean Abbott has a look on the inside of Thomas Shaw. Lead change as they come through turn 1, but Thomas Shaw will get the move back. Now Sean Abbott will drop into second. Watch out for Jake Cox now. This is a really close battle now for the lead of the race. And we've still got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be exciting. And if these three keep battling, it's only going to allow drivers such as William Bloom, Charlie Whitehouse, and Johan Kelly-Churn to pull in.
I'm just watching that 4th place group, just been watching them over the last half lap or so. No one really even attempting to look for an overtaking manoeuvre for 4th place. They really are working together to get up with these top 3. I think they all know that the top 3 drivers are fighting away here, so we've still got 2 minutes, or just under 2 minutes on the clock. So just keep an eye on the top 3 as they fight into another outbraking manoeuvre into the first corner. This will draw the 4th place battle. There they go, the top 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place drivers. And if we look at the spread of the camera here as they make their way down towards Derek's corner, see our top 3. Look at the drivers behind them again. You see very little attempt at racing or overtaking here. It's almost like a peloton here as they work to, again, closing up 4th place here. Starting to close up now Charlie Whitehouse as they make their way down towards the TKM straight. Just over 1 minute left on the clock, and they're almost up there with the leaders now. This is all going to get very close here, Charlie. Potentially any one of 6 or 7 drivers fighting for the win here.
Yeah, I can see this being a 6-car battle for the lead. I mean, you can still see that battling, but they're slowly closing in now on these top 3. Charlie Whitehouse there in 4th. Now he's sort of broken away from the pack behind. This is going to be exciting. This is now Thomas Shaw's opportunity to try and pull away, but Sean Abbott has the slipstream. He has the effect to try and look at a move. Jake Cox is doing the perfect wingman and pushing him along down the straights to give him the perfect opportunity in the braking zones. Charlie Whitehouse now on the back of the top 3 here. This is going to be exciting. This is a 4-car battle now as they go with 30 seconds left on the clock. Plus that additional lap, and don't count out Johan Kelly-Churn just yet. He's there in 5th. He's about a second behind, but this can easily be caught up. William Bloom there in 6th as well. Here we go. 2 laps from left. As they enter turn 1, Sean Abbott starting to defend now. This is the perfect opportunity for Thomas Shaw to try and pull away.
4th place here, Charlie Whitehouse on that previous half lap. He was really aggressive, using as much of the curb as he dared, setting the fastest lap of the race by quite some margin, 43.6. And really there, Charlie Whitehouse has pulled it out of the bag to get up with the leading group here with the lap and a half to go. He's managed to pull away from that chasing pack. But now he's up there. Can he make the move stick? We've got 1 lap to go next time round as they make their way down the TKM straight for the penultimate time through the Kestrel corner. Nice line there for Thomas Shaw, the race leader. Keeps himself out of danger as they make their way through to Kimbolton corner for the final time. 1 lap to go here, Charlie, and still wide open.
Well, if I was Sean Abbott, I would probably stop defending now, because you've got to try and chase down Thomas Shaw here. If I was Charlie Whitehouse, I'd probably be swearing and, you know, trying to say to Sean, like, why are we defending? You know, we could be chasing this lead pack. And, you know, I'll probably get an FIA rule ban at this point as they enter the Derek's corner. Down is Dan Weldon for the final time. Thomas Shaw still leads the way. He's pulled a perfect margin now. Sean Abbott having to defend, and it hasn't worked out in his favour. He's lost that lead pack as they come round the final couple of corners now. The Kimbolton corner, such an iconic corner at this circuit, and it's going to be taken by Thomas Shaw, who wins the first heat in TKM Extreme. Sean Abbott there in second. It was close between Jake Cox and Charlie Whitehouse, but Jake Cox just about holds on to the final spot on the podium. Charlie Whitehouse there in 4th. Johan Kelly-Churn in 5th from William Bloom, Reese Porter and Harvey Jones from William Bryan and Kean Bennett, who rounds out your top 10. That was really close between the whole pack, and I mean, you can look at the lap times as well. All the drivers only covered by sort of 2 or 3 tenths per second.
Very competitive race, and that is reflected in the gaps there at the end. Thomas Shaw winning from Sean Abbott, Jake Cox, Charlie Whitehouse 4th, only 1.2 seconds between those drivers. Johan Kelly-Churn, William Bloom, Reese Porter, Harvey Jones, a little bit further back, but very fast and competitive race there. We have 2 more races to go in this first heat. All 30 races throughout the afternoon here from the Hunts Kart Racing Club here on TNL Sports. As we look at the grid for senior Rotax, it'll be Cassius Death from Philip Tatum, James Tester, Tom Pryor, Calvin Ashford-Smith,
Samuel Cook, Finley Jones, Arthur Brownless, George Robinson, Charlie F. Grave, Archie Flint, Luke Posick further down. 30 drivers in total, as always, the Rotax category, senior Rotax, these drivers that are coming up next. All very close, fairly even machinery, you would say, as well, with the Rotax engine. So not much to choose between the karts, you would say, necessarily. So it means that we've got some very close and competitive racing. One driver left behind on the dummy grid there, managed to get the kart going again. So let's hope that will mean they can all get bunched up in time for the start. So this is race number 9 of 30 throughout the day. Just to recap then, Cassius Death from Philip Tatum, James Tester, Tom Pryor, Calvin Ashford-Smith, Samuel Cook, Finley Jones, Arthur Brownless in 8th position, row number 4. George Robinson, Charlie F. Grave, Archie Flint, Luca Posick, Adam White, Charlie Webb, Joe Fox, Joshua Valance on row number 8. And that's 16 out of 25. Reece Smith, Safa Leathers, Morgan Hart, Ethan Martin, Jack Stimson, Daniel Lamore, Will Ford. But they're making their way down to the start. And here we go, Charlie, charging into the first corner. There was a hand up there, though, so...
Full start. Yeah, full start flag. So it looks like some of the drivers weren't bunched up, especially a couple that were having trouble trying to get out of the grid. And they're going to have to try and use this extra lap to try and close.
I'm not sure I think they've seen the marshal's flag now. I'm not sure 3 or 4 of the drivers caught the false flag start. I think they seem to be running very quickly through the willows. Fortunately, they've noticed it now, though.
Well, I mean, so I was at the marshal training here last week, and I was speaking on the driver's point of view with all the flags. And to be honest, I said that, you're not always going to be looking at the flags because, it's a race start. You're going to be looking at trying to get past as many people as you possibly can.
I think these top 4 drivers missed the initial flag just before the first corner. Luckily, of course, they saw it a bit more visible, you'd say, perhaps into Derek's corner. But like you say, everyone's focused on the racing. Sometimes it can be difficult. So let's hope for a better start this time. Everyone looks better formation this time. Flag stays in. We are racing as the senior Rotax charge into the first corner. Very close indeed. Bit of banging and buffing towards the back. Will they get through safely? Spectacular sight as they make their way through the willows for the first time. Everyone gets through safely, and it looks like Cassius Death is leading the way.
I think we probably got the best spot of watching 34 karts trying to fly through the Derek's corner. A couple of drivers having to cut the chicane, a couple of drivers having a little spin there, but most of the drivers have made it through. Cassius Diaf just leads the way now. James Tester is there in 2nd place. As they come through, Thomas Pryor makes the move for 3rd. Good move there by Pryor as they come through to finish the first lap of the race. Oh, a couple of drivers going off there. No, I couldn't see who that was, mate. That's like Joe Fox was one of the drivers involved there. We'll have to wait and see as they come round to finish the first lap. Those drivers trying to make moves all the way through this grid. This is brilliant to see. Brilliant to see in the son of Kim Bolton. James Tester now leads the way from Cassius to Aff in 2nd. Thomas Pryor there in 3rd. And it's Philip Tatum who's there in 4th. Now, it looks like Tester's got a bit of a lead because Thomas Pryor has made his way past Cassius. And it looks like Cassius has dropped a couple places on that last lap. So, quite unfortunate. And in this sort of scenario, where if one driver makes a move, it gives the opportunity for a couple other drivers to try and sneak their way through. As, oh, look at this. There's a battle of about 5 or 6 karts as they come flying through turn 1 once again. So corner, really hard corner to get right. You have to be... Oh, a couple of drivers making off there. Oh, they look like Archie Flint was one driver who's jumping over the grass trying to get going again. This is exhilarating in Cedar Rotax. This has given us something to talk about.
Yes, some very fast, spectacular start to the race here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner once again and heading down TKM Straight. Very fast, furious start to this senior Rotax race, as you may well expect with these evenly matched karts. Through Kimbolton corner they go once again, and everyone running very closely indeed. It's still your race leader is James Tester. Cassius Death, of course, number 27, still leading the way previously, but James Tester running strongly, Tom Fry, Finley Jones, George Robinson all running very strongly indeed. You can see here as they make their way through Derek's corner how closely fought they are on this battle throughout the rest of the top 10.
Yeah, that was Charlie Webb making a move on Cassius Diaf as they come through the Derek's corner, just about finding a way on the inside. But here is a good battle here. We've got a fair few amount of drivers. You can see William Forber in there trying to find a way through. There's Ethan Martin behind him as well. These two are going to try and work together, try and find a way past. Oh, they're going 4 wide as they head down the start-finish straight. Ethan Martin now on your screens, making a move on William Forber. He's going to get close toward, try no contact made, so that was really good to see. As they come through, you can see Arthur Brownless on your screens there, having a brilliant drive so far. Really good to see his progression in the past couple of years. I can remember him as a really unexperienced junior Rotax driver, and he's come on leaps and bounds as they all try and follow their way through. William Forber was trying to make a move. Archie Flint there as well.
There on Dan Weldon corner on that double apex. You can see how closely fought they are. We have 3.5 minutes remaining in this penultimate race of the first block of heats. And on again, yet more overtaking as they filter through into Kimbolton corner, charging over the line once again. Number 27, Tester, still leading the way quite comfortably from Tom Pryor. Finley Jones, George Robinson, Samuel Cook, Cassius Dieth, Adam White, Ethan Martin, but look how close they are as they fight their way through the willows.
I have to say, good move there by Deck Luff, who threw a dummy move on a couple of drivers, made up a couple of places. Good to see Deck Luff out on track. He knew him quite well, studied motorsport engineering at Loughborough College. Brilliant to see him on track though, as a racing driver. Joshua Valance just behind him. Joshua Valance, a really established Rotax driver, known him quite well from his junior Rotax days, has come up with leaps and bounds as well. Formerly known him as a Red Lodge champion as well, as they come down the start finish straight once again. I mean, there's battles all the way through the grid. You wouldn't believe this is the battle that's raging on down in the top 15. This looks like a sort of lead battle, you can see.
It's all very close indeed. Typical Rotax racing here, you might say, as the mid-pack now fighting their way through towards Derek's corner. We've got the likes of Arthur Brown, the Will Forber, Archie Flint, Declan Luff right in there as well. James Tester leading the way now by 2.2 seconds. Looking at the clock here, we have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left as the race leader's just gone over the line. The mid-pack now making their way down through Kestrel's corner through to Kimbolton. The rest of the field making their way down towards Stowe corner. All running very smoothly indeed. Rest of the top 10. And through the willows they go, heading back towards Derek's corner. So this battle with the likes of George Robinson, Finley Jones running very close, Samuel Cook and Charlie Webb. Here they come down towards Dan Weldon corner. Counting down on the clock here, James Tester running away quite comfortably as you look back towards the finish line momentarily. 2.5 seconds. This battle just on the edge of the top 5. Making their way down. Nice little neat move down the inside into Kimbolton corner. And there again we see there Charlie. Difficult part there is to make the move stick, but Charlie Webb, 24, doing very well there.
Charlie Webb, a really experienced senior Rotax driver. Sounds like an exhaust issue for someone. That looked like the number 13. That could have been...
Yeah, you may have caught that on the back of the microphone there. The car has had some silencer damage, so I wouldn't be surprised it'll be the technical flag for that driver, quite possibly, of course. It is unfortunate if you lose a silencer or get some exhaust damage, but when you consider, of course, the need to protect the track, protect the local residents, there's no real hesitation to disqualify a overly loud cart.
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously, we do have to say, some drivers not at the best of races. Charlie Fgrave had retired from the race, as well as Philip Tatum, who was quite up there at the start of the race. He was running in the top 5, so unfortunate there for Tatum, but that's unfortunately how motorsport goes sometimes. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. James Tester, he's going to be winning this race if he doesn't make any silly mistakes. Saying that, we probably just commentators curse him. We'll watch in the next couple of laps to see how he gets on. He's setting the fastest purple sector 1 as they come through. Now this is Thomas Pryor on your screens. He's having a good battle with George Robertson and Finley Jones. These are the last couple of spots on the podium. Thomas Pryor there in 2nd, Robertson there in 3rd. So this is really the opportunity for Finley Jones and Charlie Webb, if he can close in, to try and nick a podium spot. There's going to be...
So this is going to be tight here as they make their way through Stowe corner with what will now be 2 laps to go. James Tester going through just before the clock went down to 0. So Tom Pryor, George Robinson, Finley Jones, the drivers running a very fast-paced race pace today as they make their way down towards Dan Weldon corner. Still that very close battle for 2nd place. Tom Pryor, George Robinson, Finley Jones all running very close. They have still got an additional lap though here, so maybe just biding their time as they have a look going down towards Kimbolton corner, keeping the pace up. James Tester now well clear of the pack as he crosses the line to take the last lap flag. There he is. We look at him momentarily and now focusing on our battle for 2nd place. 2nd place there, Pryor guarding the inside line. They go wheel to wheel. And down the inside. Nice move there from George Robinson, who saw that one coming And now clear in second place. Fantastic bit of anticipation there from the 123.
But George Robinson getting a bit too close to the barrier there, but that gave the perfect opportunity for Finley Jones to sneak his way into second place. But the final spot on the podium isn't over. Let's see what George Robinson can do. And watch out for Charlie Webb. He might be able to throw something out there as they come into the final couple of corners. It's George Robinson who has a look on the inside for the final spot on the podium, but it's going to be James Tester that wins on track. Thomas Pryor, Vinnie Jones, my apologies, in a second place. Thomas Pryor holds on to the final spot on the podium, followed by George Robinson and Charlie Webb from Samuel Cook and Dana Moore, who made up 16 places up into 7th place. He'd probably get me to sing his song, which is Dana Moore, Dana Moore. I can't remember the words. Dana Moore finishes in 7th, from Ethan Martin in 8th, from Cassius to Ath, and William Forber, who rounds out your top 10. William Forber up 14 places. Some good drives through the field. Declan Luff up 17th to 13. So battles all the way through the grid. I mean, I think half the drive spent most of the time on the grass there.
Yeah, Senior Rotax as close as ever. Just look at some of those gaps at the end of the race. And yet again, though, the pace throughout the field. Last finish, I should say, Ben Thompson, only a shade under 29 seconds off the leader in that sprint race. So just going to show again how fast the pace is throughout the field. We have one more race in this first block of heats to go right to the beginning with the Honda 200 shortly for race number 11. But in the meantime, Junior Rotax is about to get underway for the 10th and the final race in the first block. And as Charlie was saying, of course, there's action here at Kimbolton off the track sometimes as well. There was a Marshals seminar here, of course. We see the Marshals here on race day working very well, not only with the flag marshals, but also to retrieve stricken carts as well. And a lot more goes into that than you might see on race day, Charlie. You were there, you say, and the marshalling aspect of the sport is taken very seriously.
I always want to have more drivers go and do it, because I want to see. I wish people could see more of what actually goes on behind the scenes. Here is the grid then for Junior Rotax. George Phillips will start on pole, from Oscar Keane in second, from Ryan Rapini, from Laurie McVie, from Lucy Wilden, Bew of Winslade, from Izzy White, from Liam Stimson, from Sam Aston, Stanley Williams, Oliver Walker, from Callum Sims, Fletcher Groans, from Alex Shepherd, Miles Burton, Teddy Cooper, from Logan Archer, Blake Southern, Joseph Orton, Noah Moulton, from Jacob Aston, Fletcher Jemson, from John Richardson, and George Johnson from Eli Baddon, George Cole, Toby Farvin, Moody Mizzen from Jack Corser, Archie Buckman, Avery Reynolds, Archie Ray Watson, Charlie Sutton, and Eski Hevitt, who would round out your final spot on the grid. 34 karts, and it's good to see some new drivers out there. I mean, one driver to point out, Jack Corser, who's starting near the back of the grid. He is his first ever kart race this morning, so really excited to see how he gets on.
Exciting stuff then, with some new names and some rather notable drivers starting further down the field. With the don't think this is going to be a start here. They still seem out of position, so the full start flag coming out to the green flag with the yellow chevron. Full start here. The drivers are not racing. We're going to go around for another formation lap. As you can see, as the camera pans away, big group of drivers. They get another opportunity to get themselves in position. The grid hadn't really formed up all that well coming out of the final corner. They spread out quite a bit, so the start abandoned, and we'll go again. So, of course, if you're new to this, it's a rolling start. You sometimes see from the camera angles, but there are yellow tram lines painted on the starting grid. The drivers, there's one tram lines on the left, one set of tram lines on the right. The drivers have to stay in those lines until they cross the line. There is a little bit of movement sometimes, a little bit of leeway from the starter, but Mr. Starter's not happy. If they really are out all over the place, they will have a run round again. So again, it's that thing of trying to stay within the rules and trying to get an advantage at the start.
Yeah, obviously we always want to stay in the rules, but sometimes we try and sneak out of them, but it never works. These never works. It's too strict, this sport. Let's see if we can get racing for the second time of our skin. Yes, we do. Down into turn one, George Phillips will stay on the inside. Oscar Keane to the outside. Oscar Keane drops back, and we'll just sit there in second place, or will he, because he has a look for the lead, and he makes the move on George Phillips. So George Phillips drops back to second place as he head into Derek's corner. George on the outside, tries to have a look around the outside, can't get it done. And it looks like Rapini has made his way into third as they come flying through. Watch out for Lucy Wilden, one of our female drivers. Obviously was International Females Day, Women's Day yesterday. Great to see more women in the sport. Obviously the growing motorsport as we see all the drivers coming through turn one.
Some good results in the class, so getting a good start, and we'll see how she gets on. Currently, I believe, in fifth at the end of the first lap. Oscar Keane with a good start from George Phillips. As they pile into Stowe Corner. Quite a fast, furious start, a little bit of nudging in the midfield as they all jostle for position, so I hope that nobody's had any nose cone damage. Of course, the karts, when you look at them closely, they don't have the protective bumpers that you might see in, for example, speaking of bumping and banging, there we go for the lead. This is getting close.
Yeah, this battle is far from
nose
over.
cone, isn't it, Charlie? Got to be careful of that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, if you do make contact with the Rotax, a couple of drivers going off at the Derek's corner, you won't really see it on your screens. We'll get some numbers as they come back through. But as you said, with the nose cones, if you were to tap the back of someone, the brackets on the nose cone will drop. And when you enter the pits, a scrutineer will check every nose cone to make sure if they have dropped or not. If they have dropped, you receive a 5-second penalty to the end of your race. And that can mean, and sometimes that could be win or lose in these races.
Sometimes a little bit unlucky as well if you get caught out by a slower kart. So George Phillips, not intentionally, took quite a hit on the leader there. Oscar Keane stays in second place, so I don't think it'll be enough to dislodge that nose cone, but of course the scrutineers do check every kart. After the race, there were quite a few spinners, trouble on the end of the first lap. As down the inside goes Phillips, and also I think that was Laurie McVeigh following into second place. So the unfortunate Oscar Keane drops from first to third place. They duel it out going into Stowe Corner. Getting very close at the front here. Ryan Rapini, Lucy Wilden, Callum Sims for the fastest lap of the race, 42.56. Samuel Aston at the back of that little group there. 7 drivers now fighting for the lead. We've got Stanley Williams, Blake Southern and Leon Stimson not too far behind. So this Junior Rotax 10th race of the day, final heat race of the first block, is really brewing up here. And a few drivers fighting their way through the field, but George Phillips with a great move to take the lead.
This is really a 9-kart battle for the lead now as they come through the final corner. Bit of banging and boshing as they come round. That was Lucy Wilden getting their elbows out as they come down to turn 1. Hard braking zone is the Stowe Corner. Make sure not to lose the rear of the car when the rear. Oh, driver spinning off there. Now, who was that? I think that might have been Callum Sims as they came round turn 1. So he was in 5th. Really unfortunate that is for Callum Sims. So he's going to have to try and work his way back through the field, and now it looks like it's put Ryan Rapini up into 3rd as they come round, but it looks like George Phillips is starting to bridge a bit of a gap. But obviously we have to take in mind the slipstream effect down these streets can sometimes be massive in these hot conditions. So let's watch as they come down the start-finish straight. I think it looks like Laurie McVeigh might have a bit of a run on George Phillips, but it's not going to be enough as they come into turn 1. He's got to watch out.
Got caught out under braking, the back end stepping out. He had just saw him glancing over his shoulder a moment ago to check the progress of his rivals. He's put a couple of nice laps together. The race leader 62, George Phillips, but caught that little bit of a slide quite well and hasn't lost much time. Laurie McVeigh, Ryan Rapini, Oscar Keane all charging away. Samuel Aston as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner and making their way down towards TKM Straight. Still plenty of time to go in this race, just under 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining as they charge into Kimbolton corner. No outbreaking opportunities this time round though as the leaders make their way over the line. So Phillips leading. Second place is now Ryan Rapini, number 56, and look out for Rapini as has to defend coming into the corner, but no, down the inside there. I think that was Laurie McVeigh that goes through into second place, the number 133. This could all potentially benefit George Phillips, but Phillips still just a little half-second cushion. Doesn't sound very much, but it's just enough to keep him safe right now.
That was a good move by McVeigh. Very clean move. Put himself back up into second place. And looks like Oscar Keane is there in 3rd. Now, they're going to be not long left on the clock, 2 minutes. And Lucy Wilden has got a warning flag, so she's got to start to calm down whatever she was doing. That could be for track limits. That could be for sort of contact. It could be one of the two. It could be for many reasons. But the stewards will always try and put something out just to inform the drivers. The warning flag is situated for that prospect as they come down into Derek's corner once again. Couple moves near the front of the pack. Oscar Keane trying to make his way, try and make his way past McVeigh as they come through Dan Weldon Complex. Samuel Aston is there in 4th. He might even have a look on Keane if he's not careful. He's going to try and defend the corner. But Sam Aston, he's right on the back. Oh, he goes for the move. And that looked like a pretty clean move to me as they come through. Ryan Papini tried to get the power down. He bogged down, so he's going to have to try and defend off the drivers in 6th and 7th. Now, Teddy Cooper is getting in on the action, so watch out for Teddy Cooper as they come through. Only a minute left on the clock.
All running very closely here, and Laurie McVeigh putting the pressure on George Phillips. They have got the number 110, Molly Mizzen, just in front of them. That's the driver currently in 34th position, so potential of a back marker to contend with. They are closing up on the 110 fairly quickly here. George Phillips just focusing on the track in front. He knows that McVeigh's behind. Just looking at the clock now, 40 seconds on the clock plus 1 remaining. So this will be 2 laps to go here, as again you just saw Phillips coming around the final corner. Over the line he goes. McVeigh keeping the pressure on. He knows he's got 2 laps left. He can't write off Samuel Aston or Oscar Keane, either 3rd and 4th. Teddy Cooper charging up to 5th position in number 79 as they make their way towards Derek's corner. There's Mizzen, the 110. The blue flags go out, but it's unfortunate here because it's the worst part of the track. Mizzen just peels, concedes the corner, lets the leaders go through, and that can be a little bit unfortunate there, Charlie, when you get across a slower driver in a slower technical part of the course.
Yeah, George Phillips has lost out big time there, and this is given the perfect opportunity for McVeigh. Or is it because Samuel Aston will make the move for 2nd place? Now, Sam Aston has been putting the laps in recently. Teddy Cooper might have the fastest lap, but he is one of the fastest out there. As they come through, all move back from McVeigh. This is not what they want to be doing. They need to put the hammer down and try and catch up to George Phillips. This has gave the perfect opportunity for Phillips to try and pull a gap. McVeigh will start to defend, and I think this might give the perfect opportunity. George Phillips is starting to drive away now. Now he's going to have to try and just hold on for this. Sam Aston is trying to make a move back for 2nd place. Now I think this is how the top 3 will end up being. It's just about who will be where as they come into the final corner. Oh, McVeigh he tried to have a little look for the lead, but it's going to be George Phillips who takes the win in Junior Rotax. First heat of the day goes to him. Laurie McVeigh finishes in 2nd from Samuel Aston, Teddy Cooper, Oscar Keane from Blake Sullivan, Ryan Rapini, Freddie Jameson from Lucy Wilden, John Richardson, Miles Burton, Liam Simpson from Callum Sims, Oliver Walker, Alex Shepherd from Eli Baden, Jacob Aston, Toby Farvin, Logan Archer, and Izzy Wykes rounds out your top 20. Some really good drives throughout the field there. Unfortunate for Callum Sims, who was near the top there, but unfortunately had that issue at turn 1. Drivers side by side as they're coming down to finish the race. That was some drivers near the back of the field. Molly Munson having a good battle. There's Jack Corson on your screens. Great to see he finished the first heat. And that was really good to end up the first heat of the days.
Yeah, less than a second covering the top 4 at the end. Very closely for Junior Rotax. Race number 10 of our 30 race programme. Oscar Keane, Blake Southam, Ryan Rapini, Fletcher Jameson, Lucy Wilden a bit further back, but 32 drivers in total. And again, you can see, looking at those time splits at the end, how close things were at the end. Even the drivers outside of the top 30, well in the less than 30 seconds behind. So that is the first block of racing completed. We're going to move on then to heat number 2. Don't forget, of course, all drivers have 2 heats plus the finals later on this afternoon, and we go right back to the beginning with the Honda 200s. Of course, the grids will be reversed, so the drivers who are starting towards the back of the field will be up towards the front now. Honda 200s then about to get underway at this wonderful day here at Kimbolton. If you recall how wet and cloudy it was, just above freezing last time out. It's getting into the teens now temperature wise out on the track. Soy Henderson will lead them away from George Pickett, Theo Hamilton, Jack Wykes, Harry Grant and Dino Rowlands on row 3, George Quinlan, Elliot Bourke, Arthur Murfitt and Mason Becker row 5, Alistair Saunders, Marcus Cooper, Albie Platt, Keane Delaney row 7, Jack Neve, Cian Doherty on row number 8, James Windsor, Zach Squire, Nicholas York and Alfie Hennell on row 10, Harry Search, James Murfitt on row 11, Harry Parker Ray, Jake Barnett on row number 12 and Lucas Howling, the 25th and final driver on the grid. So race number 11 of 30 throughout the day, all here on TNL Sports, the Hunts Kart Racing Club. Round number 3. It is, of course, effectively the second round of the championship in terms of on-track race action, because the race programme on Sunday back in January was cancelled due to the icy conditions. That really does seem a long time ago on a day like today. The track temperatures really starting to warm up now. We're expecting the temperatures to be up towards 13, 14, maybe even warmer, 15, 16 degrees later on, approaching really perfect conditions for racing. The track is bedded in quite nicely. When you look at some of these camera shots, especially some of the more sweeping general shots of the track, you'll really start to see the rubber on the racing line starting to develop quite nicely as Honda 200s make their way around the final corner. I'm hoping they keep in line. Underway we go for the second heat of the day. Good start. Sawyer Henderson guarding the inside line as they fight into the first corner. Oh, bit of banging and buffing there with the top five, but they all seem to get through cleanly. Might have been George Pickett that got nerfed a little bit there, drops down a position, and there's trouble further back. Oh, look at that in the midfield. Big incident there with drivers hitting trouble. I think we may see a red flag as there is a driver, I think may have got winded and still in the cart. Medics on the scene, I think, or the marshals at least. So the red flag has been displayed. There was a big incident in the midfield as they came out to the Willows for the first time. And unfortunately, for the first time today, the red flag has been displayed. The race has been stopped. About 4 or 5 carts caught up in that incident coming out of the Willows. And 2 drivers, I can tell you, receiving some treatment, although I hope it's nothing serious. The medic's not on the track at the moment. They may get called to check the drivers out. But I won't tell you who the drivers are at this stage. We can't identify the numbers from the vantage point. But I can tell you that both drivers are talking to the marshals. So hopefully, as I say, it doesn't appear to be anything serious at this stage. But the medics will come out onto the track just to check that the drivers are okay. First lap incident coming out of the Willows. One driver, I can tell you, is out of the kart, just talking to the marshals on the tyre barrier. They'll look to get that kart off the track and out of the way before the race is restarted. One driver still sat in the car talking to the medics. I think the marshals will summon the medics onto the scene. In the meantime, of course, the drivers holding position just here on the grid leading up towards the Hines Straight. And we never like to see incidents bring out the red flag and accidents that require medical attention, but as always, these meetings can't take place without the backup of a medical crew at such events. So they're doing their job. Great to see the marshals very quickly on the scene dealing with the incident, and I think it would be a good time to say thank you to all the marshals and the medics for all of their hard work to allow these meetings to go ahead, of course. As Charlie was saying earlier, there was a marshals seminar, marshals training seminar, not just for the Kimbolton marshals, but other track marshals covering various karting events across the UK. And not only that, but also other motorsport events as well. Just looking out onto the track, I think one of the karts that was caught up in the incident, looking from my vantage point at the commentary tower, was the number 42 of James Windsor. I can tell you the driver is okay, walking away from the accident site. The kart looks a little bit beaten up on the front nose cone, but certainly nothing that they, I'm sure, won't be able to put right later on. There is one driver just in the tyre barrier, still sat in the kart. He is talking to the marshals and the medics. As I said, can't see the number from my vantage point here, just not entirely clear on the lap chart, so I won't attempt to identify that driver until I can definitely see the number or get confirmation as to who it is. The helmet is off from the injured driver, and the other driver I can tell you that was caught up in the accident was the number 42 of James Windsor. You may just see the kart in a few moments on the left of your screen. It'll be going back to the paddock. I don't think Windsor will be taking the restart. The kart has sustained a bit of damage. I think it is mostly cosmetic, but we'll have a look at that, whether they can repair that nose cone. There will be a few moments pause here before the racing gets back underway. The injured driver, I can tell you, has I think I've got early word that it's number 91, quite possibly. Keane Delaney was the driver that was receiving some medical attention. So I've been told Keane Delaney is the driver receiving the medical attention. I can tell you that Delaney did climb out of the kart under his own steam, which is good news. the marshals and the medical crews making sure that he was able to do that. And the number 91 then, if that is Keane Delaney, he is in the medical car right now. They will take him away to the medical area just to check him over, and hopefully I would say that would be a precaution. If a driver does crash and requires medical attention, they will be taken for further medical checkups. But as I say, that's just to make sure there's nothing too serious. Oh, John's here. That's our man from the track here. So Charlie has just gone into midday, so he has taken some lunch. So John's up here just to give us a bit more of an update. So we were talking to Charlie earlier about how much warmer it is today compared to round number 2. How's it like down on the track?
It's absolutely extremely grippy out there. When I was driving out there, certainly I was just bouncing all over the place. But it was a good race in the end. I came 10th, but I think 2 more people in front of me are going to get penalties. So I'm pretty happy, 23rd to 8th, and I think I'm on for a good result now since I'll be starting 5th in the final.
Yeah, it did seem that apparent when you're looking at the track now from the commentary tower. There's that black groove around, especially some of the faster corners. You can really see that today. So the karts do seem to be bedding in quite nicely. It's warm out on the track, but it's not hot, I wouldn't say. It's a nice sort of early teens temperature. Would that be approaching the perfect temperature, we'd say, for the karts?
I think it's a bit above the perfect temperature, in full honesty, because although the lap times were optimum, but overall it's just you have to drive a little bit more smoother, and this track you have to be really aggressive and stuff, especially through some certain corners. So you can see a multitude of instances, but on our camera shot the Strippen's 81 after that huge incident in the Honda Cadet through the willows. I believe the drivers are all okay, and I believe one's been taken in the ambulance.
I think I was told by the race control early indication was 91, Keane Delaney. That's the driver that's receiving the medical attention right now. But I would say that I saw with my own eyes he did actually climb out of the kart under his own steam. He has been taken away to the medical area for further checkups, and generally it's the same in my background's motocross, but that does tend to happen quite a lot. If a driver does receive some medical attention, it is just a case to make sure that they're okay and fit to continue racing 9 times out of 10.
We should be able to expect the race to go underway in around 5 minutes, I'd say. So it's, on your screen at the moment, you are currently seeing the drivers being reorganised into positions the lap before. So we should expect to see the racing happening very, very shortly, I would say. Yeah, and I believe the pole man is the number 27 of Sawyer Henderson. Yeah.
That red flag occurred just at the end of the first flying lap, so this would be effectively a full rerun. And tell us, John, as well, when I've had this when I'm racing the bike, so there's a red flag and you're stuck on the start area like this, it just adds to the tension a little bit. You can't really see if you've got the helmet on, you're cut away from knowing what's going on really, and you just obviously hoping everyone's okay, of course, but you're just anxious to get back going again.
Yeah, when there's usually a red flag, the pressure starts building more. Obviously, when you're driving a car at around 70, 60, 50 miles per hour, the adrenaline dries down, and ultimately, you just start to feel a bit more pressured. But some drivers feel more relaxed, and they evaluate how the race has been, and just go off from the start.
So it's you see the parents and team members of these drivers just going out onto the grid now just to do some final checkups, make sure everything's okay before the restart gets underway. I'm sure things like fuel won't be an issue. There's 1 or 2 last-minute instructions, I think, being given to a couple of these drivers. One at the back there, just getting the karts into position to restart the race. That was the number 55, starting a little bit further down the field of Nicholas York. Kart okay, and they will be able to get things back underway. So these are final preparations. As far as I can see, the track is now safe. I don't believe there was any trouble with any fuel or oil being dropped out onto the circuit. I certainly can't see any marshals out there with cement dust. Most of the back end of the accident that brought the red flag occurred off the track, so I don't think anybody dropped any fluids on the circuit, so that's good news that we can get things back underway as soon as we get the all clear from the clerk of the course. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, this is race number 11 of 30 today. 2 heat races plus the final, and we're starting the second block of racing right now. That's an easy number. That's a good helmet design. Number 40 there. That's the in the midfield of Harry Search. That's a commentator's dream, that helmet with the big numbers on the back.
Yeah, I recognise him from Rye House. I believe he did the IKR there, I think last year. I think he won it, actually. So it's good to see Harry here racing at Kimbolton, and I'm sure he'll be able to get a good result here as the now Heat 2, I believe, of the Honda Cadet will be getting underway in probably 1 minutes time now.
I think the engines are fired up and everyone being ordered to clear the grid, so it looks like we're about to get things back underway. The green flag will go out. They won't be racing, of course. They will have to go out for another formation lap, get the tyres back up to temperature, get the karts into positions. It will be a rolling start. Meanwhile, Mr. Farmer next door is doing a little bit of crop spraying. And away we go. So the green flag comes out, the karts rolling once again. So as we say, we are not racing right now. They will just get an opportunity to get the brakes and the tyres warmed up again as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner once again. So it will be Sawyer Henderson, 27, that leads them away. So the 2 drivers out of contention as the race gets back underway. The number 42, James Windsor, we saw him walking away, but the car went into the tyre barriers and sustained some damage, so they'll repair that car for later on. 91, Keane Delaney was the driver in difficulty, was receiving some medical attention, but we did see him climb out of the cart, walk away from the cart, and currently just getting a bit of evaluation from the medics, and hopefully we should see him later on for the final, of course. This is the second and final heat race. All drivers running a final in the later part of the afternoon, but our second group of heats is about to get underway. Honda 200s now making their way down towards Kimbolton Corner, reassembling. It will be a rolling start, as always in these classes. Here we go then, and green flag drops. Away they go, John.
Yep, seems to be a very clean start from the leaders of Soy Henderson. Into Stowe Corner we go. Is it a clean start? Yes, it is. A very good start from this Honda Cadet grid. Oh, there's a spinner at the back. I'm not sure who that is. I believe it's in a Synergy kart. But it's a very clean start so far from the midfield and the front pack with what a start that Soy Henderson has. I think he's got around a half a second now at this rate. Now, through Derek's corner we go. And into Dan Weldon we go. Soy Henderson still leads. He's having a very decent start so far. But the number 72 of George Pickett is just in second place. And here he comes into Kimbolton Corner we go. Is he going to try and make a move? No, he doesn't. Soy Henderson defends into Kimbolton Corner as we now begin the second lap of this heat. Here it comes. Here we go.
Nice start there from Jack Wykes, who ran very well in heat number 1. Has got himself through to the front from Theo Hamilton. So some of the big names who were fighting out in heat number 1 have got to the front of the grid very early. Once again, Soy Henderson right in there as well still, and Elliot Bork, who ran so well at the previous round number 2, also up there amongst the leading group of drivers. Somebody went absolutely flying off the track on the first lap. I think it was George Pickett on the approach to Derek's corner. Driver okay, but he just went to do a bit of lawn mowing, I think. But he's back in the race now, looking to try and claim some positions back. But it's the number 13 of Jack Wykes. Certainly lucky for him so far, but down the inside, neat little move there from Theo Hamilton.
Well, contact on the exit of Kimbolton Corner. Sorry for interrupting you, Chris, but what a move that is from Theo Hamilton. Hamilton points forward on Jack Wykes. Down the inside goes Elliot Bork into the podium place of 3rd, and through the willows we go. Theo Hamilton is in the lead, but keep an eye on Elliot Bork. He finished 3rd in Heat 1. But I think Jack Wykes is going to start to work with Theo Hamilton. Theo Hamilton is a very quick driver here. He's won a multitude of races last year, and he's trying to get another one here this year, as now into the TKM straight, named after the TKM karts, of course. Is Jack Wykes close enough to make a move? Is he going to try and start working with him? There's still single file line into Kimbolton Corner and onto the Hines straight, named after Martin Hines. We'll see a move here on this lap here. Jack Wykes is still behind. He has a toe, but he's not going to try and make a move here. But keep an eye out on Elliot Bork. Through the willows we go, and onto the Yamayutsu straight. and into the hard braking zone of Derek's corner. Down the inside goes Elliot Bork. Oh, they make a bit of contact on the exit of the corner. Hit round the outside, will Elliot try to go? Can't make the move stick, but this has allowed Theo Hamilton to get away here, and this is the issue with trying to make half moves. But this has allowed Theo Hamilton to get into a bit more of an established gap here, as now we go into Kim Bolton corner to form lap 3 now of this race.
Yeah, it's looking very close here. And interesting, just saw the drivers going through there. The pack just behind this lead group is starting to close up here. 1 or 2 drivers coming through very quickly indeed. Mason Becker and Arthur Murphy's running a very good pace, 6th and 7th position. They are starting to close up on these top 4 drivers who, if they start to fight for position, could draw the rest of the top 10 in. At the moment, Theo Hamilton just pulling out the smallest of margins. Oh, down the inside. Neat little move there from Elliot Bork. Made the move stick and gets past Jack Wykes in 2nd place. But Wykes has looked very good so far today and will be looking to try and fight back. I'm sure, of course, that Elliot Bork will have other ideas on that one. Sawyer Henderson still handily placed in 4th position, but this could be a very important couple of laps here for Theo Hamilton to try and break away. As we look at the number 14 of Elliot Bork, still there in 2nd place, Jack Wykes in 3rd, and a nice sweeping outside line there from Sawyer Henderson, trying to get the momentum but loses ground. A bit further back there, we've got Arthur Murphy and Mason Becker trying to close up. Dino Rowland's right in there as well, and George Quinlan 5th and 6th position. There they go, those two, as we look at 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all running very close, and Wykes again gets a nice line out of the Willows through Yamitsu Straight, and they bunch back up again with the leader.
That was a very big lap from Elliot Bork. He was 3 tenths quicker than Theo Hamilton on that lap, and Elliot has managed to drag along the likes of Jack Wykes and Sawyer Henderson with him, as now they're again ever so closely to Theo Hamilton. Theo Hamilton looks behind and sees that dark car of Elliot Bork. Into Kim Bolton corner we go. They're still single file line. This is very intelligent driving from Elliot, Jack and Sawyer. They're both working together. 3 karts are now overtaking Theo Hamilton. What a move that is. A brilliant move from Elliot Bork as he leads the field now. And he's now leading the pack. And if he could keep this lead, he'll be starting on pole position. But down the inside goes Jack Wykes. A really neat move. And follow along with him, I believe, was Sawyer Henderson. So Henderson has gone from 4th to 2nd. But Elliot Bork has lost that lead again. But a very neat run out of the Dan Weldon complex. No, sorry. The, Dan Weldon complex, sorry. As now, here we go, onto the Kim Bolton corner. The number 13 of Jack Wykes leads this race. Here we go. Onto the Heinz straight, 1 minute 20 on the clock. Is he close enough? Down the inside goes 27. He pulls alongside, set the fastest lap that lap. Down the inside goes Sawyer Henderson. A very neat move on Jack Wykes. Through the Willows we go. It's a 4-kart battle at the moment. Who's going to take the lead here? Theo Hamilton was on 1st 2 laps ago and he's now in 4th. The racing from these Honda drivers is brilliant here. As now we go through the Dan Weldon complex. As we now enter Dan Weldon, sorry. The number 13 of Jack Wykes is still in the lead. Sawyer Henderson, Sawyer Henderson's in the lead, sorry. As now into Kim Bolton corner we go. Very neatly done from Sawyer Henderson to take keep that lead, but down the inside goes Theo Hamilton. Elliot points a bit forward.
He's gesticulating to the fellow drivers to try and work together here. Theo Hamilton responding in kind. They really need to try and stick together. We've got 20 seconds left on the clock as they start to fight for that 2nd place. This is just momentarily allowing Sawyer Henderson to try and pull away here as they make their way up towards Derek's corner. Ooh, I think Elliot Bork is going full defensive there into Derek's corner. He's really... I think he can see that the gloves are off here in this fight for 2nd place. This really could be the opportunity that Sawyer Henderson needs as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, heading down the TKM straight and into Kestrel corner. That really quick left-hander that has a real bearing on how you approach Kim Bolton as they come into the final corner. Kim Bolton corner now. And Elliot Bork holding on to that 2nd place. Look out for Jack Wykes at the back of this little fight for 2nd position. 1 lap to go here, and everyone down the inside. Elliot Bork full defensive on the inside line. Opens up a little bit. Oh, they touch momentarily, but Theo Hamilton will get the switch back and makes the move stick as they make their way out to Willows for the final time. But this is all allowing Sawyer Henderson to pull away.
Look at Elliott. They go 3 wide into Derek's corner. What a move from Elliott, though. He had the minimum space there. But Theo Hamilton's going to try and hang around. Oh, they made contact again on the Dan Weldon corner. What a race this has been so far. Elliott's in second. Here comes Theo Hamilton, defending from Jack White, sorry. Sawyer Henderson is going to take the lead, but down the inside goes the number 13 of Jack White, sorry. Sawyer Henderson wins this. Elliott Bork in second, but what a move from Jack White to take third. Arthur Muffet in fourth. Theo Hamilton will be in fifth. Dino Rowlands will round out the top 6. George Quinlan will be 7th. Mason Becker in 8th. Marcus Cooper in 9th. And Kian Doherty will round out your top 10.
Some very close, exciting Honda 200 racing. It was certainly worth the wait. You had the stoppage earlier on, so they got back underway. We certainly hope those drivers caught up in the melee are okay and will take their place in the final later on. But a brilliant race there for Sawyer Henderson, winning in the end by 1.4 seconds from Elliott Bork. Jack Wykes, Arthur Murphy, Theo Hamilton taking us down to 5th place, and as you can see down towards the edge of the top 10, some very close midfield battles in there as well. As you can see, we lost Keane Delaney and James Windsor from the race. Hopefully we should see them for the final later on, so we wish those drivers all the best. We hope that bodies and karts can be repaired and they can get back out racing for the final later on today, as the first of our second block of racing draws to a close. Honda 200s making their way back to the paddock. We'll see them later, and we're going to move on to the Mini Inters, who will be back out onto the circuit now for their second heat race. There were no karts out on the circuit, so we should be able to get things back underway as the afternoon gets underway. So the temperature's really starting to hot up out there on the circuit. We're getting in towards the low teens in terms of the temperatures. Mini Inters Water Swifts as follows: Teddy Higgs from Jensen Cell, Rima Komatsu, Lewis Herbertson, George Wielden, Louis Barker on row 3, Finley Beals and Harry Wright on row 4, Jack Clark, Charles Bailey, Otis Cleary, Toby Watley, Ronnie Smart, Harrison Thorndike, Seiki Komatsu, Jackson Heath and Ryan Townsend on row number 8, Oliver Barton, Alex Chinskis, Zane Perry, Edward Munns and Leander Hewitt, 21st driver on the grid. So of course, John, the drivers who had the luxury of a good grid position in Heat 1 now starting towards the back, and a bit more work for them to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That happened to me as well. I started 23rd and made my way to, I believe, 10th, but I'm not sure. I think there's a couple penalties ahead of me, so I think I'm 8th at the moment. But it's been a very interesting race the Inter has been. I think Ryan Townsend won the last race, I believe. So I'd suggest really do keep an eye on him. And another driver to keep an eye out is Otis Cleary. During Saturday and during the Sunday, he was very quick. So really do suggest keep an eye on him. As are we going to get underway? Teddy Higgs slowing down the field at the moment, being mechanics by Zach Starbuck, the Zip driver here, but who is not competing in this race. As they go, I believe that is a false start, so the drivers will go around one more time, just try to slow the race down a little bit.
Fourth row, very quickly trying to jump out of position. I was talking about this with Charlie earlier, John, is you get the tram lines there. The rules are, of course, you want to stay in the tram lines until you cross the line. It's a little bit of leeway, drivers just trying to move out as best they can to try and avoid causing a false start, but it's that fine line, isn't it, between gaining an advantage and just affecting the start.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tight margin though, because obviously around this track you want to be on the inside here, and drivers would immediately rush over to get onto the inside, but I believe they did it a bit too early, so the marshals are going to ask the driver to slow down a little bit more, and hopefully we'll get this race running for the second time here, as here they go all the way back up to full speed. So start Heat 2 for the Intermax. Teddy Higgs has a very good start. Is he going to keep it round the outside? Goes Jensen Sale. What a move from the number 40, sorry. A brilliant move to swoop round the outside of Teddy Higgs. As here comes the number 88 of Room Komatsu. A very neat move as we see him there. Number 53 is now going to try and chase down Jensen Sale. So your pole man, Teddy Higgs, has dropped from first to third. As now we enter the TKM straight. Teddy Higgs is still in third. Followed behind him is the number 89 of George Wielden. As here we go into Kimbolton Corner to form the first lap of this race. Teddy Higgs is in third, followed by Ryan Komatsu, as Jensen Sale has a 1.1 second gap already at the start. A brilliant start from Jensen Sale. You do not see moves like that here at Kimbolton, but believe me, that was a brilliant move from Jensen Sale. As now second.
Actually, Jensen Sale having a bit of a look over his shoulder to check his progress. I almost think he can't believe what a good first lap that was. He has absolutely nailed the start. We'll have a look at his lap time when he comes back around, but he's really on the first full flying lap, really starting to get his head down here and pull away from the rest of the field. We've got Lewis Herbertson, Teddy Higgs, Louis Barker, Otis Cleary, Harry Wright all fighting away as they battle coming down into Kimbolton Corner, wheel to wheel into the final corner as the leading group of drivers jostle for position early in the race. Charging over the line, Jensen Sale setting a 44.27, very quick start to the race and already leads by 1.7 seconds. Just saw him there, John, reaching down to the side for the radiator. I think he's adjusting the cooling there. Something you can do, isn't it, just to adjust the kart's performance in the early stages?
Yeah, obviously the track here is, in one simple word, baking. Like, completely, utterly baking here. So the drivers are going to definitely 100% need to open their flaps somewhat during this race to cool the engine down, because as the engine overheats, it gets slower and slower.
So this is, John, basically, we may just see, if you look closely at the radiators here, there is a little flap, isn't there, that covers the radiator. So as a driver, you can adjust that just to change the cooling to the engine, basically.
It obviously varies between certain classes. I believe for the Miami classes, they have a little slide. I'm not 100% sure what the technical name is because I don't do X30, but they slide it up and down, and sometimes you see the mechanics put tape on the radiators to cool the car, to warm up the car quicker, which you usually see in the wet. But so far, this race has been very, very calm and collective so far. And speaking of calm collective, Otis Cleary had a beautiful start that time. I think he started 7th, and now by lap 2 he is already up in 2nd. He's having a mega start here, and now he's going to have to try and catch up to the very, very quick Jensen Sale. Sale was a 10th quicker that time out, and set another fastest lap on that lap as well, as he currently has a 2.68 second gap. This really does show you how important it is to get that start right, because this has already just demonstrated how important these starts are. Like, Teddy Higgs had a bit of a poor start, and that dropped him to 4th for the moment, which is still pretty impressive for Teddy Higgs. I believe he started karting a few last year ago, so he's just currently learning and stuff. But here comes the number 30 of Harry Wright. Through Kimbolton Corner we go. This is the battle for 5th here. Harry Wright looks for the inside. Teddy Higgs tuck it in, but here comes the number 30. Is he close enough to make a move? No, he's not. Harry Wright is trying to get 4th place here. Through the Willows we go, and onto the Yamayutsu Straight. Teddy Higgs looks behind to see that number 30 of Harry Wright. Through Derek's Corner we go, and into down Weldon Corner. Teddy Higgs has seemed to establish a bit of a gap here, so maybe he's just trying to cool the tyres down a little bit to get that performance back in. Another look from Teddy Higgs, and he tucks in again with like Huber DRS, but no.
Yeah, it's
a bit of a mistake from Teddy Higgs through there.
Teddy Higgs looking very smooth at the moment. Jensen Sale again, lapping very consistently here. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round with a 44.06 race, well, right on cue. Otis Cleary's got clear now, 44.02. But Jensen Sale lapping very consistently.
Teddy Higgs just made a bit of a mistake there.
Trouble there on Teddy Higgs and on Stowe Corner. Will that cost him dearly as they make their way through? There's not been much overtaking going on, but it's a very close, very finely poised race here with 2 minutes plus the 1 lap left. One driver's hit trouble, as you can see on the infield. Ronnie Smart currently under investigation from the stewards. May possibly be Louis Barker that's out of the race at this stage. That might be the driver on the infield. Ronnie Smart dropping down the field, though, down to 19th position as we look at this battle towards the front of the field. Jensen Sale still well clear at the front, still lapping very consistently around the 44.1s. Otis Cleary still charging in 2nd, Herbertson 3rd. Oliver Barton going through into 4th place. Harry Wright, Teddy Higgs, momentarily with that mistake on the previous lap, has dropped to 6th position. Finley Beale, Zane Perry, Rian Townsend, Toby Watley, Jackson Heath, Rima Komatsu and Seiki Komatsu 12th and 13th. George Wheeldon currently in 14th at the 89. Ronnie Smart making his way through up to 15th position in a very close midfield battle. Jensen Salo, this is the driver that we are looking now with 1:15 plus 1 lap to go in this race. Still got a couple more laps to go here. But Jensen Sale at the moment has done all the hard work. He's just got to try and keep this pace going. Look at the lap time he goes through again, another 44.1. But Otis Cleary just chipping away here, John, in second place.
I think he started chipping away a little bit too late now. It's only, I believe now, 2 or 3 laps left of this race, and Otis is only gaining just around a tenth. So I believe Jensen Sale has got this in the bag, unless he makes a very foolish mistake here. As we now see this battle here between Teddy Higgs, Ray and Townsend, as a very neat move from the number 18 of, I believe... no, it wasn't number 18, it was... no, it's the number 16, sorry, of Zayn Perry. So in the purple sector 3, that lap, as we now go on board with the leader of Jensen Sale, absolutely domination. This is truly and utterly domination from Jensen Sale. As Otis Cleary, they are both exact same lap time. That lap, 44.09. It just shows how close these drivers are, but really does show that grid position and your start really does matter here. As we now just see the rest of the field going through on your camera, as we now see Ray and Townsend start near the rear end of the field, making very neat progress. But as we see this battle between the number 30 of Harry Wright and Finley Beals, who competed in the Micromax here last year, had a very neat result here, did Finley Beals. But as we now see your leader go across again to start the last lap, as I believe the number 30 of Harry Wright is under investigation for something. So this could be a leading factor here for the battle for 5th place. As we now continue seeing Jensen Sale.
He is straight on, there's no warning flags. He is immediately under investigation there. So it must be a one-off incident that they want to have a look at after the race, possibly there, John.
Yeah, could be the start. We will not know until the end result here. As we now continue seeing the rest of the field going through with the number 30 and the number 20 of Finley Beals. But this man here, Jensen Sale, has dominated this race. A completely different league he has been in to the rest of these drivers. Through Kimbolton Corner he goes and onto the Hine Straight. Jensen Sale wins the Heat 2 for Intermax. A very, very, very dominant drive. He was clear by 2.5 seconds from Otis Cleary. A very neat race he had. And that lap, they were both matching each other again. Just shows how close and competitive this grid is. As we see the rest of the field going through your camera shots. And a bit of a hand gesture there. No, it's just a little hand up there. As we should be able to see your provisional results on your screen very shortly. It was a very, very dramatic and overall very interesting race there. As we now do see your results here with Jensen Sale and Otis Cleary finishing first and second. Rounding out your podium was Lewis Henderson and Oliver Barton in 4th. Harry Wright was 5th, but is under investigation. Finley Beals in 6th. Ray Townsend, a very good race, in 7th. Zion Perry was finished 8th. Toby Worthley in 9th. Your pole man, Teddy Higgs, will finish 10th. As now going rest through the field. As
Junior X30s then coming up for heat number 3. These are all 7 minutes plus 1 lap races, and this is our race number 13 of 30 in total here at Kimbolton. Drivers getting underway very shortly for their second heat. So we've got the Micromax KZs coming up very shortly as well. Rotax 177s for their second heat as well, coming up in the next 20-30 minutes or so. But we're going to get things underway with the Junior X30 second heat. They'll have their final later on today. Track is clear, green flag goes up, and away we go onto the formation lap. Zach McDonald from Howard Gabriel Castro, Nat Johnston, Josh Byrne, Jack Crowell, Ethan Higgins, Alex Wiley, Jorge Edgar on row number 4, who ran so well in the first heat, of course, Alexander de Bedetis and Ralphie Branscombe, Adam Bourne and James Backwith on row number 6. As you're saying, John, in the first race, only 12 drivers in this race, but that's not to say there won't be any action, because there are some very evenly matched drivers out here.
You've obviously got a lot of very competitive drivers. You've obviously got the strawberry driver of Zach McDonald here, a F1 junior commentator. You've obviously got the likes of Nat Johnstone and notoriously George Edgar. He finished 6th last year in the Junior X30 British Championships. He finished, I believe, 3rd in the Miami Waterswift Championship of 2022. As here we go. Will we get the start for the Junior X30? Yes, we do. Zach McDonald has a very clean start. Nat Johnstone behind. They're going full wide into turn 1. And it's a very, very clean start so far. Zach McDonald's in the lead. And Nat Johnson spun in the middle of the track. And over the top, the number 132 of, I believe, the number 132 of Jack Crawwell. A very nasty incident. I hope they're okay as they've both got up going. But Zach McDonald has had a very good start. João Castro, the 121, competed in Junior Rotax in a few races, now moved into X30 here. Same with Zach McDonald. But Zach McDonald has had a very good start. And George Edgar, what a start he's had. From, I believe, 9th on the grid all the way to 3rd now. So definitely keep an eye on him. But a very good start from Zach McDonald. Keeping that, getting a lead from the early start. Roughly around 5 tenths it is, as Zach McDonald's going to try and extend his lead.
I'd say there from Edgar in 3rd position that there was some great anticipation on the first lap. There was that trouble on the Willows on lap number 1, drivers spinning out. Edgar had that kart planted exactly right there, made up a lot of positions on that first half lap, and when you consider how well he ran in heat number 1, he's got himself already up to 3rd place. Here they come the rest of the field down towards Kim Bolton corner. Rest of the top 10 fighting for position here in these early stages. So Zach McDonald in the strawberry kart still leading the way. Edgar up to 2nd place as they make their way down towards Stowe corner. Rest of the pack making their way through Castro 30. Higgins, Alex Wiley as they get a little bit close going through the first corner. I mean, Josh Byrne and Alfie Branscombe fighting for position, but they stay on track. And further down the field, I think Nat Johnston, one of the drivers caught up in the first lap melee, is out of the race, and the 132 Jack Corwell is still going, moving up to 11th position. Johnson, I think, opting to park the kart. Zach McDonald still leading the way, but George Edgar, who ran so well in heat number 1, won the race, of course, but looking threatening in 2nd position, though, Bar. It's just under 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Yeah, Zach McDonald is leading the race quite well at this stage, but the gap goes down to half a second as Edgar sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, contact warning for Ralphie Branscombe. Believe it was with the number 17 of Josh Bryan. It was a very, very tentative move, as I'll call it that. That's how I would say it. But as we see now, the battle between the number 159 and the number 46. As through they go into Dan Weldon corner, the 159 takes a huge amount of curb there. And now through Kim Bolton corner we go. Are they close enough to make a move here? As down the inside goes the number 46 of Alexander De Benedictus. He's been a very quick driver so far. As a bit off your screen, George Edgar has managed to catch up to Zach McDonald. But we're looking at this bout here as what a switchback from the number 46 of Alexander De Benedictus. It really does show you that how powerful the switchback here is, especially going through the tight corners, is when you estimate the drivers are going to go off the track and you're able to get a beautiful run out of the corner.
I suppose as well, John, with the extra, you can see the lovely line there through Dan Weldon corner, the black line on the track. I suppose with the extra grip today, it does potentially mean you get some more cornering speed and make that switchback work.
Yeah, just the switchbacks here, especially in the hot conditions. Oh, a bit of an incident there between the two teammates of Alexander Benedictus and Ethan Higgins, and this has allowed Alex Wiley to capitalise and get into 4th place. But here we see the battle for first. Zach McDonald, the Tony Kart, racing for Strawberry across other tracks, followed by the Mick Barrett of George Edgar. Edgar behind Zach McDonald. Is he going to be close enough to make a move through Kestrel corner and onto Kim Bolton corner? As what a move from George Edgar from a mile back. And that's a beautiful move from George Edgar as a contact warning for the number 46. But what a move from George Edgar. You do not see lunges like that, I'll call it that, but that was a brilliant and well-executed move.
He timed that very well to absolutely plant the kart perfectly and effectively block past Zach McDonald to prevent the repass out of the corner. Pretty much wrecked McDonald's momentum. Absolutely perfect move for Edgar, who has been on top form today. Through the double apex of the Dan Weldon corner he goes, and we'll look at Zach McDonald here. It'd be important here for McDonald to try and look at the lines that Edgar is using as we focus on the battle of third. A little bit of curb being used there by the number 46 of Alexander de Benedettis, and it's getting close as they make their way through the Kim Bolton corner. 46 then up in position. Then we got number 54 of Adam Bourne, Alex Wiley, Ralphie Branscombe just losing a couple of positions now as we get towards the final 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and the race just starting to settle down at the front of the field. But further down as we move towards the rest of the top 10, Alex Wiley, Ralphie Branscombe all running very well, Ethan Higgins and James Backwith had a couple of retirements from the race, but this battle towards the edge of the top 10, very close indeed here.
Yeah, but for fourth place, and oh, there's contact. Alexander de Benedictis goes off. The number 54 of Adam Bourne just forced him off the track. That's a bit of a robust move, as I'll call it that, and it's so risky to make moves into Dan Weldon corner, as it just shows how risky it is, and between an instant with Alexander de Benedictis dropping him from 4th to 7th. But this has allowed Ralphie Branscombe to capitalise, as he's now running in 6th place behind Adam Bourne and Alex Wiley. Ralphie, the Honda Cadet British champion of 2023, I believe. Not 2023, sorry, 2024. As now, into Dan Weldon corner we go. The two teammates of Adam Bourne and Alex Wiley are rounding out... No, sorry, they're not teammates. Just from the camera shot there made it look like they had the same exact car. But no, the number 159 of Alex Wiley has been very quick here around Wilton. No, not Wilton, sorry, Kim Bolton. I was just thinking of a race I was doing a few weeks ago. But here we go. Into Stowe corner. The number 159 takes a bit of curb. I think it's the pressure now forming. The penultimate lap is now here. Now, number 159 is he going to have a look over his shoulder to see the number 54, and behind him, Ralphie Branscombe.
It's going to be interesting here because just looking at the clock, they've pretty much crossed the line. 41 seconds, right on the money as we look at this battle towards the edge of the top 10. Just keeping a close eye on this one because I can tell you that Zach McDonald has not been left by the leader. It was close there. They pretty much went through, and the last lap board has gone out. So it is going to be 1 lap to go here. It was very close indeed as we look a bit further down in the top 10. The machine there of Jack Crawl a bit further behind there, the rest of the field making their way through. But look out for this here, because Zach McDonald has kept with Jorge Edred at the front, the number 6, as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. The last lap board has been displayed. It was touch and go there, but it is 1 lap to go. They went through just before the clock went down to 0, I think, but it was tenths of a second. So this is going to be a fight to the victory. Edgar coming around the final corner. Zach McDonald has not been shaken off. It's not going to be enough. He settles for second. George Edgar takes the checkered flag, and it's going to be Hal Gabriel Castro in 3rd place.
As we see the rest of the field go through a camera shots, with 4th place being covered by Alex Riley. Very neat race from him. 5th from Adam Bourne. Ralphie Branscombe in 6th, but with a contact warning, so maybe a potential steward outing from him. Alexander de Benedictis, after having that incident between the number 54, is in 7th, as we see the results from that Junior X30 race with Nat Johnson and Josh Bryan being your only retirees. But I believe them two actually retired to actually save their tyres, especially how hot it is, and tyre wear is a factor around here. And I believe they've done that tactically, as we see the Micromax race coming up, as I've got to be somewhere shortly. So I'd like to thank you, Chris, on the commentary box, and I'll be back for the finals.
So Charlie returning from his lunch break very shortly. We'll let John get underway for his second heat race a little later on in the block. I wish him the best of luck. Ran very well in heat number 1. So Charlie back from his lunch break. I'm sure the caterers doing a busy job down there, of course, as always they do. There's plenty off the track as well, the parts shop here as well. The Micromax UK is about to get underway. Adam Gludi, Rio Paniutu on 2nd position. Oliver Brunt, Dimitar Uznov, Otto Amay and Jensen Darling, Mason Munzer a little bit further back there with Churches. Travis Giddins, Harley Merrison and Jake Hansford rounding out the field. So Charlie's back in position. Just one thing that John was touching on there, 1 or 2 drivers perhaps retiring, having had a bad race to save the tyres. It's one thing to consider here, I suppose, with the cost of tyres. There is rules on how often you can change them as well, just to help keep things under control for the costs of the drivers.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for the race days, you're only allowed one set of tyre for the whole day. So in those scenarios when you are retired, and sometimes it can work in your favour. Sometimes it doesn't. I mean, sometimes obviously if you have Battenberg flags, if they come out, you can bunch up. But I think it's always safer to bring the car in, check the car over, and of course save those tyres, which become more important when it comes to those finals. Let's get the Micromaxes underway then for the second heat of the day, as they come flying down. No full start, so we're off and away, racing for the first time of asking. As you enter turn one, it's going to be argy bargy. Oh, another driver got on top of another. That looked like Ollie Brunt getting on top of another driver after they came through the first sector. Now they'll all work together to try and fly down to a driver going off there near the back of your screens. It looks like a good start for the top three here.
Panayutu, I think, maybe going down the inside, number 90. We'll confirm that in a moment. No, my apologies. I think we're going to try and get the number of that lead kart. It was all very close indeed at the start of the race as they jostle for position. A little bit of contact towards the midfield, but everyone's still in the race and running away. So it is the number 62 of Dimitar Uzanov, my apologies, who takes the lead in these early stages. Uzanov getting to the lead nice and early here. He was battling for the lead early in heat number 1. Getting through nice and early here from Ballooney, Oscar Churches, Travis Giddings, Oliver Brunt. Otto May, who ran so well in heat number 1, is up to 6th position. I can tell, there he is, just in your screens now, fighting for 5th position. So May, another driver who ran very well in heat number 1. Panayutu dropping down to 7th place. Hansford, Merrison, Mason Munster and Jensen Darlow. One or two drivers further back having a bit of trouble on the opening lap. They're banging wheels, but they're fighting towards the back of the field. But Dimitar Uzanov, who seems to be settling in quite nicely to the Micromax competition, is pulling away at the front as we look at this battle a little further down the top 5. Number 70 there, Otto May, who has slowly but surely been picking his way through the field. So May, of course, having the worst grid in heat number 2, started towards the front as Travis Giddings has a peek down the inside. There is a warning flag, incidentally, for the number 70 of Otto May. Perhaps the steward's thinking a little bit too forceful making his way through, but May's got to try and get towards the front here as he's had that bad grid in heat number 2.
It's interesting watching the top 3 here. None of them are really close to each other, so no battling for the time being. It looked like Oscar Churches is slowly chipping in on Uzanov, but it's going to be a real matter of who makes mistakes, who can handle the pressure of obviously these hot conditions. Obviously, the sweat's going to be going, the adrenaline's going to be pumping, and mistakes can be made. So it's all about making sure you stay calm, stay consistent. That's what's going to get you those good results. Now Uzanov, he has a little look and he'll go a bit defensive. I don't think that was quite the right move to take into turn 1. Obviously he knows Oscar Churches is there, but Oscar isn't that far alongside where you can have a look for a move. I mean, at the moment it's only 3/10, which doesn't sound much on the timings, but on track it's a bit of a margin. It's margin to play with, but Oscar Churches is actually starting to really close down here. He might even have a look of an opportunity for lead here. Yeah,
he's had a couple of good laps here. 0.3 of a second between Churches and Uzanov, who looked in good form in heat number 1, of course, Uzanov, and maybe would have thought he would have pulled away, but to Oscar Churches' credit, he really has hung with the leader here, putting some nice lines together. We'll have a look at the lap charts when he goes through with 3:45 on the clock. Over the line they go, and another fastest lap for Oscar Churches, 48.02. And just here and there, just chipping away on Uzanov's lead. Of course, he has got the advantage of being able to follow the leader here. Look at the lines, just try and improve on the race leader's lines and close up. So now he is right on the rear wheels here of Dimitar Uzanov, 62, your race leader, as they make their way through Derek's corner. Moving up to the Dan Weldon corner now. Churches right in there, and the question is now, can he make a move? He gets hooked up nicely on the rubber going through the Dan Weldon corner. A lot of drive out of the corner there for the number 18, and in towards the Kimbolton corner they go. Churches really finding some good traction out of these corners, I have to say, getting out through once again. Uzanov having to work hard here to hold on to the lead. The lap time still around 0.2 of a second, and another very fast lap here for Churches. And Oscar Churches does seem to be having a lot of cornering speed here.
Yeah, he's able to carry more speed through the corners than Uzanov, and that's going to help him down the straights. Now you can see Churches in the tow here Will he have a look at a move? Not just yet, but you can see he's right on the bumper now. This race is far from over. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and it's a two-way battle now for the lead. Let's see what happens here. We know that Oscar is a very quick driver. He's got the pace on Uzanov, which is quite surprising because Uzanov, usually a very quick driver, just hasn't got the pace in this race. That could be down to a number of things. That could be down to tyre pressure, engine management, engine performance. And it's just those little bits. Obviously the setup as well. Make sure the setup is on point. That's what's going to get you those wins. Now, what will Uzanov do? He defends into turn 1. Good idea from Uzanov. Hold on from Oscar Churches. That's your goal now. Oh, it's going to be so close. And Oscar Churches makes the move on the inside. Brilliant cutback move. Let's go into the lead there. And Uzanov sitting back in second. Now, we know Uzanov is quite an aggressive driver. He can make clean but dominant moves. Let's see what Uzanov can do. Will he be able to bounce back?
I'm wondering here as well, Charlie, if been watching Oscar Churches over the last 2 or 3 laps, he's had the luxury of being in second position, being able to watch Uzanov and see what lines he's using to try and improve. Now, of course, the boot's on the other foot as Uzanov has a little peak on the inside. Doesn't go for it this time. Uzanov maybe would be advised from him to have a look at the leader now. Oh no, he's not bothered. He's going to go down the inside, try and retake that lead. Sometimes it can be worth looking at the other driver, at the lines they're using to try and weigh up a more decisive move, but Uzanov's in a no-nonsense mood here. Goes back into the lead as they make their way through into Stowe Corner. So once again, Churches has got to try and fight back. Again, you see him taking a slightly wider sweep going into Derek's corner. Looking at the lines again, trying to find a way past Uzanov, who certainly wants to lead from the front here. Uzanov, he's not playing it tactically at all. He is going full attack here. 49 seconds on the clock. So they will have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Uzanov taking a nice sweeping line into Kestrel Corner. And Churches, all he can do is follow here. 3rd and 4th, not too far behind Otto and May. There is the number 40. And Adam Galudi in 4th place. 2 laps to go here. And again, you see Uzanov going full defensive. Let's see what Churches can do. Can he go for the switchback here? Gets a nice line out of the corner. But Uzanov has the line covered nicely.
This is what a slipstream effect can do. You can see Uzanov trying to pull away, but the slipstream just means that Oscar can just stay with him. Even though he might not get the exits out of the corners, he can just stay in that slipstream and follow him around. You can see Oscar really on the back of him now. Good move by Uzanov a couple laps ago. He managed to sneak past Oscar when he wasn't watching.
Just to interrupt here, Charlie, one drive to look out for at the moment is Otto and May in 3rd place. I think he might be out of reach of these 2 leaders with 1 lap to go, but he really is reeling them in right now. And if these 2 get together, they could be a 3-way fight for the lead here with 1 lap to go.
The final lap of the race is upon us, and it's going to be exciting. 2-car battle here for the lead. Oh, their front-to-rear contact. Now this is a move for Oscar Churches on the inside of Uzanov. Oh, they're going to get so close, bumper to bumper, as they go round the Willows section. How on earth do they keep both karts on track? I have no idea. As he head into Derek's corner, Uzanov jumping over the curbs, trying to get the kart round as quick as possible. Oscar Churches, he's dropped a bit far back now, so I don't think he'll have the opportunity again. He messes up through the Dan Weldon complex. Now, unless he can get the slipstream on Uzanov, I think Uzanov might just have this as they come through Kestrel Corner into the final Kim Bolton corner. No, it won't be enough. Uzanov, around the final corner, will take the win in Micromax to Heat 2. For the Micromaxes, takes a win from Oscar Churches in 2nd place. Now Otto May, as you were talking about, really closed in on those last couple of laps. Finishes in 3rd though, just couldn't catch up in the end. Adam Galdi finishes in 4th from Rio Panadusi, who finished in 5th. Mason Munzer in 6th from Jensen Darlow, and Ollie Brunt from Travis Giddens, Harley Merrison and Jake Hansford rounds out your grid of drivers. But it got very close at the end there between those 2.
It's quite an interesting tactical race there. Dimitar Uzanov then winning from Oscar Churches. Otto May not too far behind at the end, a little bit unlucky not to get involved with the leaders. Galudi, Panayutu, Munzer, Darlow, Brunt, and as Charlie said, Travis Giddens, Harley Merrison a little bit further back. But good tactical racing between Uzanov and Churches in those stages, looking at each other's lines, but Uzanov really was brave on that final lap, holding the line through the Willows to prevent Churches from getting through and holding on to take the victory. As you can see out on the circuit, the green flags are now up, so the circuit is now ready for our next race of the day. At the halfway point of this round number 3 of the Hunts Kart Racing Club meeting at Kim Bolton, 15 races out of 30 now about to get underway. It'll be the KZs heat number 2 in just a few moments. Don't forget, of course, 2 heats for all of the race classes, 10 classes in total, and all 10 classes will have a final later on this afternoon. So plenty of action. We're just coming up to 1 o'clock at the track here, just gone 1, and everyone enjoying the early spring weather here. It's been rather nice and warm. It's maybe part of the course for March, really, but when we had such a miserable winter, it's been really cold and grey, but to get a bit of sun out, and everyone's enjoying being outdoors again here, and let's hope we get some nice weather throughout the season, because this is exactly the sort of conditions we want for racing. And John was saying before there, Charlie, the track conditions, I would say it's approaching perfect weather, but John's saying perhaps it's maybe a little bit, maybe a few degrees slightly too warm now for optimal performance.
Yeah, the track's always going to have that optimal, temperature where it would be at its best, and I think at the moment it's just a bit too hot. We're a couple of degrees over that optimal, which means that throughout the day the track's going to get slower, the times will be slower, and the tyres are going to have to work a lot more. So that's when you'll start to see a lot more graining on the tyres. But that's just the fun of motorsport. That's what we like to see. We like to see karts being pushed to their limits, and sometimes that's what happens. Next race out on track then, KZ UK. Obviously a big grid for KZ UK. Brilliant to see a bunch of karts out there. People from all disciplines getting together and racing. Some of the most accessible gearbox karting you can do nowadays.
It's nice as well, actually, Charlie. I mean, you'll maybe see a bit of this when you're doing the British mini bikes, but some of the drivers from other formula like to dip into some of this short circuit, for want of a better phrase, short circuit racing, such as the karting and the mini bikes. You see drivers in this, or we'll look at this actually: Miles Murphy, Ralph Youngling, Bailey Wrigglesford, Jed Defend, Ryan Green, James Glenister, Josh Price, Lucas Ellingham on row number 4. James Harvey, Isaac Smith, Nick Aitken, Leo Robinson, Nico Piccoli, George Baker on row 7, James Beecroft and Sam Ward on row number 8. Row 9 is the overplay for Charlie Turner from Sylvanus Climbers, Hannah Lang on row 10 from Bo Phillips, Ashley Lewis, Nat Thomas, Tom Mack, Bradley Calder on row number 12. 24th position with Kieran Leonard running up the field. But you see this in the mini bikes, which also take place on karting style circuits. A lot of the British superbike riders joining in some of the less restricted classes, some of the faster classes. So KZUK, let's say touring car drivers, driving some other karting or car racing formula as well. They do just enjoy the cut and thrust of this kind of karting based racing.
Yeah, I mean, someone I watch quite often who jumps into the mini bikes is Storm Stacey, who's a brilliant British superbikes rider, and it's something that he does because he firstly enjoys it, and secondly it's a good fitness way to keep going out on track, learn new bits and bobs here and there.
Yeah, they will say, of course, Charlie, that karting, aside from Formula 1, is about the purest form of racing you get, really. There's nothing much really to it apart from an engine, the transmission, really, and what's the 4 bits of rubber keeping you on the track, really.
It's probably one of the most physical parts of karting, parts of motorsport there is, because you're 2 inches off the ground and you feel everything through your bum. It's as you said, one of the most purest sports, and this is one of the purest categories you can race in.
Interesting aspect here as well. We've got some pretty highly rated drivers towards the front of the grid. Price near the front as well. We've got Lucas Ellingham starting well, and Ralph Youngling who struggled in the first race. We're starting on the front row here, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on as well. Yeah,
it's going to be very exciting. Now, the revs are starting to arise, so I'm assuming we're going to get racing soon. Here comes the red lights then. 4 red lights are upon us, and the lights out, and away we go. Now all the drivers will try and let off the clutch, and let's get going then. Looks like a good start by Miles Murphy, who gets his way into first. Now it looks like Bailey Wrigglesford gets into second place, or does he? Because it looked like one of the Formula K karts jumped into second place.
Off the track. Josh Price has gone off on the Willows.
That looked like a mechanical failure. I wonder if he can get it. Oh, he's got it going, but that is really unfortunate for Josh Price, who was one of the quickest drivers in the first heat. He's got a lot of work to do now, especially when it comes to the final. And another driver going off there.
All over the track here. There's drivers off on the...
like Ryan Green
as well. So here we go at the end of the first lap. We'll see how they all end up. So it's number 5 leading the way. Miles Murphy looking strong. James Glenister second. Bailey Wrigglesford, Isaac Smith, Harvey Ward, Turner, Beecroft, Lucas Ellingham 9th. Bo Phillips rounding out the top 10. So a few drivers hitting trouble on the first lap. We're looking further down the field. I think from the first row of the grid, we've got Nico Piccoli, Tom Mack, Ryan Green, Kieran Leonard, Hannah Lang dropping down from that midfield as well, and Ralph Lunging down to 12th, so an incident-packed first lap. The number 36 of Leo Robinson almost stalled the kart on the grid, notably, but managed to get it going again. But this seems to be turning into a two-way fight here.
I don't think you could see it on the cameras, but there was 2 karts up at the Dan Weldon complex, so it looks like some sort of contact was made and forced some drivers off. There's a couple of moves happening throughout the field. That is Charlie Turner on a move on Sam Ward. Now, where is this battle for? This is a bit further down the field. My apologies, it's in 5th. So a good move there by Charlie Turner. Here is your battle front. There is your karts there, trying to push them to see if we can get going again. But here is your battle at the front. Miles Murphy still leads the way. It's James Glenister there in 2nd place. Bailey Rugglesford into 3rd. Good race by Bailey so far. He's slowly getting closed in on by Isaac Smith, who was the vice TCR UK champion a couple of years ago. Did a couple of races out in TCR Europe and has come back to KZ karting now. Always a brilliant step to go back to karting. I wouldn't really call it a step back. I'd probably say it's a step to the side. As it's a really professional category of karting is KZ. A lot to learn, and it's, you know, to drive one of these is something unheard of. Really, it's a different breed of kart to anything that someone may have driven.
Bailey Smith lining up the 119 of Bailey Rigglesford here. Nicely worked move. He's going to try and make the move down the inside, going into Stowe corner. And yes, indeed. Oh, look at that, parking the kart on the apex there. Very neatly done to prevent Rigglesford from finding his way back through. It's what you'd call in motor racing or motorcycling terms a block pass, where you park the bike on the apex of the corner, stop your rival getting back through. Very similar principle there. But what it has done is allowed Charlie Turner, who had a difficult race last time out, and we're looking to fight back, and Sam Ward in the number 11 to get up there as well. 4 drivers going into Kimbolton corner, piling through. Murphy leading, Glenister 2nd. They've gone over the line now. The K-plate of Isaac Smith now clear in 3rd, trying to pull away, get some good lines as they fight for the positions behind. Oh, as the 192 of Rigglesford gets pushed out, loses out on the approach to the corner there, and the O-plate of Charlie Turner moving through here. So Turner, of course, had trouble in heat number 1. Really does need a good result here in heat number 2. Will be determined to try and fight his way back through here, and putting the K-plate of Isaac Smith under some real pressure. And further on down, of course, we've got Leah Robinson moving through. Ralph Youngling on the charge back after that difficult first lap. Bradley Calder, Ashley Lewis, Lucas Ellingham in 10th, James Beecroft 12th. Hannah Lang moving up to 16th place after virtually being at the back of the field at the start of the race, so she's coming through quite nicely as well. But at the moment, the number 5 Miles Murphy leads the way from Glenister. But this battle for 3rd place here, Charlie is really hotting up.
Yeah, Isaac Smith here has really got a hold on now from Charlie Turner. One thing we haven't really spoke about much in most of these categories is the reliability in these hot conditions, especially when it comes to these KZ karts and more the X30 side of things. It's really easy for engines to seize up, you know, under these conditions. So that'll be something to watch out for, especially when the engines start to get hotter. And you know, these engines have to have an ultimate move here by Charlie Turner on the inside of Isaac Smith. He had a look and they got close, but Isaac Smith held it round the outside, kept the power down. But this is all starting now. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. We've got 4 karts who could potentially take this final spot on the podium here. Obviously, Isaac Smith holds on to it for the time being, but Charlie Turner, Sam Ward and Bailey Rugglesford all have a great opportunity. Now, you can see Isaac Smith is already starting to defend here because he knows he's feeling pressured. Charlie Turner, the O-Plate winner. He won the O-Plate last year, so he knows how to win races. Now, he's won here at Kimbolton before. He goes for the move on the inside of Isaac Smith. And Sam Ward's going to try and make his way through as well. Oh, they're going to go bumper to bumper. Oh, nearly got close for comfort there, but Sam Ward makes it through. And that was more 2 for the price of 1. As soon as 1 kart comes through, it opens up a perfect opportunity for the second kart to come through in the pack. And I think Bailey Rugglesford might even have an opportunity here. And that will drop Isaac Smith way down into 6th place.
Yeah, this is all allowing the top 2, Miles Murphy and James Glenister, to pull away. The leader's just gone over the line, incidentally, as the rest of the field in that top 5 battle making their way out to the final corner. Charlie Turner then up to 2nd place now, Sam Ward. Isaac Smith dropping to 4th position, Rigglesford down to 5th, and Leo Robinson had a difficult start to the race, has got underway. Oh, but trouble here for the number 5 of Miles Murphy, who is running so well. The kart is cruising down the start-finish line straight. The race goes on as we look at the Dan Weldon corner. But there is trouble in the race here as the previous front runner, Miles Murphy, is seemingly out of the race. He's pushing his kart down the track. The race goes on. There are waved yellow flags where the leaders are coming up to now, huddling up to the finish line. You may see him any moment now when they come back towards the straight. Here they come down to the first corner, and there he is on the side of the track there, pushing his cart back to the pits. Miles Murphy seemingly out of the race. That shuffles everyone up a position. Ralph Youngling up to 7th place, finding his way through. Ashley Lewis up to 8th. Bradley Calder 9th. And Hannah Lang, who's had a good steady race here, slowly but surely picking her way through the field, is now up to 11th position.
Well, I wonder what happened there to Miles Murphy. It looked like a mechanical issue, and that must have been commentator's curse, because we were literally just talking about, obviously these engines do have the opportunity to seize or any sort of other mechanical issue. And, as soon as we get under these hot temperatures, it's getting a lot hotter by the minute. And, well, that's just what happens. I mean, I couldn't work out why we couldn't see his name for a couple of laps, and that looked like the reason why, because he had to retire from the race. Here's Leo Robinson, who's just behind Bailey Wigglesford. Haven't spoke much about him at the moment. He's sitting in 5th at the moment. He's slowly closing in on the pack in front. Just to say well done to Bure Phillips, who's there in 6th. He's made up 14 places, so brilliant drive there. You can see him on your screens now. He had a really good first heat, and he's trying to recover from starting near the back of the field in the second heat. Yellow flag out in turn 1, so no overtaking for the time being. So they won't be able to overtake till they get to the derricks, down the derrick straight and into Downwell and Complex. Now here is Charlie Turner on your screens, but the main man we need to watch out for is James Glenister, who's far up the road, 4.6 seconds from the rest of the pack. And soon enough, as he comes round the final corner, James Glenister will win in KZ for the second heat of the day. Charlie Turner will cross the line in second. Up 15 places for Charlie Turner from Sam Ward, who made up 12 to finish inside the top 3. Bader Wigglesford there in 4th, who finished from Leah Robertson in 5th. Joe Phillips, Ralph Youngling and Ash Lewis, who makes up 13 places. He gets to 8th. Luke Sanigam in there 9th. Bradley Calder rounds out your top 10, makes up 14 places. From Nat Thomas, Jed DeFriend, James Harvey, George Barker and Sylvius Kilmass rounds out your top 15.
Quite a lot of attrition in that race as well. Good to see Nick Aitken back in the running as well. He was dropped out of contention heat number 1. But quite a few drivers failing to finish there. We're talking about Hannah Lang early in the race. She retired from the race with mechanical issues. There's your top 16. Glenister, of course, taking a brilliant win there from Charlie Turner, Sam Ward and Bailey Wigglesford, Leah Robinson, Bo Phillips. But look at some of these drivers who failed to finish. Saw her say Hannah Lang out of contention. Isaac Smith dropping out. Miles Murphy, quite notably, after leading the race. And one of the favourites coming into this race, Josh Price, the number 1, dropping out very early. And we just saw actually number 32 just out of our camera shot there. Tom Mack, who got into trouble very early in the race, and the kart rattling and shaking about. They'll have some work to do before the next race gets underway. It's a bit of a flurry of activity just to the left of the camera here at the moment, out on the track, with people retrieving some of those stricken karts from the circuit. So we're halfway through the meeting now. 15 races now completed, 30 in total. It's of course halfway through the second group of heats. All of these karts, all of these classes have 2 heat races each, and then of course later on in the afternoon the finals. So as the afternoon program, you'd say, really starts to get underway. Temperatures rising here, and as you were saying earlier, of course, about the tyres as the Rotax 177s get underway, that could be a real issue to contend with as well. Just if you're not running very well in the heat race, just to try and park the kart and save those tyres. So 177s getting underway shortly here, Charlie, and this another one looks set to be a very good race.
Yes, some really good drivers in this 177 grid. I mean, we saw in the first heat, it got very exciting at the start of the race, and throughout the race there was battles all the way through the pack. But in some of these races, you're seeing sort of the top 3, either they'll pull away together or they'll just create gaps to each other, and that could really deflect what the race is going to plan out for the rest of the race. Obviously, at the end of the day, it just comes down to who can make those mistakes and how hard it costs them. This is a grid then. So Leah Todd will start from pole position, Josh Howard in second, Scott Clee and Jonathan Rowton from Francesco Borghese, from Will Milner, Stavros and Gordon Chenery from Alfie Bray and Chad Little, Dave German from Ben Pawsey, Sam Yaxley, Alex Jones, Michael Gibson, Jeff Cox rounds out your row 8 from Colin Walker, Adam Clark, Adrian Nigua from Ollie Goodyear, Elliot Kennedy, Tyler Cox, George Willis, Adrian Williams rounds out your 12th row. Liam Ferguson, Ben Hitch, Matt Lear, Bill Boyer, Daniel Walker, Jake Bigglestaff, and Andy Chenery rounds out your 16 rows, 31 karts, and it's going to be exciting. We also knew about Liam Ferguson, who won the first heat earlier today. He is going to be starting right at the back of this grid. This is going to be an exciting one for him. But we've also got some quick drivers at the front as well. Some sort of drivers to watch out for. Watch out for sort of Alfie Bray, Gordon Chenery. Two really quick drivers. Obviously Scott Klee, who's won here before in 177s. Really quick driver is Scott. But there's drivers throughout the grid, so yeah. I think we're on for a real race here.
Yeah, it could be wide open this one. Look out as well for Chad Little, who had his moments in heat number 1. Starting a little bit further forward this time, you might say, so might have the advantage of a better grid position. Here they come through the Kimbolton corner, and Rotax 177 heat number 2 getting underway. Start is good. They all know the hands are up further back there, so it is. The driver's a bit further back there, struggling to get into position, so we are going to have a run round here and go for another lap, so they are not under racing conditions. The full start flag coming out, green flag with the yellow chevron. You may see it on the Marshall points. If you look to the side of your screen, you'll see those Marshall huts. And very quick to get the full start flag out here, so the drivers immediately know that they are not racing. They just rein it back a bit now, and we'll go once again for the restart. And we see the drivers piling through Dan Weldon corner fairly quickly. There's a cut back now to the TKM straight, heading into Kestrel corner. They'll bring it right down, and there's the leader. Well, Lee Todd quite far out in front there. He'll slow right down to get them bunched up, and hopefully here Charlie go for a better start this time.
Let's see what happens then. Rotax 177s. Will we go for a second time of asking? Let's have a watch and see. Lee Todd will start from pole. Josh Howard on the outside into turn 1. Here we go. Oh, some drivers using the concrete, but it looks like a good start by Josh Howard, or is it because they're going to go 3 wide? And looks like Scott Klee makes his way into the lead. Went 3 wide into turn 2. That looked a bit scrappy, but it looks good for the time being. Into second drops Lee Todd. Josh Howard there in third. Jonathan Roughton has made his way into 4th as they all come flying through down into Dan Weldon Complex. Scott Klee already got a bit of a gap here. He's looking pretty dominant so far.
Yeah, good start from Scott Klee, who's had his moments, of course, in Rotax 177 many times here at Kimbolton, so could well be a favourite in contention in this heat race. Out to the final corner they go, so it's Klee that's leading. Over the line they go. Scott Klee leading. Josh Howard, Jonathan Railton, Francesco Borghese well placed, Stavros Athanasopoulos in 6th place. Gordon Chenery, Chad Little, David German and Alfie Bray rounding out the top 10 at the end of the first lap. But Scott Klee, trying to break away at the front of the field, has a good start here. Look how close they are at the edge of the top 10. Rotax 177, it's all fairly even machinery, you would say, so some of that midfield racing looks set to be very close. But Scott Klee has got the advantage in this one, trying to break away. We just saw on the side of the screen there, driver going onto the grass into the Dan Weldon corner. Some really fast, furious racing here as they scrap for position in these early stages. Oh, here we see at the front here, 1 or 2 out-braking manoeuvres going into the Kimbolton corner. I think that was the number 55 going for a move there. Stavros Athanasopoulos now up to 5th place. Francesco Borgese's moved through as well in the number 27 kart. So some positions being changed towards the front of the field. There's the top 10 all running very close. Gordon Chenery, Lee Todd, Chad Little, David German and Steve Yaxley all behind the number 55.
Oh, a couple of drivers going off there.
Yeah, there was somebody onto the grass earlier. There is a oil flag I just noticed just going into the Dan Weldon corner, Charlie.
Yeah, the surface flag's out going into the sector, but before the sector, a couple of drivers getting too close to comfort there and colliding with each other. That looked like Alfie Bray was getting involved with that. So that would have been the battle with 11th. Looks like David German got involved with that as well. Here's a battle on your screens. That's for 5th, it looks like. Driver
just watching here, Charlie. They're coming through Derek's corner now into the Dan Weldon corner. Look out for the Marshall point here. You may well just see it on the side of your screen. This is where the oil, there it is. You saw the red and yellow striped flag, so there's oil or some sort of fluid on the Dan Weldon corner. The race goes on. They haven't put the Battenberg flags out or done anything to change that, of course, so hopefully that should be okay.
But with the Pacific service flag, it doesn't always have to be sort of oil or a lubricant on circuit. It can actually be for damage, or if a component fell off a cart, it can also be that as well. So it's there as a warning. Tell the drivers, it might not be the best idea to make a move now. There's something on track that, it could cause you.
The soil on the track maybe as well. Saw one or two drivers going off the track there as well into that top corner. They have brought the flag back in, notably.
Yeah, so it looks like the track is all right now in that sector as they all come flying through. Good to see Stavros having a good race there. There he is on your screens there. Got the white helmet, the white and green kart there as they come through the final corner, leading this pack of Gordon Chenery, Will Milner, Sam Yaxley as they come through once again. Good to see Liam Ferguson. He's having a brilliant drive so far. 17 places so far into P8. We obviously knew he was quick in the first heat. And there he is on your screens. Oh, making a move there on Gordon Chenery. That was a brilliant move by Liam Ferguson. Manages to get the move done, and now we'll try and chase after Stavros. But near on the back of the grid, he's having a superb race so far. Saying that.
Looking good here. There was Stavros Stampanotis in 55, currently in 6th position. Scott Clee continuing to lead the way. So we'll look at this battle just on the edge of the top 5. Railton still second. Howard in third. Borghese fourth. Chad Little slowly but surely is picking his way through the field. He's got up to 5th position. Kart number 25, getting past Stavros Athanasopoulos in 6th position. Liam Ferguson running well in 7th. Here they come up towards the Derek's corner. There's Stavros there, 55. And Athanasopoulos really fending off here. The number 165 of Liam Ferguson, who's putting under a lot of pressure. White helmet, the green and white Tony Kart livery there for number 55. Athanasopoulos now holding that inside line as Ferguson tries to go down the inside. This is the fight for 6th position. Ferguson with a lovely line out of the corner though, takes the position on the exit. And now up to 6th position. Borghese 5th. Chad Little has moved up to 4th position. Kart number 25 has again slowly but surely been making his way through the field. So we've got Gordon Chenery in 8th place, Will Milner, Sam Yaxley, those drivers just behind this battle right now as you look at the 165 of Liam Ferguson, who ran very well in heat number 1 of course, but with the worst sprint position heat 2 has fought back very well now up into what will be 6th position.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looking set to start from the pole spot in the final. We'll have to wait and see. We haven't spoke about Scott Clee in this entire race. He's having a brilliant drive so far. 2 seconds separates him and 2nd place, which is Jonathan Roughton. Josh Howard is there in 3rd as well. It's pretty good to see Liam Ferguson making up those moves, showing that, even though we're starting at the back, we can still make those moves up through the field. There he is, Scott Clee on your screens. You can see how smooth he is as he heads through the Dan Weldon complex. You tap the brake going into Kesh. You'll be very smooth through here as well. And then the Kim Bolton corner. Make sure you take a late apex, try and power as quick as you can to feed you down this long straight, one of the longest straights in British karting. Jonathan Roughton there in 2nd place, trying to get some sort of slipstream effect off Scott Clee, but he's just not close enough. Liam Ferguson there on your screens. And the battles behind, Stavros and Gordon Chenery are battling for P8 on the road.
I think here as well that Scott Clee might have timed this to perfection because he crossed the line with 40 seconds on the clock, lapping in the 41 region right now. So he should get through just in time for the last lap board as we look at Athanasopoulos currently in 7th place, 8th. Gordon Chenery, Sam Yaxley, George Willis, Alex Jones, Ben Hitch and Ollie Goodyear having a very close battle. As I can tell you over the line, it is 1 lap to go. Scott Clee timing that to perfection. 1 lap to go here. Railton 2nd. Howard 3rd, Little 4th. This great battle on the edge of the top 10, all charging through as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner. So still got Scott Clee, 116. Looks like him now leading out of the Derek's corner through towards the double apex here at Dan Weldon corner. And down the TKM straight for the final time. It's been a fantastic race so far for Scott Clee.
Here we go then, 2 more corners to go into the final corner, Kim Bolton corner. What a drive from Scott Clee. He'll take a look behind and think, where is everyone gone? Scott Clee takes a win in 177. Brilliant drive by Clee, who finishes up. 2nd place was Jonathan Roughton. Josh Howard rounds out your top 3 from Chad Little. And Borgney, who finishes in 5th. Liam Ferguson up to 6th place, makes up 19 places. What a drive from Ferguson. From Stavros, Gordon Chenery, Sam Yaxley, George Willis, who makes up 13 places to round out your top 10. Ben Hitch in 11th, makes up 15 places. From Alex Jones, Ollie Goodyear, Will Milner, Elliot Kennedy, Bill Bauer, from Michael Gibson, Tyler Cox, Matt Lear, Ben Pawsey, Andy Chenery, Alfie Bray, who got caught up in that incident earlier in the race, Jake Biggerstaff, Adrian Williams, David German, who was also caught up in that collision, from Adam Clark, Conor Walker, Geoff Cox, and your 3 retirees were Daniel Walker, Adriel Aguirre, and Lee Todd. So unfortunate there for those drivers at the back of the field. So that's the last couple of drivers are coming over to finish the race. So really, drivers who are up at the front really being caught out there by silly incidents on the circuit. Now the next race coming up will be Senior X30s, but we'll have a little bit of a stop whilst they pick up a couple of the stranded carts that were left out on circuit from that 177 race. Really good to see some brilliant driving at 177. Really excited to see how the CNX30s get on. It's going to be Noah Olbson who starts from the pole spot, Reese Newburn alongside Pierre Jurvix and Alvin Chu from Henry Rollins Hart, Isaac Marsh, Katie Ashman, Ryan Etchberg, Josh Jones, Conor McPoland, Jensen Pugh, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Harris, Jack Stewart, Aidan Eldridge, Ruben Bryan. Rounds out your row 8. We're looking forward to see how Hayden gets on. Tiger Dixon, Monty Breathwaite, Jessica Fitchell, Jack Dan, Aaron Lask, James Reynolds, and Zach Wellen rounds out your 12 rover drivers. Now, I don't know how James Reynolds, I don't know if James Reynolds will be racing in this one. Obviously, I was walking around the paddock earlier with my lunch break and saw him in saw his arm wrapped up. So I wonder if he'll be having to take the day off of action today. But this is going to be exciting. These IAME engines really do shake up the action here. Obviously, same machinery, but obviously different chassis, and you can change the setup to how you want it, and that really makes or breaks drivers' weekends. Obviously, so there's Adriel getting walked back into the pit lane. Really unfortunate to see his retiree. Let's get forward for this race. So the gate will open, the flags will go up, and here we go then. Senior X30 is rolling out. Here's another look at your grid. Noah Orbison starts from pole. Some really quick drivers in this first 4 rows. Ryan Etchberg, one to watch out for. Josh Jones as well, quick driver. Jensen Pugh was a really quick driver in that first heat. As well as Hayden Eldridge, who took the win in Heat 1. Tiger Dixon was quick as well. Monty Breathwaite, one to watch out for. Jack Dan and Aaron Lask, both quick drivers. And that's not to count out everyone else on the grid. You know, anything can happen in these races. And it's going to be one to watch out for. You're going to see how hard these drivers are. Well, they're trying to hold their carts, but tyre weaving side to side won't really do much. It's more of just checking to see if the steering wheel works. Now, we'll come around the last corner now. Whether they'll be going for the first time asking, I don't believe so. We are. We're going away for the first time asking. Let's see what happens there. Noah Orbison on the inside. Reese Newburn on the outside. Now, well, Reese, hold on to, I think he dropped a third. Oh, driver spin in there. And that was Ryan Etchberg who's been caught out in that. Number 40 off as well. So really unfortunate there. Number 40, Isaac Marsh, getting in there. Now, the 2 Veloce carts at the front of the field, Orbison and Jurovic. Jurevic's been a really quick driver recently. The last couple of rounds, he's been really on the pace. As Monty Breathwaite making a move on Jessica Fitchell. That was a brilliant move through the Weldon complex. Not a move that can be easy to make right. As they come round to finish the first lap of the race. It's still Orbison that holds on to the lead. Jurovic, who's in second, and he will still hold to second. I thought Reese Newburn might have a little look for a lead. Katie Ashman's had a good start. She's into 4th now, up 3 places. And she's a driver to watch out for when it comes to later this race. If she can get past Reese Newburn, it will do the Veloce racing car. So a load of good. As this looks like a really good result for them. This is going to be hopefully a 1-2-3 if it stays like this. As they head through, a driver, Ryan Etchberg, just coming across the start finish line now. He is having to return to the pits. Oh, moved there by Reece Newburn. Got a look on the inside of Pierre Jurovic. Now, he's done half the move by making the move past. Now, would he have to defend into turn one? He doesn't. And that was a good idea because Pierre Jurovic doesn't go for the move. And he's going to slot into third. So, good move by Reece Newburn. Now, watch out for Katie Ashman. What will she think about this? She is going to have a look on the inside of Jurovic. Now, they're going to run side by side and try not to hit each other. Very good driving by these three. By these two, my apologies. Look, you can watch them now. They're trying to work together. Oh, working a bit too closely together. Katie Ashman really getting the push from Jurovic. Now, watch this. Conor McPolin might be able to look on Jurovic. That was a late one. He's going to be on to the outside, going to Kim Bolton corner. That will give him the better run as they come down the start-finish straight. Now let's see what McPolin can do. Watch him on that white car as they come down into turn one. He's going to look for the move. Yes, he does. He goes on the inside. Oh, he gets too far down the inside. And they had a look on Katie Ashman there. Loses momentum. Jurovic goes back through. And watch out for Jensen Pugh as well. This racing is exhilarating to commentate on. Oh, we're going to go free wide to Derek's corner. Brilliant move by McPolin. And Jensen Pugh getting the worst of that. Drops back down and lets through Aidan Eldridge, who's having a brilliant drive in the field so far. We remember Hayden on the first couple laps of the race was really on it. Oh, move for the lead here. Reece Newburn goes down the inside of Noah Orbson. And that is the first lead change of the race as they head down the start-finish straight. What can Orbson do about this? Will he be able to counteract on Newburn's speed? Newburn setting the fastest lap of the race on that last time around. 41.15. The times are starting to come down. There's a bit of a breeze I can start to feel. Now, I wonder if that will help cool the track just that little bit to help with the carts. With that extra tyre performance, the cool down of the engine just a little bit more. Get that air-fuel mixture running really well as they come through once again. Down into the final corner. The Kim Bolton corner, really hard corner to get right. You've got to open it up on the entry. Make sure to carry enough speed through as possible without scrubbing off the tyre too much. As they come round once again, this battle is raging on here. Watch out for Jurovic. He's losing a place to Henry Rowland's Heart. Makes the move done. Jensen Pugh's having a good battle with Tiger Dixon. They're going to be side by side through the Willow section. Just about hold on to it. Brilliant stuff there. Tiger Dixon back on the inside, and looks like Monty Breathwaite is getting his head stuck in there as well. Jurovic can't really react to Henry Rowland's Heart pace, or can he? Because Henry runs a bit wide there, but I wonder if that was just to try and open up the exit as they head down to Kestrel corner. Into the final corner of the circuit once again. Monty Breathwaite is using it as another overtaking opportunity. Brilliant move. Gets the move done as they head down the start-finish straight. And into turn one, Stowe corner. Really hard braking zone to get right, but when you do, it flows really nicely into Willow section. Turns 2 and 3 as they head off and down the straight into Derek's corner. Really hard corner to get right. Oh, Monty Breathwaite's making a move of it. Oh, that was really close. I think he knew halfway through making a move that this one is not going to stick. He's going to try and back out of it. And Monty Breathwaite just about hold on to it. Without causing much havoc to Jurovic. Now, what is Breathwaite going to do? Is he going to go for another move? Yes, he does, down the inside. 2 corners and 2 overtakes in that final corner. What a drive it's been for Monty Breathwaite so far. Hayden Eldridge, we have to speak about him. He's made up 11 places so far into 4. As they come through once again, Jensen Pugh really on the back now of Jurovic. Jurovic is getting absolutely bullied right now. This is more like a WWE wrestling match than a Senior X30 race. Everyone's trying to knock down Jurovic as they come through. Hayden Eldridge. There he is with Conor McPolin. Conor's really showing himself up here at Kim Bolton. His first trek to the venue. And it looks like he's really enjoying himself. Hayden now on the back of Katie Ashman. This is the move for the last spot on the podium. Now, Hayden Eldridge set the fastest lap of that time around, 40.6. As they come into Derek's corner, Katie Ashman defends it. What will Hayden Eldridge do about that? He'll try and get the cutback manoeuvre. Katie defends off pretty well as they come through Dan Walden Complex. Down the straight into the final couple of corners. Hayden Eldridge, will he have a look for a move? Here is Henry Rowland's Heart on your screens with Tiger Dixon. Oh, Tiger breaks later, tries to have a look. Just wasn't enough. And now back to our front runners. Hayden Eldridge just get past Katie Ashman, and that's for 3rd place. Watch out for Connor McPolin on that white car, who's there in 5th. Might have a look of an opportunity here to get past Katie Ashman, try and have an opportunity to try and catch up to 3rd. Times, as we said, coming down quite rapidly here. 40.6, as we said, for Hayden Eldridge. That last lap being 5/10 quicker than Albston, who's in 2nd. And as we can see, Hayden Eldridge already on the back now of Albston. Noah really struggling at the end of this race. Hayden Eldridge goes on the inside, but Noah, will he have a look at the cutback? He has a look, but can't get it done, does not have the momentum. Now, Hayden Eldridge, he's just a bit too far back now to really catch up to Reece Newburn. I mean, we say that, we'll always expect the unexpected in these races, because we never know what could happen to Reece Newburn. You know, a sudden loss of pace could see the opportunity for Hayden Eldridge to have a look. Here's some good battling further down on your grid. Josh Jones trying to have a look on Jensen Pugh. Jensen Pugh on the inside of Henry Rowland's Heart. And looks like Aaron Lasker. Oh, very aggressive move there by Noah Albson. Oh, contact there. Connor McPolin goes round, and that was with the contact between Katie Ashman and Noah Albson. Now, it looked like Noah was all over the place into that braking zone. So Noah really getting his elbows out as they go. They went into turn 1. Let's see what happens here for the rest of the lap. Noah's got to battle out with Monty Breathwaite, who Monty finds a way through. They were just going in a bit too deep. That will drop him down to 4th. But round the final corner comes Reece Newburn. Reece Newburn really controlling the race here. Takes the win in CNX 30 Heat 2. Hayden Eldridge follows up in 2nd place. Up 13 places was Eldridge from Katie Ashman. And Monty Breathwaite up 14 for Breathwaite. It was Noah Albston who dropped to 5th. Tiger Dixon and Jensen Pugh from Joshua Jones, Aaron Lask and Henry Rowlands Hart, who rounds out your top 10. From Ruben Bryan, Jessica Fitchell, Harrison Morrow, Jack Stewart and Zach Willen from Isaac Marsh, who finishes in 17th. Looks like Connor McPolin manages to recover to 15th, but what a unfortunate result that was. He was looking pretty dominant to even have a look at maybe a podium spot, but he was having a look for 4th. It was just one of them things that comes around. Your retirees in that race, Peter Jurovic had to retire from the race. Really unfortunate for Jurovic. Battling up there for those podium positions. Alvin Dew also retired, Oliver Harris. And we saw Ryan Etchberg retire from the race. And James Reynolds did not start the race. Recent injury in the first heat meant that he was unable to start the 2nd heat. The next race coming up, though, however, TKM Extremes. Really excited to see how they get on. TKM Extremes sponsored by the Klassen Motorsport. And let's talk about that first heat then for TKM Extremes. Really exciting stuff there. We had Charlie Whitehouse at the end of the race trying to close in on the top 3. The top 3 battle was raging. Drivers such as Harvey Jones, who had a really unfortunate heat 1. He was up there near the front of the pack. And as the race went on, slowly started to fall down. It's the pros and cons with these random grid races. Sometimes it can work in your favour, sometimes it doesn't. But that's the beauty of motorsport. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And the luck is always never there. So, just waiting now to see what happens next. Now, here's the TKM Extreme lineup. Johan Kelly Churn will start from pole, from Reese Porter and William Bryan, from Thomas Shaw, Sam Cope, James Cox, Kean Bennett and William Bloom, from Charlie Whitehouse, Harvey Jones, Sean Abbott, from Patrick Leaf, Miles Reitman, John Stafford and James Workman rounds out your 8 row of drivers, 15 on the grid. And here we go, the smoke will arise as they exit the pit lane from the dummy grid and onto the circuit. Now, some really quick drivers who are starting at the back of the grid. Kean Bennett is someone to watch out for. Obviously, we didn't see much of Bennett in the first heat. Got caught up in a collision near the start of the race. Let's see how they line up as they come round to form up in their tram lines. Obviously two grids, well not two grids, two lines of karts, and obviously they've got to try and form up in those tram lines. As they come round the final corner, you'll try and spot the tram lines as they come round. But it's going to be really exciting. Johan Kelly Churn, really good to see him back out karting after a serious injury later last year. Let's see if we can get going for the first time. I'm asking, yes we do. Down into turn 1. Let's see what happens then. Reese Porter on the outside. Kelly Churn on the inside. Watch out for Thomas Shaw. He's trying to make some moves as well. So Thomas Shaw will get his way into second place, or does he? He runs a bit wide. And that gives the perfect opportunity for William Bryan to get through into second place as they head down into Derek's corner. Johan Kelly Churn, a brilliant gap so far as they head through. William Bryan there in second place. Thomas Shaw in third. Harvey Jones is there in fourth as they head through. Really good to see that all the drivers have made it through unscathed. Johan Kelly Churn had a perfect start here. He's already gaining about half-second lead. Oh, Thomas Shaw on the inside. What a move from Shaw. Shaw was really dominant in that first heat. Let's see if we can go back on William Bryan down into turn 1. Yes, he does. So Bryan, he made the move back on the exit, but it looked like Thomas Shaw managed to find some sort of momentum to get him going down into turn 1. Flying to Derek's corner now. Really hard section of corners to get right here. Jump over the curbs and feed your way round into the Dan Weldon complex. 3 apexes to hit. Make sure you use all the track on the middle of the corner to open up for this back straight into 2 corners now. Kesher corner and the Kim Bolton corner. Really hard corner to get right. Oh, Harvey Jones makes a move on the inside of William Bryan. Good move there. That would give the opportunity for, my apologies, it was Jake Cox who had made it into third. So that car, that green and black car, that is the 26 of Jake Cox. My apologies. As they head down into Derek's corner. Thomas Shaw there in second now. He's really closed in now on Johan Kelly Churn. Could this be a move in the corners to come? He's right on his arse now as they enter Dan Weldon complex. As they go down into Kestrel corner. And into the final corner. Thomas Shaw, he's going to have a look at a move. Yes, he does. On the inside of Johan Kelly Churn. He gets the move done. And will Jake Cox have a look as well? He had a peak, but it wasn't enough. Now look at William Bloom there in fourth. Stipulating to Bryan and Leaf behind. Saying, come on guys, we can see the front pack here. We can see a win here. Let's get the head down and let's get going. William Bloom there. He's so close to the top 3 here. Now, if they manage to catch up, we're going to be looking at, well, we're going to be looking at a 10-kart battle for the win here. This is going to properly shake up here. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, but this race is far from over. Johan Kelly Churn is the real factor that can change this race. Now, if he makes the move on Thomas Shaw, he's got to try and make sure Thomas Shaw does not pull away. As I say that, Thomas Shaw makes the move on Kelly Churn. Jake Cox down, jumps up to second. Kelly Churn down to third. Now William Bloom there in fourth. Let's see what he can do. Jake Cox sets the fastest lap of the race on that last time around. 43.8 from 43.6, my apologies. As they enter Derek's corner. Jake Cox there, that green and black car. Watch out for him as they come through. That Weldon complex and down the back straight into the last 2 corners of the circuit. Really 2 good corners. You've got to make sure you flow the car right. Oh, Jake Cox had a little look there. He had a little peek, but it just wasn't enough. Thomas Shaw will defend that nicely as they come down into turn 1. Now Thomas Shaw, he hasn't defended going into turn 1, and this is the opportunity for Jake Cox to have a look on the inside. Oh, it's so close. But Thomas Shaw will hold it around the outside. Brilliant stuff there by Thomas Shaw. Really calculated that move there. He knew that Jake Cox was going to have a look and decided to just brake a bit later and hold the speed round the corner. This is why TKM Extreme is one of the best karting classes to get into, because you know some of these drivers are so experienced, know every trick in the book, and it's always nice to see these young guns try and get in and try and show themselves off against them. Thomas Shaw, a really established TKM Extreme driver, Harvey Jones there second. Oh, who is this coming in for third? This is William Bloom, part of the RSR squad. He's going to be looking to see if he could win this race. Now, what will William Bloom do? Will he defend into turn one? No, he decides better of it. Good thinking there by William Bloom. Stipulates to Callie Churn behind to say, come on, you know what the plan is. We've got to catch up to these two again. And let's see what happens then. Callie Churn had a little peek. Oh, Jake Cox and Thomas Shaw nearly got close to comfort there. Jake Cox had a little peek. But Thomas Shaw just holding on. Thomas Shaw has got to be staying consistent. But one small mistake can cost him wisely and is going to open up the opportunity for Cox here if he's not careful. Cox gets the better run out the final corner. What will this do down into turn one? Let's see what happens. Thomas Shaw, will he defend? No, he doesn't. Here comes Jake Cox on the inside. Oh, it's so close, but he doesn't manage to do it. Scrubs the tyres as he goes through turn one, down through turn two, turn three, the Willow section. Really got to make sure you keep the kart flowing through there. Now the race is on. Thomas Shaw has to defend. Oh, William Bloom round the outside. What a move from William Bloom into second place. What an overtake. Round the outside through the Derek's corner. How on earth did he even think to do that? Brilliant stuff there by William Bloom. Now he's going to try and catch up to Thomas Shaw, because this is given the perfect opportunity for Thomas to pull a bit of a gap as they come round. But look at the pack as they come through the start-finish straight. We've got 10 karts in this battle now for the win. Anything can happen here. Less than a minute left on the clock. We're going to get a couple laps left of racing, but I want this race to carry on forever because it's going to be so exciting. William Bloom can make or break this race. He's got the pace, because the slipstream effect around this Gimbalton circuit is so strong, especially in these sort of karts where momentum is key. Thomas Shaw needs to watch out. He's checking behind. He's making sure William Bloom isn't catching up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Will William Bloom have a look? No, he doesn't. He's going to wait for the start-finish rate. Here we go. William Bloom is the man to watch in the next couple of laps. Thomas Shaw, he decides not to defend into turn one. Good thinking by Thomas Shaw. He wants to try and put in some consistent laps now. The top three are starting to spread away now because the battle for fourth is raging on. William Bryant has made his way into fourth now. Oh, look at that. Miles Brightman all on the grass. Oh, here comes the move round the outside yet again from William Bloom. What a move. And watch out for Jax Cox. What a move from Cox. How the hell did he even think to do that? That was brilliant stuff from Jake Cox. What a move. Took full action of William Bloom and decided to full send it on the cutback. Last lap board is going out now. This is a one-lap dash for the second heat of TKM Extreme. Anyone can win this race as they come down into Stoke Corner once again. Brilliant battle here between Charlie Whiteice and Miles Reitman as they come through the top three. Nose to tail. Here goes Thomas Shaw. Oh, Whitehouse in the barrier there. Miles Reitman spinning off there. Unfortunate there. You can just see it in your background here, but this is the battle we need to watch out for. William Bloom right on the back of Jake Cox. Let's see what happens as they head into the final couple of corners. William Bloom, he made the move for second place. Would it be enough for the lead? Oh, he's going to try and go on the cutback. It's going to be very close, but I think Jake Cox manages to hold on to it. Brilliant stuff there by Jake Cox. Wins TKM Extreme Heat 2, but that felt more like a final the way they were driving the karts. William Bloom finishes in second place. Thomas Shaw in third. William Bryant and Harvey Jones rounds out your top five from Callie Churn and Patrick Lee. Kean Bennett and Sean Abbott and Reese Porter rounds out your top 10. Really good to see. 3.7 seconds separates the top 10, but going into that last lap, it looked like it was about 2 seconds that covered the whole field. Really close between the top 10 there. And what a race to finish off the heats for TKM Extreme, and we're looking forward to seeing how their final gets on later today.
Yeah, should be really good later on. Bodes well. The TKM Racing and Rotax, of course, as close and competitive as ever. So we've got the senior and junior Rotax follow with our heat races, then straight through, of course, to the finals to take us through the afternoon. Senior Rotax are in the assembly area right now. They'll be out onto the circuit very shortly. There is a stranded kart just being taken away from the circuit. I think 1 or 2 minor repairs to the tyre barriers taking place, so nothing too untoward, I would say, and we should be expecting the karts out on track in just a few moments. Whilst we're waiting, though, we'll have a look at some of the lineups here. Will Forber from Daniel Amore, Jack Stimson, Ethan Martin, George Hart, Michael Morgan, Mustafa Leathers and Joseph Reed-Smith in 8th position, Joshua Valens and Joe Fox on row 5, Charlie Webb, Adam White, Luke Posset and Archie Flint on row 7, Charlie F. Grave and George Robinson on row 8. Row number 9, Arthur Browns from Finley Jones, Samuel Cook, Calvin Ashford-Smith, my apologies, on row number 10. Tom Pryor, James Teston, Philip Tater and Cassis Dieth on 24th position. Declan Luff, Jack Middleton, Jason Haitley, Angelica Kennard, Ben Thompson, and the 30th and final driver to go away will be Dan Renton. So 30 drivers in this senior Rotax, second of 2 heat races for this class, as with all the other race classes, with the final coming on later this afternoon as they make their way down onto the circuit for their formation lap. They'll get a bit of temperature into the tyres, get the karts up to speed, and then as they make their way down the TKM straight, you see the pace drop substantially and the drivers get into position for this second heat race to get underway. Will Forber alongside Daniel Amore on the front row, Jack Stimson, Ethan Martin just a little bit further behind. 1 or 2 front-running drivers, of course, from the first heat race, starting further back, so the pressure will be on them to get a good start, stay out of trouble on the opening few corners, but try and make up as many positions as possible as we look to get things underway. Drivers making their way through and charging into the first corner, drag race into the first corner. It's going to be tight. 3 abreast round the first corner, very close indeed. One driver spinning out towards the back of the field, but the number 41 of Daniel Amore getting a great jump as they make their way to Derek's corner. Daniel Amore hard on the brakes there, back end stepping out slightly but controls it well. Very fast, furious start to the race here, Charlie.
Sound like you're going to call him Daniel's corner there as they enter the Dan Weldon complex. Ethan Martin right on the back now of Dan Amore. Dan Amore hasn't been out in a kart in a few months, so trying to get used to the swing of things. Ethan Martin, we know, is an established driver around this Kim Bolton circuit. Really finished up really high in the championship last time round. It looked like Arthur Brownless was struggling to get going at the start of the race, so unfortunate for Brownless, had to drop down the field. Ethan Martin is still there in second place. Dan Amore really got the pace now. William Forber is still there in third as they come flying through Derek's corner. Ethan Martin really on the back now of Dan Amore, managed to reel it in through that corner. So he head through Dan Weldon and down the straight. There is Arthur Brownless. You can just see on the bottom of your screens there, his car being pulled away. So unfortunate there to not get to start the race. As they come through once again, Will Forber is there in third. He's managed to hold on. Although starting from the lead, had a rough start there. Dan Amore looked like he's going a bit defensive into turn 1. Maybe he's feeling the pressure now of Ethan Martin. Ethan, a very strong driver, as we once said. As they come down, the driver in fourth, watch out for Jack Stimson. He looks really impressive at the moment. He's recently moved up from the junior Rotax category to seniors and looks like he's enjoying it so far. Really up there pace-wise as he head round once again.
Here actually a technical flag being displayed for the 6th place driver, the 129 of George Hart. So we'll have a look at that kart when it comes past here. Evidently some sort of infringement technically, most likely some loose bodywork. We'll have a look. The kart appears okay, but he's seen the technical flag. But carries on going notably, so the rest of the pack make their way through the willows. Race goes on, of course. Daniel Amore looking to control that lead at the front, doing very well as he makes his way through Derek's corner. Finley Jones making his way through the field after that start towards the back of the grid, number 23 up to 8th position as they make their way down towards the TKM straight once again. And the number 55 Ethan Martin shadowing the back wheels here of Daniel Amore as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner. Back onto the straight they go once again. Close followed by Will Former, Jack Simpson, Charlie Webb, George Hart. But he has got that technical flag as Hart.
Yeah, it seems to be the rear bumper hanging off. So really unfortunate for George Hart, but he's carried on going.
He's carried on going. He has also got a black flag now. So he's gone through that technical flag twice. We've just seen, you may not see it on the camera here, but the 129 has got the rear fairing there. The rear bumper is hanging noticeably quite loose.
Interesting there for George Hart getting that black flag. He'll be getting a really good telling off when he gets back to the paddock. is William Forber on your screens. He's still there in third place, but he's getting reeled in now by Jack Stimson. Forber looked like he was really sliding, a lot of oversteer through that last corner, so I wonder if he's struggling with the tyres. Charlie Webb on your screens in fifth. Now Charlie Webb, really quick driver throughout last year and of course into this year, running at the front, winning finals, winning heat races. He's a very established driver. Finney Jones leading the pack in the back of your screens there. William Forber, he's got to watch out here. Charlie Webb has a look on the inside of Jack Stimson. Was a bit close there, but couldn't find a way through and decided it was better off to back off a little bit and wait for another opportunity to open up, which is going to be the last corner. Here he goes.
The inside.
Brilliant move there by Charlie Webb. Now he'll try and defend it on the exit to make sure that Simpson doesn't have an opportunity to get back past him. Otherwise that won't really help his momentum as he tries to chase down William Forber for P3.
Just noticed again, going back to the incident with George Hart, the technical infringement with the bumper. He's gone through the black flag once again. You can see it on here as well. The bumper is hanging loose at that 129.
It looked like Charlie Webb made a move for William Forber.
It's gone through.
That was for the final spot on the podium. But yeah, as you said, that rear bumper, if it's hanging loose, then
you must have seen it because it's got the virtual marshal on the gantry above the finish line. He has also had it physically shown by the marshal. What happens if a driver continues to disregard that information?
Where he will be most likely disqualified from the race for ignoring flags. Obviously, as a safety procedure, it is always important that you are reading flags. He'll be getting quite a big punishment anyway for the black flag, but if he continues to ignore it, it will lead to a disqualified from the race, and even from the meeting, it can be taken to that extreme.
Wait and see what happens there then, but we're looking at Charlie Webb running very well in third place, trying to close up on the two leaders here. Daniel Lamour has led pretty much the entire race from Ethan Martin as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner, but we are keeping a close eye on this driver here in third, number 24. Charlie Webb over the line he goes, looking at the gap here. It's gone down to 2.3 seconds between first and third place. Jack Stimson, Will Forber not too far behind either, so they're going to keep the pressure on the race leader as well. I can tell you that further down the field that the black flag for George Hart, technical infringements. He has now left the circuit, so he's out of the race, but it took him quite a long time to get him off the track, so it's still it's going to happen there. Of course, 72 making his way through then, Jack Stimson, closely followed by Will Forber. There's the lead group, all of them there, that camera angle there just catching to show how close it is at the front. It's only 3 seconds, so it is a little bit spread out, but if they start battling, we've got 46 seconds on the clock, so he will have 2 more laps to go after this one. Daniel Lamour, at the moment here, Charlie, he's doing quite well to control this race under some considerable pressure of Ethan Martin.
Brilliant to see this from Dan Lamour. Obviously, as we said before, he's not really been out in the kart much recently. More the fact his dad doesn't like driving in winter conditions, so he always likes to come out when it's sunny rather than when it's raining, which is I think a proper karting dad and lad excuse, you could say, as they come around the final corner. Dan Moore, really experienced driver, really good sim racer as well, so used to both sides, both on track and on the screen, as they come down to the first corner. Really good flowing section this is. So 2 and 3, the Willow section, really important to get it right, to go down this straight into Derek's corner. Really good overtake opportunity is Derek's corner, because you're able just to park it on the apex as they come through. Really technical section, this sector 2. Always important to get right. That could be a win or lose in lap time. Let's head into the final couple of corners. Dan Moore really starting to, I think, pull a bit of a gap here from Ethan Martin, it looks like. I mean, the gap so far is only 7/10 of a second, which we were talking about earlier. It doesn't look big on the timings, but on the screen, it's quite a big margin.
It's enough at the moment to keep Dan Moore out of trouble here. You just got to keep it nice and smooth, avoid any mistakes on the final lap here, because Ethan Martin is still close enough to capitalise if a mistake is made by the leader. Charlie Webb still potentially within striking distance if either of these two hit trouble on the final half lap, but at the moment Daniel Moore just looking to keep it nice and smooth, not take any risks here. You can see how close the top 3 are, about 2 seconds covering them. But at the moment it looks like it's going to stay as is. Daniel Moore takes his way around the final corner, still closely followed by Ethan Martin, but Moore has done enough here to take the second heat victory. Ethan Martin over the line in second, the charging Charlie Webb
just ran out of track there, ran out of race, takes the line in third. Stimson fourth, Will Forbert, Archie Flint, James Tester, Tom Pryor, Finley Jones, Samuel Cook, Michael Morgan, George Robinson and Philip Tatum, all very close to the midfield runners. Go charging through there, and yet again Senior Rotax throwing up another spectacular heat race as they see how closely they run. Ben Thompson there, number 130, will finish the last finisher I should say, in 26th position, but still not that much of a gap between all of the pack. Very closely fought out there, as we see Moore winning by 1 second in the end from Ethan Martin, Charlie Webb, Jack Stimson and Will Forbes rounding up the top five. Of course, as the name suggests, the Rotax race category is all powered by the Rotax, the old famous old Austrian manufacturer, the Rotax engine. But it's not necessarily a spec series, I would say, in that sense, Charlie. It is, amongst the Rotax, it is a class you know very well, of course. It's down to different chassis. You've got like the Wright karts, Tony karts and so forth. How much of a difference is there between the different chassis out there?
It's a big difference. I mean, obviously, yeah, the different manufacturers will always try and find little bits and bobs to gain performance. Obviously, yeah, the engines are the same to some extent. There's obviously certain bits you can do inside the engine, but then obviously they're all sealed to make sure, you know, everything stays safe. This is the next grid coming up, Junior Rotax, and it's Toby Farthing on the pole spot from George Cole, Elon Baden, George Jackson from John Richardson, who was on the mic not long ago, from Fletcher Jameson, Jacob Aston, Noah Moulton, Joseph Orton, Blake Southern from Logan Archfield, Teddy Cooper, Miles Burton, Alex Shefford from Fletcher Groans, Callum Sims, Oliver Walker, Stanley Williams, Samuel Aston, Liam Stimson, from Izzy Wykes, Bew Winsley, Usley Wilden, Laurie McPhee, Ryan Rapini, Oscar Keane, George Phillips, Eskid Witt from Charles Sutton, Archie Ray Watson, Ava Reynolds, Archie Buckman, Jack Corser, and Mobile Mison, who rounds out your grid of drivers. 34 karts on the grid. But yeah, you know, big differences obviously between the manufacturers, certain bits you can do with the engines, and the setup of the car. I mean, obviously each driver wants a setup that suits them best. Some people like, you know, like a car that you can be aggressive with. Some drivers like a car that you can be smooth with. It depends really on your driver's driving style.
So certainly the personal setup, as always in racing, playing a big factor, and of course tailoring the car to suit the local weather conditions, the track conditions as well. So all these factors to play, but it all boils down to this: the flag drops. Junior Rotax will not get underway there. The first 4 or 5 rows lined up quite nicely, but everyone behind was fairly well strung out, so it was no real surprise to see the full start flag going out. This start has been abandoned. They are not racing, and they will be told quite sternly by the marshal to pay attention and make sure that they all stay in line. It was a bit further, some of the midfield runners, of course, the drivers further back looking to try and get a good start. Again, just pushing that letter a little bit there, just a little bit too quick to get out of line. Doesn't take too long though before the officials will start to be quite stern with the drivers if they don't start correctly again.
Yeah, they'll give them 2 or 3 attempts, and then after that they might get a bit feisty and slow them down and have a little chat with the front runners. I mean, as hard as it can be, if the first 2 are caught not to be slowing down or doing bits and bobs like that, they can be put straight to the back of the grid, and they'll have to work all the way through from the front. But let's see what happens the second time of asking. I think this looks a lot better. Let's see if we can go racing. Yes, we are. Down to turn 1. Let's see what happens then. Toby Farthing on the inside. Watch out for George Cole on the outside. George Cole really late on the brace. He's really squirmy, and he's going to try and find a way round the outside. Oh, a couple drivers spinning off there. That looked like Callum Sims, who's had a really, really unfortunate day so far. Being involved in the collision in the first heat and now being off in the second heat. Not the best start for him. Eli Bannon's really getting in with Toby Farthing there as they came round into the Dan Weldon complex. Really good. Looks like John Richardson's having a good start as well. He's there in 4th.
John Richardson's got away very well. Eli Bannon, 2nd place, also getting a real jump on the field. So having a look on the inside, Bannon takes the lead onto the approach to Kimbolton corner and manages to make the move stick. Over the line they go. 53 early leader Toby Farthing chasing away, but just like to stay on the back wheels of Bannon here, try and get a tow and get away from the chasing pack. It looks like Richardson's up to 3rd position now, so George Cole also well placed, having a really close battle. So John Richardson, the Battenberg flags are out here. So I think there was an incident on the first corner. Whether there's some debris on the track, possibly need to neutralise the race. So again, if you're not familiar with the karting terminology, the Battenberg flags, there's trouble on the tyre barriers, I think, on the first corner. We are still racing here. You'll see the karts have really slowed down here. I think they will get the green flag out very quickly, because it was just a brief bit of damage on the first corner that they've rectified very quickly, and we should get racing back underway. It is tantamount to a safety car period. No, they're going to go for another lap on the Battenberg. You'll see the flag there at the back of your screen, diagonal yellow and black flag displayed by all of the marshals around the circuit. So as I say, we are still racing here. This will be good news for the drivers to try and save on the tyre wear, because they are still racing but at a lot slower pace. If they spin off the track, of course, they will still lose track position, but it's all about just keeping that momentum going, keeping the tyre pressures, the tyre temperatures up there. I think the green flag will be coming out next time round. And another factor here, of course, Charlie, is, like I say, look at the clock on the left-hand corner. It is still ticking down. We are still racing. All this does, though, it shortens the amount of time under full race conditions.
Which can be good, and it could be bad for some drivers. I mean, drivers like Eli Baden, he's going to be loving that, because that means it's less time that he's got to try and defend this lead battle. Because, I mean, you can look at the list behind Eli Baden. The amount of experience and talent behind him goes on forever. Let's see what happens then. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Green flags are out, and we're off of racing once again. Eli Baden will still lead the way down into turn one. He's got a bit of a gap already from Toby Farthing in second place. John Richardson there in third, as they come flying through the Willow section. Down into Derek's corner. Eli Baden checks behind, sees that Toby Farthing's there, but not that far alongside. As he moves a bit further down behind the field. Like Noah Moulton was making a move on a driver. I feel that might have been on Blake Southern as they come through. But John Richardson, he looks like he's got a bit of pace, so let's see what he can do.
Talking earlier, he seemed quite pleased with the cart and the track how it was all going today, so can he make the most of his good... Oh, down the inside he goes, and that was a neat move there. He pushed Toby Farthing out wide a little bit there. It was a fair move, but forceful nonetheless to secure that second place. And now he will be looking to tag on to the back of Eli Baden, your race leader, who has been one of the informed drivers here at Kimbolton over the last 2 years or so, and certainly will be one to look out for as they make their way through Derek's corner. Richardson still charging, and John Richardson having a real go here. He's pulled away slightly from Toby Farthing, having made that move stick, and to me, Charlie, it looks like he's just started but bad and under a little bit of pressure.
John Richardson, who hasn't actually won a heat or a final here in Junior Rotax at Kimbolton. This could be the first of many as he comes round the final corner. And Eli Baden, we know he has a lot of experience around the circuit, has won heats here before, has won finals here in the year. It's going to be really close. Obviously, we talk about the pace between the drivers. Only a couple attempts we're looking at between the whole grid. So it's really anyone's game here. There goes John Richardson on the inside. Oh!
Nice dummy there.
Nice move there by John Richardson. Eli Baden had a little move on the braking zone, tried to get over to defend, but it was just a bit too late. And what would this do for Toby Farthing?
I think that John Richardson saw that one coming. Baden almost selling a dummy going into the corner to block, but I think Richardson knew that he would have to come out wide to defend that corner, so he had it parked on the inside. So John Richardson, could he win his first race in Junior Rotax as they go over the line? Baden still second, Farthing third, Cole fourth. Fletcher Jamieson in fifth place has set the fastest lap of the race. But Richardson really pulling away at this stage. He really seems to have got this track absolutely dialed at the moment. Aston Shepherd, Blake South and Teddy Cooper, Noah Moulton rounding up the top 10 as having a peak on the inside for fifth place. I think that was Fletcher Jamieson. Jamieson looking quite quick here. The Battenberg flags out earlier on means this race effectively is a little bit shorter now. And Richardson trying to take full advantage of this. Here he comes through Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton. Really pulling away at this stage. Have a look at the lap times when he comes through. Baden losing a little bit of ground here. Over the line he goes. Richardson sets a 41.96, fastest lap of the race, and has pulled 1 second, as now Eli Baden is having to focus his efforts on the drivers behind him. Yeah, Eli Baden really on the defensive as he came into turn one, and that's just going to give the perfect opportunity for Richardson to start pulling away. This is sort of like the perfect idea and plan for Richardson. Eli Baden will try and hold on to that second place. I think Baden has realised he does not have the pace to win this race, so he's going to have to try and hold on for what he can.
We saw the driver in 4th, George Cole. Really quick at the moment. Oh, he doesn't look for 3rd. That was a good move on the inside of Toby Farthing. That will take the final spot on the podium. Oh, a couple of drivers getting a bit close there. That like Blake Southern and Teddy Cooper getting a bit too close for comfort there. Round the outside. Who on earth was that? Going round into turn 1. That might have been Fletcher Jameson. But a brilliant move round the outside. Down into Derek's corner. He's made his way into 3rd place. And all the drivers are really trying to get onto the back of Eli Baden now, because it looks like John Richardson is already gone. And all he's got to do now is just drive consistently, and he's got a good chance here.
A good steady lap in here. John Richardson could well win this, and the one to look out for, though, in 3rd position is the very impressive Fletcher Jameson, who's put some really good laps together. Is he going to go for the move? No, he's gone a bit wider into Kim Bolton corner. I think he's going to try and weigh something up coming into the first corner. Eli Baden goes full defensive here, so let's see what Jameson can do. Swings out wide, trying to make that outside line work again, but no, Baden's got the line covered. Baden losing a little bit of pace through the corners. They can see a whole logjam of drivers behind him here, so Baden just seems to be maybe struggling a bit here by his high standards, I would say, because he really is holding up those drivers behind him, so maybe not quite comfortable with the kart maybe in this race. If you're looking to get it right for the heat, for the final I should say. Fletcher Jameson trying to fight away, but John Richardson is going to come round and take the last lap forward any moment now. Oh, I don't think Jameson was expecting that, though, as he loses 2 places on Kim Bolton corner. And neck and neck over the line for 3rd places now, Jacob Aston and Toby Farthing. So Baden gets a bit of respite here, gets the chance to pull away. John Richardson now well clear, leading by 2.5 seconds. Going into the final lap, there he has a glance over his shoulder, Richardson, as he goes into Derek's corner for the final time. I think he can see that he has got a decent gap behind him, so I think here John Richardson will be looking just to try and control the race and bring it home.
What a story this will be for John Richardson. The man who was on the mic not long ago really strikes a lot of potential in his racing career. Really great to see. Not just a racing driver, he says. He's a hopefully well-established commentator as he comes round the final corner. John Richardson takes the win. What a win it was for Richardson. Manages to get out of all the chaos, and I mean, you can see all the chaos flying through now. It's Eli Baden who finished in 2nd, from Jacob Aston in 3rd, Toby Farthing and Fletcher Jameson rounds out your top 5. George Cole, Teddy Cooper and Alex Shepherd in 8th, from Sam Aston, who made up 10 places to finish in 9th. And Blake Southern rounds out your top 10. Logan McVie made it up to 11th with Oscar Keane and Stanley Williams. Logan Artshaw rounds out your top 15. Lucy Wilden, Oliver Walker, George Johnson, Callum Sims, who was once again really unfortunate at the start there. Not had any luck today, unfortunately, for Sims. And George Phillips rounds out your top 20. I mean, those battles all the way through that, and you can see how close the times are.
Plenty of action all the way through the field. Look how close they were in the midfield as well. I do wonder how long it'll be before John Richardson's up here. Do you reckon 30 seconds or a minute?
Well, it depends on how far he can run up here.
I would expect to see him on the mic fairly soon. I think he'll be quite keen to tell us about that one because, well, to be fair, joking aside, it was a good victory there. Baden didn't seem to be able to live with him there. I was wondering, Baden seemed a little bit uncomfortable out there. Did well to hold on to that 2nd place. Perhaps maybe the kart wasn't quite dialed in properly.
Yeah, he seemed to have lost a lot of pace on those after the first couple of laps. But that's the end of our heat races. It's time to get into the main events now. Finals are coming up next, and it's going to be Honda 200s to start us off.
Yeah, Honda 200s will kick things off. Race 21 out of 30. The heat races are all completed. It's the moment of truth now, the finals. This is how they will line up. Arthur Murphy from Elliott Bourke, Sawyer Henderson, Theo Hamilton, Jack Wykes, George Quinlan, Dina Rowlands, Mason Becker on row number 4. Alistair Saunders, Cian Doherty, Harry Grant, Alfie Hennell, George Pickett, Nicholas York on row 7. Marcus Cooper, Harry Parker Ray on row number 8. James Murphy, Keane Delaney, Jake Barnett, Zach Squire, Harry Search, Jack Neve, James Windsor and Albie Platt on row number 12. And then it's Lucas Howling in 25th place to round them out. Good to see that the 2 drivers caught up in the incident in the 2nd heat race both appear to have taken to the grid and will be underway in the final. But this lineup here, it throws up quite an interesting complex. I would say any one of about 6 or 7 drivers could be in with a realistic shout of taking this victory. Of course, it's going to mean that the start will be very important. It's vitally important, of course, to stay out of trouble in the race to the first corner. Here they come over the line. I don't think it's going to happen, though. There is a wave round. and the full start flag has been displayed, so we will have to wait a couple more moments before the Honda 200s get underway. What are your thoughts on this final here, Charlie? I think there's quite a few drivers could be realistic contenders here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. Obviously, we've seen Murfitt's pace throughout the day, really strong, really dominant. Elliot Bork has had to battle his way through in the heats, but he's been really strong up there. Theo Hamilton, we know he's a quick driver. He's a well-established driver around this Kim Bolton circuit. Sawyer Henderson, driver to watch out for, hasn't always been up there, but is slowly picking up the pace now. So a really a good driver to watch out for. He's been really picking up the pace so far. Obviously, Jack Wykes, he's a quick driver.
Jack Wykes has been good as well. He's certainly another one to look out for. Perhaps hasn't quite had the luck, but he could certainly turn it around in the final. He's been there or thereabouts all day. Here they come. This looks better. They've lined up quite nicely here, so hopefully we'll be able to get the finals underway. Finals getting underway with the Honda 200s, and the flag stays in. Good start. Here they come, charging into the first corner. And this opening few seconds could be vital, but they all seem to have got through the first corner. Okay, a little bit of bunching up those. They make their way through the willows for the first time, but everyone seems to have got through safely. One or two drivers hit in the grasses, one or two left out at the start there. Lucas Howling hit trouble back at the back of the grid. But at the front here, all of the front runners seem to have got away quite nicely here. Arthur Murfitt leading the way, but look at this, Elliot Bork already staking his claim.
Elliot Bork, who won the driver of the day last month, wants to show what he can do once again. Now, really unfortunate for Sawyer Henderson and Theo Hamilton, who on the outside going through turn one, really got bunched in with the rest of the pack and unfortunately dropped down quite a few places. They'll have to try and work their way through. A driver who's just got into third place, Mason Becker, driver to watch out for, really quick, and has sort of been underrated throughout the heat races. Something to keep an eye on as the race continues, but obviously really long finals, 12 minutes plus an additional lap.
I think, just sorry to interrupt you, I think Arthur Murfitt, he's looking behind him quite a lot here. We just saw Elliot Bork when he caught glance of just pointing, gesticulating, look ahead of you. He's I think Elliot Bork's quite keen to push along Arthur Murfitt, get away from that chasing pack here, and I think sometimes he can be a little bit too cautious about looking behind you sometimes. I think Arthur Murphy could do here with keeping his eyes focused down the road here.
Yeah, it's always advised not to always be looking behind you, because that's given the mentality that you want to sort of go backwards in that sense. Let's see what happens then. Murphy, I think he's starting to realise they might not have the pace to win this race, but he's got the racecraft to win.
Yeah, he's doing right, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing really good so far. Obviously, I wonder if that's what the look behind means, is that, he thinks someone behind him's a lot quicker than him. But let's see what happens. We still got that 10 minutes left. I mean, obviously, these finals are a lot longer than a heat race, so these drivers really need to start conserving their tyres and conserving themselves. By this point, they need to start, focusing on putting the laps in. Obviously, a lot more laps than they would for their normal heat race. Probably another 5 or 6 laps added onto this.
It seems in this early stage here, Charlie, that everyone at the front here is not in a big rush to get to the lead here. They're happy to let Arthur Murphy dictate the pace at the front, run his own race. No one really going for it at this stage, because remember, the heat's not quite as long as the final, so a few minutes longer here, the final. We've still got over 9 minutes plus the 1 lap to go, so there's quite a few laps to be run here, and everyone just biding their time here. Remember how young these drivers are. This is quite sensible racecraft here. They all know that they're not going to win the race at this stage, although you see Murphy just a little bit defensive there, but no one really jostling for position just yet. I think it will pick up as the race goes on, but this is quite clever racing, I think, from this top 4 or 5 drivers.
It reminds me when you're trying to get presents for a birthday, and if you do it 2 or 3 months back, you feel more relaxed about it, you feel more calm about it. But if you go and do it the night before and it's the last day shopping, that's when it gets all a bit crazy and chaotic. But for the time being, these drivers are really driving really good. Oh, are they? Because Elliot Bork had a little bit of a look there. I think Bork knows more than we do about what's going to happen in this race. The laps coming up could be something to watch out for. I think Bork's looking behind and realising Jack White has got some really strong pace, because Jack White actually holds the fastest lap of the race. So, obviously, there's going to be so much force going through these drivers' brains. I mean, there's a lot to contend with, especially in these hot conditions. So much more to think about. You can get quite overstimulated quite easily in these situations. Now, what will Bork try and do? Will he stay where he is, or will he maybe go have a look at moving to turn 1? Let's just have a little watch and see.
Arthur Murfitt is placing the kart very well, using some nice lines here just to defend that lead. Although I think he realises that having a peak on the inside, and this time he's going to make the move.
Oh, they're going to be side by side.
Side by side. This is going to bring Jack Wykes into the equation now. So Elliot Bourke, he'll have to be careful. He goes down the inside though. Oh, look at Jack Wykes there as well. What a move there from Elliot Bourke and Jack Wykes, who stayed right on the rear wheels of Elliot Bourke and slipstreamed through to second place. That's that lovely kind of opportunistic move that you see sometimes in karting, where you know the gap's going to open up. You're just going to plant the kart in there and take advantage of it. And Jack Wykes did that very well. But crucially, of course, here, Elliot Bourke, who has been in good form recently, has now taken the lead. Still, any one of these 6 drivers could win the race, and still very close indeed. Look at this. No one really diving down the inside for an overtaking manoeuvre. We've still got 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go. 52 they're having a look on the inside. Mason Becker. This is another driver who goes onto the grass, saves it and stays in contention. Mason Becker had some difficulties in the heat race, lost a few positions, so he's had to fight his way through. And another one that could be a factor for the victory here.
Really interesting to see. The second that Elliot made that move, the rest of the pack just came in. And there was about 7 or 8 of them that are just waiting to pounce when it all starts going off. Now, it seems like the top 2 here, Bourke and Wykes, have managed to pull a bit of a margin now from the drivers behind. Mason Becker is now in 3rd, or is he? Because Dana Rowlands has made his way into 3rd, and Sawyer Henderson, who had not the best starts to the start of the race, but is managing to start to crawl back. Now, look at Sawyer and Deno. They're going to start to work together now, so watch out for Dana Rowlands, that sort of that purple and pink kart, along with Sawyer Henderson, that pink helmet. Watch for him. Oh, Sawyer makes a move for 3rd. Will he get that stuck? Yes, he does. But that's not what they want to be doing at the moment. They need to now start to work together to catch up to this top 2 here.
Yeah, Deno Rowlands, who he's been there. Rowlands has been there or thereabouts during the heat races, not really looking like a race winner in either of the heats, but he's always been in the mix, you would say. But it's really starting to come good for Rowlands in the final here. Nicely placed in 3rd. Now, if 3rd and 4th can just work together here, just drive some nice lines here, they're not too far behind the 2 leaders, who again are just fighting their moments here. Wykes right on the rear wheels of Bourke. Is he going to go for the move? Not quite, no. He's going to stay there for now. He knows if he goes for that block pass too early, it could really draw everyone else in. I'm sure that Jack Wykes in 2nd place knows that the chasing pack are not too far behind. We've got Sawyer Henderson. Dino Rowlands now drops to 4th, but still right in there. Arthur Murfitt, the early race leader, still handily placed in 5th place. Theo Hamilton, Mason Becker, despite that excursion onto the grass, in 7th position. That's your lead group. George Quinlan, Cian Doherty a bit further behind there. Doherty, of course, the driver who had some medical attention. Cian Delaney, my apologies, in 10th place. The driver had some medical attention earlier on. Running well in the final here in 10th place. Harry Grant, Alfie Hennell, Marcus Cooper, Alistair Saunders all a little bit further behind as the leaders make their way through with 4 minutes 40 on the clock. Still no real move for the lead yet. Jack Wykes happy to stay there, happy to let Elliot Bourke dictate the pace at the front here all the time though. 3rd and 4th just tagging on slowly. Sawyer Henderson closing up in 3rd, the pink helmet, and just behind Dino Rowlands, Arthur Murfitt, Theo Hamilton, Mason Becker all still right in there. 2.5 seconds covering the top few drivers here, and Elliot Bourke controlling the race quite neatly at the moment. But Jack Wykes, I think he's just weighing up some ideas here, but he doesn't want to show his hand too early. Yeah,
he's just going to try and pick a time and date to send it. Interesting to see. Sawyer Henderson has the fastest lap of the race, only by a 10th or 2, but it's going to be really tight margins. But that's going to put a lot of pressure on these top 2, because he knows he's quicker than the 2 in front as they come through turn 1. Elliot Bourke really aggressive on the car. Will that help the tyres out? That'll be another question as we come later into the race. Obviously 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. This race has really ticked by quite quickly, actually. For a 12-minute race, it's come by pretty fast.
I think Bourke knows here that the driver behind is not really interested in making a move just yet. He's got the confidence here to take nice sweeping lines into the corners, keep the pace up. They're all lapping very quickly in the 48-second margin here, and you can see he's not really being overly defensive into the corners, because he knows the time's on his side here. 3 minutes to go plus the extra laps. There's still a few more laps to go in this one. And again, you watch him coming into the first corner here, staying to the classic racing line on the outside. Wykes not interested in diving down the inside. The obvious thing there would be, why didn't Wykes go down the inside and go for the pass? But we've still got 3 minutes to go in this race. It might be a little bit too early to start battling for the lead here.
Yeah, I think he'll leave it a minute or two. Well, to be honest, we don't know, because we can never expect. We always have to expect the unexpected when it comes to motorsport.
Just jinking about, having a look at lines out of Derek's corner, trying to weigh up where he can make the move on Bork, because I don't think Elliot Bork's going to give this lead up lightly.
No, he's just going to try and see where he can get that extra tenth or two around the circuit and use it to his advantage. When it comes to these sort of corners, he's going to try and get the run.
Here. Sorry, Charlie, but Albie Platt and Lucas Howling having their own battle for 24th place. They are being closed up by the leaders. I think they're going to close up on the two back markers within the next lap or so. So that could, 2 minutes on the clock here. That could really ramp up the pressure, and it could be encouraging for the chasing pack from Sawyer Henderson third downwards.
This is going to be very interesting if they can catch. Let's see what they can do. So for Sawyer Henderson, as we said, in third, doesn't have the fastest lap now, because it's Murphy who's found his pace once again back in fourth. You can just see there the top two really staying consistent. It's all about consistency in this game. Jack Wykes, he's just going to plan a move. Will this be now? Because he's really up the back of Elliot Bork, gives him the nudge as we come around the final corner. Sawyer Henderson is really getting the head down. He wants to try and have a look and maybe making a move in the next couple of laps to come. He's really got to try and pull this gap back.
Now through the willows, and Jack Wykes just ever so slightly giving Elliot Bork a little bit of a nudge there. Sometimes it's better just to very lightly tap the driver in front, push them down the track, rather than risk going for the pass where it's not really going to happen. Just pass that pace on to the leader. It's doing him good to stay in second place right now. Bork, of course, will be looking to maintain that gap. They are closing up on there, the two tail enders in front of them. And those two drivers at the back there, Albie Platt and Lucas Howling, having their own little scrap at the back of the field here. So whilst they will certainly, the etiquette will be to obey the blue flags, they won't want to give up their own track position. And I think they might even catch them up heading towards Derek's corner at the pace they're going. That could be really interesting.
I wonder if Jack Wykes knows. Oh, move coming up between Jack Wykes and Elliot Bork. He had a little look, but it wasn't enough. But I wonder if Jack Wykes knows that he's going to catch these two in front, the two back markers who's having a brilliant battle for 24th. I wonder if he knows they're going to catch him in time, and he's just going to wait. He's just going to wait for the moves to come. Obviously, 20 seconds left on the clock, plus the additional lap, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race.
You can see Elliot Bork looking behind him there when he saw himself closing up on the back markers just to check his track position here. So this is where it could get interesting. The two back markers having their own little fight here at the back as well. So we're coming up to 0 on the clock. This will be the last lap of the race here. So here we go. And there's back markers to contend with as well. There they go, the two racers at the back there, Platt and Howling. So what is going to happen here as they make their way, because they're all catching up here, and you can see there Elliot Bork going full defensive on the inside line. That will force Wykes to the outside. Is he going to go for the switchback here? Can he get the line? Oh, look at that. Elliot Bork cutting across firmly through towards the willows. He knew what was coming there, and again you can see immediately Elliot Bork goes full defensive. Look at this.
They're catching him at
Derek's corner. This could get interesting.
This is the worst opportunity to catch the two. Now we have to say Arthur Murphy managed to make his way past Sawyer Henderson. Now they're just trying to make it past the black markers. This is going to be so tight. Jack Wykes has the best opportunity here against Elliot Bork. Elliot Bork makes the move. They're all going to follow through as well. This is a last lap, last corner move. Let's see what happens. Watch out for Murphy on the inside. This is a move for second place, but it's going to give the perfect opportunity for Elliot Bork, who just about holds on to the win there. Elliot Bork will win in Honda 200s. What a win from Murphy in second. Jack Wykes finishes in third, and Sawyer Henderson finishes in fourth. Theo Hamilton rounds out your top five there. Can we just say a second between the top five there?
Yeah,
brilliant to see. Dana Rowlands finishes in sixth from Becker and Quinlan. Delaney and Doherty rounds out your top 10, but you can see there 100th between Murphy and Bork.
Brilliant racing there. Arthur Murphy's out of nowhere on the last two corners, found some drive, was able to get down the inside of Jack Wykes, who did well to hold on to third place there because he got pushed wide, and Sawyer Henderson almost took advantage. 33 seconds covering all of the drivers apart from the two lappers, Albie Platt and Lucas Howling, are having their own brilliant battle at the back of the field, but a well-deserved race victory there, I would say, for Elliot Bork, because he came under a lot of pressure from Wykes, and was able to withstand it. Wykes was trying to find his moment, but Bork had enough in the tank to keep it covered.
Yeah, really smart decision making there from those front runners. Minimax Inter is coming up next. Really strong grid for the Inters. Quick drivers at the front of the field to talk about. Obviously, we got the main talking points. Otis Cleary, who was quite an underrated driver coming into the weekend. Obviously, Jensen Sale, who started alongside him in second. One to watch out for. Lewis Hubson and Oliver Barton rounds out your second row. Finley Beals and Jackson Heath and Toby Wortley and Zane Perry rounds out your fourth row. Harry Wright and Teddy Higgs from Ronnie Smart and Louis Barker from Seki Komatsu, Raimu Komatsu, Jack Charles Bailey and Alex Tuniskas and your row 8. Edward Mums and Linda Hewitt from Harrison, Thorntica, Rian Townsend and George Wilder. Now, interesting to see Townsend right at the back of the pack there.
Interesting, of course. Really a lot of work for him to do. Notably, I have seen that the finals, they are running a little bit longer, actually. I suppose we've got a slightly longer sunset now, I suppose. So we've got a bit more time in the evening. There are 12-minute races plus 1 lap. That is a fairly long distance for this sprint style of kart racing. So, like we saw in the Honda 200s, it could mean that the drivers might be a little bit tactical in the early stage. They won't want to be too rash and get into trouble because there's a long way to go in this race. Here they come. So, Mini Inter finals about to get underway. Will they get through cleanly? Over the line they go, charging into the first corner, very close indeed. Jensen Sale, Otis Cleary fighting for the lead into the first corner. The leaders sweep through neatly, and everyone appears to have got through the first corner. Okay, they go charging through the willows for the first time. Look at the pace as they all go charging through the midfield pack there. Leaders coming into Derek's corner for the first time. And it looks like Otis Cleary got a very neat move into the first corner. And Jensen Sale still there in second place though, but brilliant start there for Otis Cleary.
Yeah, he's off and away at the moment. Really big gap, probably about over half a second already. Oliver Barton is trying to make a move. I think that's on Lewis Hubson as they come through. But interesting, as we said, to hear about Rian Townsend, who must have had some post-race issues that saw him drop down the field. Obviously, we've got to see drivers such as Jensen Sale, who is...
Rian Townsend is out of the race. I can tell you off the screen, so his cart's been pushed away, so he's an early retirement. Otis Cleary won't be concerned by that, though, as he continues to lead the way. But Jensen Sale just starting to put a little bit of pace together now and trying to close up on the leader. We'll have a look at the lap times when they come back towards us. The rest of the top 10 still riding up the wheels there. Number 53, that was a moment for Lewis Herbertson in that fight for third place. Good news for the top 2 here, because they got the opportunity to try and pull away here as the rest of the top 10 scrap for position. Leaders make their way over the line. Cleary leading the way. Jensen Sale fastest lap of the race, 44.46, half a second covering the top 2. And here's that great battle of the third. You can just saw disappearing from the front of the screen there, Otis Cleary and Jensen Sale, giving you an idea that they have established a bit of a gap at the front here. Oliver Barton up to third will be desperately trying to get the other drivers to work with him here to try and close up on the top 2, because Otis Cleary and Jensen Sale have done very well here to pull away from this early battle for third place.
Interesting to see how Ronnie Smart gets on. He's there on that Project 1 kart, the sort of red and green kart there. It was interesting to see. Obviously, he had some post-race issues as well, it looked like. So he's having to work his way through the field. Otis Cleary still leading the way, but Jensen Sale actually has the fastest lap of the race. Ronnie Smart setting the fastest purple first sector. So really interesting to see Jensen Sale here, right on the back of Otis Cleary. This race is far from over. 9.5 minutes left on the clock, and Jensen Sale, if he keeps putting the laps in now, could even have a look for a lead change. If as we said, the laps keep putting in, and maybe this race is far from over.
Yeah, let's see what Sale can do here. If he can find the pace, he will want to try and be passed and gone, but he's got to have the pace to do that, of course, because there's still a long way to go. And the last thing either of these two drivers want is to get drawn into the chasing pack behind them. But you're going to have a look at this battle here. Otis Cleary got the lead nice and early, but Jensen Sale looking very threatening in second place as they make their way to Derek's corner. Sale on the inside, although couldn't quite pull the move off.
Now, Sale's got to be careful here. If he battles too much, it'll slow them both down. It'll bring Oliver Barton and Lewis Herbertson into this battle. They're not too far behind. They're about 2 seconds behind, which is quite a gap at the moment. But if they do start battling, that will mean that the 3rd, 4th, 5th, who are all running very close, will get drawn into this. So Sale's got to be careful here if he goes for the lead. He's going to try and waste something up coming out of Kim Bolton corner. Goes down to the inside here. Clearly moves to cover. These two having a bit of a fight now. And again, you see Sale having to bail out there. He's going to tail onto the back. We'll watch them going through the willows. Let's see if Jensen Sale tries anything going into Derek's corner like on the previous lap. Although, look at this. Otis Cleary, having to guard the inside line here and holds on to the lead. So, what do you think here, Charlie? I think if these two have got to be careful because they're starting to fight.
He's
done it though. He's having a look on the inside.
He's having a look all side by side as they come through the downward and complex. That was really close. How they haven't made contact with each other, I have no idea. Otis Cleary pushing Jensen Sale wide. Look like they connected bumpers there as they went into Kestrel corner. That's bridged the gap between Cleary and Jensen Sale. Really interesting to see what the stewards have to say about that. But as they come once again, watch out for Oliver Barton. He's slowly closing in now.
Charlie, that with these two starting to trade paint a bit at the front, it's ever so slowly allowing Oliver Barton and Lewis Herbertson to close up here. This is not particularly good news for the two leaders because I think they could do with just running a couple more laps before really starting to fight for the lead. Jensen Sale, actually Otis Cleary's got a warning flag here, so he's going to have to be careful. I think perhaps the stewards deciding he was a little bit too robust in defending that lead. Jensen Sale not giving up. He's going to try and have a look going wide on the approach to Kim Bolton, trying to get the sweep on the outside here to try and get a move to get alongside going into the Stowe corner. But no, it's Cleary's got the momentum. He'll guard the inside line.
He had a look at the dummy move there.
Jinxing, with the dummy.
Interesting to see what Sale can do now.
The gap is still 1.4 seconds between first and third. All the time, this is really allowing Oliver Barton's breaking away in third place with the white helmet. You see him there. And he will see these two battling away now, getting a little bit more aggressive, and he'll know he's got his opportunity to try and strike here.
This can be interesting. Jensen Sale had another look. Otis Cleary just wasn't enough. As they come down into Kestrel corner, into Kim Bolton corner once again. 6 minutes left on the clock. Jensen Sale there in second. He's just having a look now. He gets a really good run at that final corner. I'm starting to see. He goes for another dummy move. It just wasn't enough. Now I wonder if he's just doing this to sort of annoy Otis and say, you know what, I am still here. I haven't left yet.
You never know. He keeps trying that dummy move. He's trying to encourage Cleary to go to the inside line there, going to Stowe corner. I think he is just trying to sell him that dummy. We'll see what happens next time round. He knows that Cleary's going full defensive going into Stowe corner. Perhaps he can just lead him into being a little bit too aggressive to guard that corner, just try and sell him the dummy. It'll be interesting next time round. It is allowing Oliver Barton to close up all the time. The clock's still got 5 minutes here. Sale gets a nice run out of the corner. Here he goes again. You see Cleary full defensive into the first corner. Again you see Sale trying to go for that dummy. Jinx out wide. Going to go for the cutback here. He tried his best there, but Otis Cleary just about had the line covered. And yet again, look at the white helmet in third place, Oliver Barton. He's being drawn into this as, again, you see Cleary being really defensive on the inside line there. And look at this, third, fourth and fifth are getting drawn into this battle.
Don't count out just yet Herbertson and Smart. Although in fourth and fifth, they're not far behind. So this could really close down. Cleary is really going defensive now. This race is on. Jensen Sale has a look to the inside. He couldn't get it done. He was halfway there, just couldn't get the move completed. Once again, down into turn one. Let's see what happens. Sale on the outside. Otis Cleary moves over to carry as much speed as possible through that turn one. Oliver Barton is here, and Jensen Sale is going to look behind. Barton's going to give him the hello to say, hello, I'm here. Jensen Sale goes on the inside. He goes a bit too deep in, but I think he manages to make the move done. Otis Cleary drops to second place. Oliver Barton still sitting there in third. Is he? Because Otis Cleary goes down on the inside of the Dan Weldon complex. Really hard move to get right, but manages to complete it successfully. What is Sale going to say about this one? He's going to go round, open up the last corner once again. He's got the run going down to turn one. Where will Sale go? Where will Cleary go to defend this position? Down here we go once again. Jensen Sale on the outside. Cleary covers off once again.
There is a contact warning here for Otis Cleary as well, the race leader, so it's finely poised here. And of course, Oliver Barton right in this one as well. Lewis Herbertson and Ronnie Smart are not too far behind, as again you see how aggressive Otis Cleary guards that inside line, making life very difficult for the chasing driver Jensen Sale to try and find a way through. I think this is Otis Cleary's tactic now, with 3.5 minutes to go, just be full defensive and make life as difficult as possible for the driver behind him.
Watch out for Jensen Sale. Watch out for Oliver Barton. Makes the move for second place. He is going to ruin this house party here as they come round the final corner, down the start-finish straight. 3 minutes left on the clock. Now then, let's see what happens then. Oliver Barton. It's Jensen Sale who still has the fastest lap, but Oliver Barton has some outright pace compared to Otis Cleary. Let's see what happens here. Otis Cleary will defend going into Derek's corner once again, but he's got to watch out. He's got 2 carts to battle with now. Oliver Barton goes out wide, as well as Jensen Sale carry the speed through. And we said about Herbertson and Ronnie Smart, they're going to be working together now to catch up to this battle. It's a free train ride for the time being.
This is the tactic sometimes. It's plus and minus points here. Otis Cleary being very aggressive, guarding those inside lines everywhere. It's going to make him very difficult to overtake here. But what it does mean is that he will compromise his speed on a lot of the track, although... they're off the track. Is that allowed? Well, he's going to retain the position, so he should be okay. But Oliver Barton completely off the course on the concrete there. Have to be careful, as the Jensen Sale has got through to second place. Lewis Herbertson and Ronnie Smart are closing up. They're having their own little battle, but they need to work together to catch up with his leaders. But Otis Cleary with this full defensive, and at the moment it's working for him.
I think it's good that Oliver Barton... Well, I don't think he gave those positions back. I think he just lost them through momentum, but I think it was good he gave them back, because I don't think they would have allowed that move. Obviously, he did have 4 wheels off that white line, which can give you a penalty if you do exceed the move. Obviously, Ronnie Smart has made the move past Herbertson, so they're having a battle, but I don't think this is the right opportunity for them. They need to start working together now, because this front three, they're still somewhat close to each other. I think Jensen Sale might have another opportunity in the laps to come. He's a bit far back for the time being, but you can see he's a lot later on the brakes than Otis Cleary. Oh, Otis runs a bit wide there, and that gives the opportunity for Jensen Sale. Now, Jensen's going to see that and knows that Otis is starting to make mistakes now. He is trying to fight under the pressure of a final win under these really hot conditions. Here comes Jensen Sale right on that bumper now, and as they start to battle, Oliver Barton is going to get the opportunity to come through. Only Ronnie Smart there in 4th. Right then, here we go then. 50 seconds left on the clock, and it's going to be Otis Cleary on the inside. Jensen Sale goes round the outside, but can't get the run through. Now he gets the run through the Willow section and down into Derek's. Here we go. He's going to stay on the inside. All gives him the tap of the rear bumper to let him know he's there. Oliver Barton's still waiting there. Oliver Barton in probably the best position right now, because he can just sit and wait for anything to happen here.
Yeah, he's running very well there. Barton in 3rd. Otis Cleary again. It did seem to spread out slightly after that flashpoint a couple of laps ago, and Cleary just starting to run his own race, but again he's gone to this full defensive mode here, guarding those apexes, making himself as difficult as possible to pass. They're going to cross the line here with 5 seconds to go, which will not suit Cleary particularly, because he's got another lap to try and defend that lead. But it will be encouraging here for Jensen Sale, and Oliver Barton having a peek on the inside of Sale, but couldn't find a way through. There's still 1 more lap to go after this. They don't want to be too rash here. They might just let Cleary defend that lead at the front and just weigh themselves up for this final lap of the race. Here they come through Derek's corner for the penultimate time. Again, Cleary getting those apexes absolutely nailed there as he makes his way down the TKM straight, heading into Kestrel corner, guarding the inside line once again. Sale to the outside, trying for the momentum. Those sweeping outside lines carrying the speed through the corners, but Cleary is in the way, which is entitled to do as the race leader. Here we go, 1 lap to go, and they pile down the Heinz straight, almost 3 abreast here. This is where it's all going to matter. Look at Barton going wide here. He's going to try and get the switch back here, and through to second place. Lovely move there from Oliver Barton. Sale trying to fight back as they make their way to Derek's corner for the final time. Barton down the inside, but Otis Cleary still holding on here.
Barton's here to ruin the house party once again. He's been let back in, Jensen Sale, he saw him defend and thought, what on earth are you doing? We need to be chasing Otis Cleary. This is giving the perfect opportunity for Cleary to get away. And as he comes round the Kestrel corner and down into the final corner, this is going to be absolutely brilliant for Otis Cleary. Jensen Sale might have a look on Arthur Barton, but it won't be enough. Otis Cleary wins in Mini Inter. What a drive from Otis Cleary. Really had to hold on to that position to hold on to the lead of the race. Oliver Barton finishes in second place. Jensen Sale there in third. Ronnie Smart finished in fourth from Lou Herberson and Finley Beals. Toby Wortley and Jackson Heath from Zane Perry and Louis Barker rounds out your top 10, but the top three there covered by 0.6 of a second.
Very close indeed. Have to say, full credit to Otis Cleary. That was a hard-fought victory. He defended from the very early stages, a lot of pressure to hold on to that victory, and he repassed to take the win, so very well deserved. Full credit to Oliver Barton and Jensen Sale for such a good fight as well. So Mini Inter's draw to a close. There's your results. Cleary from Barton, Sale 0.6 of a second, Ronnie Smart just under 6 seconds adrift, Lewis Herbertson, Finley Beals, Toby Wortley, Jackson Heath, St. Perry and Louis Barker. So we did say how long it would take for John Richardson to get back up here. He was quite prompt. So and of course he won the heat race, so congratulations. If you were 18, we'd be asking you to get around in now, but you get away with that one. I'll let you take over and you can tell us how you got on.
So John Richardson just taking the mic now. He's going to join us for our next race, the Junior X30s. A brilliant race it was for John Richardson, managing to take the Heat 2 win, and he joins us on the mic now. Welcome back, John.
Thank you.
Good to see. I mean, obviously, I bet you were running up here to with all excitement. Obviously, how is that? How is that for you? A great feeling, isn't it, to win a heat? And isn't that your first heat win here at Kimbolton?
Yeah, it is my first ever heat win here at Kimbolton. No, is it? Yeah. No, but we'll go through the starting grid. George Edgar and Alex Riley will be on row 1. Zach McDonald, Adam Bourne will be on row 2. Alexander de Benedictis and Ralph Branscombe will be on row 3. Gabrielle and Nat Johnston will be on row 4, with James Backwith and Josh Bryce on row 5, and followed by the rest of the grid. And on your question, Charlie, it was really good. This was my first ever win here. I was close to it here in Inter during round 3 of 2 years ago. But obviously now I'm in junior now, and I'm looking forward to it.
A bit interesting there from Adam Bourne, who was flying all over the curves to try and get back into his starting position. He's going to be starting from 4th. Now, 2 drivers to watch out here, George Edgar and Zach McDonald. These two were really on it last month, really head-to-head when it came to the final, and obviously through the heat race as well. George Edgar's going to be on for a brilliant year in 2025. Let's see if he can get it underway here. Down we go into turn 1. The Alex Wiley on the outside. It's actually a full start there. So we'll go around once again. Some of the drivers in the back of the pack not forming up as well. So they'll go around once again. Some nice scenery shots there of the Kimbolton circuit. Brilliant paddock we have here. Many professional teams and drivers here as they go around once again. Do you mind being in the team? What would you prefer? Do you prefer to be on your own as a privateer, or do you think the team environment helps you out more mentally and physically?
I think that concept goes down to a lot of factors, because if you're new to karting, it's best to get a year as your own and just improve and just get good results. And once you become good enough, you should try and join a team, and you'll be able to get data from other drivers. As we will get a start this time, it's going to be between George Edgar and Alex Riley at the front. As they accelerate, as the Junior X30 A final begins, George Edgar is in the lead. Alex Wiley goes for the outside. Round the outside, tries Alex Wiley around George Edgar.
I got really close there.
No, Zach McDonald.
Oh, Zach McDonald. Oh, no. So unfortunate for McDonald there. Well, driver who we were watching out for, he had a really good opportunity of taking a solid result here. Oh, gone in tears as he jumped over Alex Wiley. That's going to push Wiley down the field. And that's put Benedict's into second place. And who's that that's in third? Was that Castro?
Yeah.
Brilliant drive by Castro. He's into third. He's been one of the underrated drivers here. That 121, the Praga chassis. He's been up thereabouts this whole weekend, but he's there when it matters in the final. In a podium spot, Adam Bourne there in 4th now, and Nat Johnston in 5th. A driver to watch out for as well. Nat, who has not had the most luckiest season last year, got in a lot of accidents throughout the year, and a lot of bad luck. But it's really unfortunate to see what's happened to Zach McDonald. Now, a couple of drivers getting there together. That was Ralphie Branscombe who was getting overtaken by Jack Crawgwell there. A bit too close to comfort there. A couple of drivers just getting bumper to bumper there. Now, this is going to be the story of Zach McDonald. What do you think Zach McDonald could do in this race?
I'm not going to try and be rude. I'm going to try and be unrude as possible here. I just think he has to just try and get his head down and just absolutely go. Because these finals are around, I believe, 12 minutes, are they? Yeah, they're 12 minutes. And it's always if it's a heat where it's 8 minutes. But in this instance, where the races are longer, you have an opportunity to, like, obviously get a chance, as Zach McDonald here has managed to actually catch up to the pack. So it's not all lost for Zach McDonald here. He's only, I believe he's only 5 seconds off the leaders, but George Edgar here has had an outrageous start. He's absolutely pulled away. And this lap currently, he's on purple. Will he get another purple lap time? Yes, he does. A 41.6 that time. He is 4 tenths quicker than the rest of the field. It really does show you why he has that number 6 on his Mick Barrett machine. As we now see the battle for third here between João Castro, Adam Bourne and Nat Johnston. Johnston had a very bad crash here through the willows in Heat 2, and he's made a very nice move on the number 54 of Adam Bourne through Derek's corner. And he's a man on the mission here. Started 8th, and he's now currently in 4th. He's trying to chase down here João Castro. Oh, got a bit tentative on the exit of Dan Weldon. But here we go. Johnston through Kim Bolton. Edgar is flying at the moment. But see the rest of the field going through, and a bit of side-by-side action between Ralphie Branscombe and Josh Bryce. But Castro is starting to feel the pressure a little bit of Nat Johnston. Johnston going through the willows and onto the Yamayutsu straight. He is completely alongside him and pulls us along down the inside. Goes Nat Johnston. A very neat move from the Mick Barrett driver.
Brilliant stuff there. You were talking about George Edgar as well. The number 6 on his car. That was obviously because he finished 6th in the British Karting Championship. It's one of the highest levels and forms of British karting you can get into. Really puts, the manufacturers and the different teams up to the test, especially the drivers as well. A lot gets chucked at those races, and to be at the front, you've really got to be something special as they come round. George Edgar, as you said, got a brilliant gap, 1.9 seconds. It doesn't look much on the live timing, but on track, it's a big margin. We're looking at Benedict's as well. Benedict's really calm and collective so far, into second place. He's just sitting there and biding his time. Nat Johnston, great to see him in a podium spot. A driver who's, as you said before, hasn't had the best look throughout the 2024 season, as we see a couple of drivers coming through on our screens there. That's the battle for 6th with Ethan Higgins and Josh Bryan. Really looking forward to see how Higgins gets on throughout this the rest of this race. He was up there at the start of the day having a few issues throughout the race. Zach McDonald is there behind, so if these two start battling, it could be the perfect opportunity for McDonald, who's sitting there in 8th at the moment. Look at the times, hasn't got the best of pace, only a couple tenths off the fastest lap that Nat Johnston has put out. But Zach McDonald, he's got the pace, but unfortunately, just because of how everyone's spread apart, he's just not going to be able to make those moves. And do you think that, for you as a driver, especially in these weekends, do you think that's quite a problem when people start to create gaps to each other, that it's really hard to catch up and make those moves?
Well, I obviously did that in Heat 2. I just got my head down and just pushed. And once you got around a sizable gap, they'll just start fighting behind you if they have a gap, and you'll just be able to go. So it unmotivates drivers in a sense when they start to see that gap sort of form. So, but I believe that Zach McDonald is a very, very quick driver indeed. He's had very good success here at Kim Bolton and all across the country, so I wouldn't expect him to just die off in a sense, and I'd see him manage to catch up within the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, he says Zach McDonald's a really quick driver. He's got a lot of potential this year. Oh, a move there from Adam Bourne. He's on the inside of Castro. Now that's a battle for 4th as they come flying through once again. Side by side, the Praga car and the Tim Wilson Motorsport. Oh, touching bumpers as they enter turn 1. That's a brilliant battle. The 121 and the 54 as they come flying through once again. Now, it looks like that Praga car's got a dropped nose cone. You can see it flapping as it entered the braking zone. Now, that will mean that if he's caught at the end of the race, he will receive a 5-second penalty. Adam Bourne on the inside. Oh, that got a bit too close to comfort there. Castro just about held on to it. And Castro putting his hand up there. I don't know what he was trying to stipulate to Adam Bourne. I mean, I
think he's slowed down.
Yeah, has he got a problem? Has Castro got a problem? Here's Benedict's at the front. Oh, Nat Johnson is slowly closing in now on Benedict's. This could be a battle for second if Benedict's not careful. Now, what happened to Castro on that lap? He had some sort of issue as he exited the final corner. I wonder if that was an engine misfire, or it could be one of the above. As he come through down Weldon Complex, this is the battle for second we were just talking about moments ago. George Edgar's already pulled away. He's got a massive lead, but Nat Johnson wants to make this a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. Would look really good for the team as they enter the start-finish straight once again. 5 minutes left on the clock, and here we go. The battle for second rages on. Nat Johnson on the inside of Benedict. What will Benedict do as he exits through the Willow section? It just looks like he can't match the pace of Nat Johnson.
No, Nat Johnson's had a brilliant race so far, up 6 places, and with 4 minutes on the clock, I could see him, if he keeps up this pace, I think he could catch up to Edgar, because currently he's been lapping around 10th, 2 tenths to even 6 tenths a lap quicker than Edgar. So if the number 46 of Alexander Benedictus can get behind Nat Johnson and just push him, I could see them actually catching up to George Edgar. However, George Edgar has managed to set a personal best that lap, a 41.26, as we now see Nat Johnston and Alexander Benedictus going through Derek's corner and entering Dan Weldon corner. It's been a very calm race so far, not that much chaos apart from the start, as we see this man here, George Edgar. I'm telling you now, he's going to have a very good chance of becoming British Kart Champion this year in Junior X30. As we see now, back with Edgar, and just a bit behind him, Nat Johnston and Alexander Benedictus tucking in and trying to catch up to Nat Johnston. But Johnson is so quick at the moment. He's gaining ever so slightly on the number 6 of George Edgar. But from our perspective here in the commentary box, do you think that Alexander Benedictus could maybe catch up to Johnston?
It'll be something to watch out for in the laps to come. But I think just pace-wise, I don't think he's got him. Nat Johnson, as we said, got that purple fastest lap. He's got pace to prove, but it's just not going to be enough for Benedictus. But as you said, I mean, George Edgar, we've seen it before in the heats. He puts the hammer down for the first few laps, pulls that gap, and then he'll just start to conserve himself, and he, tries to look after the tyres, because obviously, I mean, you're going to experience it throughout the final, most likely, that the tyres this will be their worst state, and it'll be so hard to try and generate some sort of grip just to keep it on the circuit. Obviously, you're going to have to experience a lot of tyre graining today, especially in these hot conditions, I can imagine. But you can see here, George Edgar, you can see he's just really relaxed in the kart. Quite a small guy is George Edgar, but he's good enough to see over the steering wheel, and he's really, really relaxed. And you can see just in his driving style, watch him into turn 1 here, really smooth on the brake, making sure very smooth steering inputs, and then as he powers round the corner, just make sure not to scrub the tyre. Brilliant stuff here by George Edgar. This is why he was chosen by the Motorsport UK to compete in the FIA Motorsport Games. This is why he is one of the best in the British Karting Championships. As we said, got that number 6, that 6th plate, but I think he's one to be getting a couple more plates as well this year. Looking at, also we've got loads of different races as well. Obviously, won the British Karting Championships round is here at Kimbolton. Really glad to see that we can host these national races here, as well as obviously we got the O plates and the E plates, which you'll see drivers throughout the grids running those different numbers. It's great to see that karting has grown that much that we have different plates, and we can, it's a way of distinguishing brilliant talent throughout the grid.
Yeah, the main focus of the plates though is to distinguish the good to the excellent, and George Edgar here is part of those excellency. even though he may not have one of those prestigious plates like the O plate, the E plate, or the GP plate, but he's always been up there fighting for those said plates, especially in the Kart Masters during 2023. He was up there, always in the top 5, and he's really just showing his pace here as well. And he's just, I honestly, as a commentator, you're not meant to lose your words here, but George Edgar's performance just makes you lose your words here. It's a completely different league he's racing in, and honestly, he's going to be one to watch for the future. Although he's a bit tiny, is the way to call it. But although he's tiny, he has the driving style of a literal dragon here. As you see, his teammate Nat Johnston, a very redemption race, I'd say, after having that big incident in Heat 2, and to round it off as a Mick Barrett 1-2. As we now see the rest of the field and Zach McDonald.
Yeah, good to see. I just spotted that. Zach McDonald up to 4th already. He's had a really good drive, but unfortunately the top 3 just a bit too far in front. Won't be able to catch up. But you were saying about George Edgar. Obviously, probably going to try and follow in his sister's footsteps, Jessica Edgar, who obviously is now off competing in the FIA Academy, following the Formula steps. This will be the next man to watch when it comes to that stage. Obviously, he's going to be one to watch out for, following the F4 routes and the F3 routes. A man to watch in the future is George Edgar as he comes round the final couple of corners. Will receive the last lap board, and he's only got a tour round this circuit for one last time. It's been a brilliant race from George Edgar, driving under the sunset here at Kimbolton. Really nice to see the sun out for once this year. We'll see the monsoons earlier this year. And what was that you picked up?
No, just on the exit of the Willows, you just took a whole lot of curve there. I just thought a bit of an incident would happen there. So sorry for interrupting you there. But we're going to watch George Edgar here. He's absolutely dominated and utterly dominated there. And he's still pushing as if this is like any ordinary lap here. Through Kimbolton corner he goes. And he's going to see the checkered flag. Now, George Edgar wins the Junior X30 final. A utterly and brilliant drive from Edgar, followed behind his teammate in 6th place, Nat Johnson. An absolutely terrific race, starting from 8th to 2nd. And rounding out the podium spaces here is Alexander De Benedictus. He'll be very happy with that. But Zach McDonald will finish 4th. Although he had that incident, he drove a brilliant race out there. And as you see your results on the screen, with Adam Bourne finishing 5th, Josh Bryce in 6th, João Gabriel Castro in 7th, Ethan Higgins in 8th, and Jack Corwell will be 9th, and James Backwith will round out your top 10, with the 2 retirees being Ralphie Branscombe and Alex Wiley after sustaining that first lap incident.
Really exciting stuff there from the Junior X30s. Obviously, George Edgar, the main talking point, really conserved himself, really clean race. Unfortunately there for Zach McDonald, really good recovery though. Obviously Alex Wiley, big loss there. He was at the front, side on the front row. But that's one final completed. Now to go to the next one. Micromatch UK is coming up next. And this is going to be a really exciting one. I mean, obviously the main battle throughout the day has been between Uzunov and Churches, and they'll be on your front row of the grid. Otto May has been there, another underrated driver to watch out for. Alden Gowdy will start from 4th, Denton Darlow, Oliver Brunt, Mason Munster, and Rio Pamito from Travis Giddens, James Hansford, and Harley Merrison. Rounds out your row 6 and 11 drivers. Not the biggest grid, but that doesn't mean we can't see action throughout the grid. But as we said, main talking point is the top 3 here. Otto May, don't count him out just yet, but the top 2 here, Uzunov and Churches. Uzunov, a really quick established driver in the Micromax class, has been very quick throughout of last year and leading into this year as well. No matter what the conditions is, he's been really quick. Has made some mistakes now and then, but that's just what you're going to get as cadet racing. Now let's see what happens here. Coming round the final corner now, they're going to get the power down. Let's see if we go racing for the first time of asking. No, we don't. We go around once again. Now, explain to everyone what the full start means and what this actually means as a driver for you. What are you going to do after you've received the full start?
Well, obviously it depends on what the situation is. If you're like a driver who, I don't know, had an incident on track and is trying to catch up to the leaders, it's perfect for you. However, if you're like the leaders and you've gone through like a different tyre pressure, like for example, you've gone for really high tyre pressures, it would obviously compromise you massively, as that's a lap without having a really good tyres, obviously. So, in this instance, it varies for drivers. However, I believe these drivers are just going to slow it down and just get the start underway. But keep an eye on Uzunov, no. But across the country, though, he's been absolutely rapid. PFI, Sheddington, Wilton, all of them tracks, and he's just been all the time in the top 3. And even if he's not at the first, he's always been up there with pace and stuff. As we now go through Kimbolton Corner, and will we get a start here? It looks very good from our perspective here, as we do get underway for the Micromax race. They're all scattering to the inside. It seems to be a very clean start so far, as, oh, what a move from the number 12 of, no, not 12, sorry, I think that's Adam Galumi, I believe, is, oh, the number...
Oh, Otto May running a bit wide there. He had to cut the third corner there. Uzunov got the perfect start. Otto May into second place. Looks like Jensen Darlow has made his way into third, so brilliant start by Darlow. Really unfortunate to see Oscar Churches dropped really far down there. He's dropped to about 5th or 6th, so he's got some work cut out for him. Mason Munzer is there in 5th, or 4th, my apologies, as they head into Kestrel Corner, down the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner, and into Kimbolton Corner. Jensen Darlow there on your screens to 26. He started off in 6th, but he's had a brilliant start into podium spots as they head down to turn 1. Here they are. The battle for seconds really raging on now. Otto May guarding that white line on the inside. Defensive he goes. It's not going to work out because Jensen Darlow makes a cutback move. But this is really going to help out Uzunov now, who was leading the way to start off with, and all this battling is really just going to help him out.
Yeah, I believe he's absolutely got away now, because obviously when the drivers start to fight, it obviously slows down the drivers, as you see from the, I believe it's the X30 race, where Zach McDonald and Alex Riley had that incident, George Edgar just vanished off the other drivers. As we now see the number 70 of, I believe, Otto May. He's doing a very good race so far, and he just needs to get his head down and hope that Jensen Darlow can manage to push with him and catch up to the leader, as we see an overtake here for the final podium spot.
No! Contact there between Jensen Darlow and Oscar Churches. Oh, unfortunate there. I think Oscar Churches just went on the inside there, and the two just met. I think that was quite a clean move. I think we just called out a racing incident, but really unfortunate there for Jensen Darlow, who's dropped way far down the grid. That's going to have ruined his race. But that gives the perfect opportunity for Mason Munzer, who's there in 4th. He's got the opportunity now for a podium position, as well as Ollie Brunt, who's there in that white helmet, the blue and white car, Ben Maximum Driver Development Program. He's got the opportunity of making maybe a podium spot here if he gets the foot down. Obviously, we've got loads of time left, 9.5 minutes left. And obviously, for you, John, throughout these conditions, these hot conditions, when in these long races, obviously 12 minutes, the last couple of minutes, do you start to like sort of overstimulate in a way, and you start to make mistakes just because of how hot it's getting? And because obviously it's getting really hot inside the karts as well. Does that play a part in how you drive?
Well, it varies for drivers. Some other drivers, like drivers that usually race in like hotter countries like the Middle East, for an example, will be so much more suited to this. But like obviously most of these drivers are English, and I believe usually when I'm in this situation, when it just starts getting really, really hot and your tyres start to overheat, you just want to start backing off a little bit, letting the tyres get back to their optimum temperature, and then start pushing again. And it really just helps you balance overall with like the karts, and just overall helps you getting the optimum temperature. But when you get...
interesting that actually. Sorry to pardon in, but the number 18, Oscar Churches, is under investigation. Now I wonder what that could be for.
I think it was the incident between Jensen Darlow.
Yeah, it may have been. So we'll let the stewards sort that one out. But that could be controversial for the end result, depending on how Oscar Churches does in this race. Now, he's going to have probably seen that, and he's probably going to be thinking more about getting the hammer down, because he wants to try and make as many places up as possible in case he does receive a penalty. Now, Otto May, who's there in second place, really can't match Uzunov's pace. Uzunov sort of saved the best till last, and that's pulled away when he sort of needs to, which is the start of the race, first couple of laps. And will this sort of be like how George Edgar was in the June X30 category? Obviously, we saw him. The first few laps, he just made sure he put the laps in, and then from this point started to conserve the tyres, conserve obviously the engine and stuff, because the engine's going to start to get really hot now, and that could ruin your performance. But for you, obviously, you had that Heat 2 win. When you got to that lead point, the last couple of laps, were you sort of thinking about saving, obviously the tyres and make sure you've got the right equipment ready for the final?
I obviously just slowed down a little bit. I wasn't really too bothered about getting an outrageous gap, especially only in the heat. And yeah, on that lap I still set the fastest lap before it got beaten. So it just really just depends though overall, the drivers and stuff. But in this situation, you just want to just calm down a little bit. Uzanov currently has a 1.4 second lead, and it's extended nearly every lap as he sets another fastest lap. That lap 2 tenths quicker than Otto May. So I believe I believe he's currently driving a beautiful race at the moment. As we see the rear end of the field as down the inside. Oh,
that was close between Ollie Brunt and that might have been Adam Gaudu, who were battling for 6th. Now Ollie Brunt lost that position as they come round down the TKM straight into Kestrel corner. Ollie Brunt there, that Ben Maxim kart. White helmet is battling with the Car Republic there. And that looks like the 29, as you spoke about earlier, Adam Gowdy. As they come down to start finish straight once again. Ollie Brunt on the inside has a look, but just can't get the move done. As they come round once again. My apologies, it was 29, my apologies. So brilliant stuff there from them two. At the front, as you were saying, Uzanov still leading the way. And this battle really raging on now between Brunt and Gowdy. And that might reel in Giddins, who's right behind them. The number 44 there, who's on that blue kart. Nice distinguished helmet that is from Giddings. But as they come through, these drivers will hopefully throughout the year want to try and get more experience, more pace, and hopefully be trying to battle up at the front. But at the moment, Uzanov still leading the way. Otto May in 2nd place. As you said, Uzanov has that fastest lap. 3 tenths faster than Otto May. Really interesting to see what sort of gap he could pull by the end of the race. Obviously, we were talking about conserving those tyres at this stage of the race if he's in that position. Same with Otto May probably, because he's got a 3-second gap to the drivers behind. But if you're sat there in 2nd place, do you really want to be thinking about trying to chase after first, or just saving yourself if you know you haven't got the pace?
Well, in this instance, I believe Otto May should just defend. Uzanov has completely checked out right now, and he's got a... Well, not really, though, because he has managed to open up a gap a bit to Oscar Churches. So I believe in this instance, he doesn't need to defend, just get his head down and try and match the pace of Uzanov. However, I just believe in the instance, if you're not quick enough, I believe you should defend, though. Since obviously, if you don't and you get swamped by the pack, you obviously lose loads of places and you may never regain them.
Yeah, that is the one issue in that situation. Now, Ollie Brunt there, the 99, still having a really good battle with Gowdy as they come through Dan Weldon Complex. As we said, the battle for 6th still raging on. Giddins right behind, just biding this time, waiting for an opportunity to come about. At 29, they're really shaking it up against Ollie Brunt. Ollie Brunt, who's come from Red Lodge. He's not the most experienced driver, still learning lots, but that's just the way the motorsport goes. The more you learn, the more track time you get, the more you learn. And obviously in these cadet races, obviously we still got to think about this. Cadets 8 to 12 years old. I mean, it's sort of surreal that, instead of learning little bits and bobs in school, he's out racing karts at the weekend, which, I bet you that's sort of every kid's dream, you could say. And it'll be interesting to see this battle here. This is the number 19 of Rio Panakamatsu, my apologies, who's battling with Mason Munzer. Now that's the battle for 4th on your screens. Very distinguished surname there. One could not pronounce.
I actually know the father of Rio. His name is Chris, and he owns... Have you ever heard of something called KF1?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Roblox?
Yeah, he owns
it. Oh, brilliant. Oh,
and
nice.
It's actually, I believe it's his first third ever time in a go-kart. So he's shown really good pace here. As obviously he's really new to karting and motorsport. So basically every single time he gets in that kart, he's getting better and better. And here he's really shown his pace here. He's fighting for fourth against his teammates of Mason Munzer in the new Zip livery for the Young Guns, actually, which is inspired by Martin Hines. As we go through the Kimbolton corner and onto the Hines straight, the Rio Panayutiu, I really apologise, Chris, if I do not get your son's name correctly, but he's getting ever so closely to Mason Munzer. Here comes Rio. Through the willows he goes, and onto the Yamyutsu straight. The number 19 is getting ever so closely to his teammate. Mason Munzer defends. He pulls alongside, doesn't go for the move. Bit of a tight angle, I'd say.
Yeah, really tight that was. But we were talking as well. You were talking about, obviously, the more time you get in the car, the more you learn, the more you understand things. That's still how it goes nowadays. I mean, even the senior drivers. I mean, myself, I've been racing near on over 10 years, and I'm always still picking bits up the more I go along. And that's just, I mean, that's sort of the way of life. There's always the quote that you learn something new every day. And that's really what it is, especially with motorsport. There's always something to learn. But for these drivers, they've probably got a million things running around their head. Because obviously the support they will receive, I mean, especially the Zip Kart team, a lot of support from obviously the mechanics, and you've got your coaches as well. Do you think that's also a lot of pressure on the drivers to perform?
For the really, really big teams like the likes of DHR, KR, Strawberry, Jack, Sam Pollock, just to mention a few, you'll obviously be expected to perform to the absolute best of best, always like getting within top 10, top 5, podium wins. But over the lower teams, they really do help you support. And Zip is not a lower team, it's one of the teams up there in the motorsport with the likes of like Kian Bernard, who's been very quick around here. He nearly won it around here, but obviously had a bit of a excursion, as I'd say. As we do see the two Zip drivers, they're both relatively new to karting. I remember seeing Mason around Wright House, and he's been extremely quick there. As we now do see Rio getting ever so closely to Mason Munzer, but obviously he's really new to karting. He's just, as you mentioned, you learn something new every day. I think in karting it's a bit more than just one thing. You learn so many things, especially, and karting can actually help you like in life and stuff. It helps you, like, you make lifelong friends, and ultimately it really does good. As we now start the last lap, Uzunov is completely and utterly checked out here so far, as Otto May is in second place, and we see the number 62 of, I don't think that's 62, sorry, yeah, it is 62, Uzunov. He's absolutely commanded and dominated this race here. Like, honestly, I'm lost for words how to describe this. It's a fantastic race. It just shows you how good of a driver he is, especially here and across the country, and definitely keep an eye on him when he does the British Motorsport Championships. I believe he is doing it. As through Castro corner he goes, and he enters the Kimbolton corner. He's had an absolutely brilliant race so far. Dimitar Uzunov is going to win in Micro Max for the final. A brilliant result for Uzunov. Following behind him, Otto May comes home in second place, and behind him Oscar Churches and Mason Munzer. But Oscar Churches is under investigation for that incident with I forgot his name now.
Or Jensen Darlow.
Yeah, Jensen Darlow. Apologies, Jensen. And followed behind him is Mason Munzer in fourth, or is he? Because obviously Oscar Churches is in third, as you see the results on your screen, with Rio Panayutiu. I'm terribly sorry, Rio. Will come home in fifth. A very good race for Rio. Coming home in sixth is Adam Galumi. Seventh, Oliver Brunt. Eighth, Travis Giddings. Ninth, Jensen Darlow. After having that incident, a very good recovery into ninth. 10th, Harley Merson. And 11th will be rounded out by 164 of Jake Hansford.
Really good drive there by Uzunov. We obviously saw that the second he made it into the lead, that was just the perfect opportunity to obviously pull away and keep the gap from the rest of the drivers. Obviously Otto May, he tried to have a battle for second place, but it just wasn't there, and the pace wasn't there either who's on pure domination. Obviously, some good battles throughout the race as well. Here we go then. KZ UK is back on circuit for their final. This is going to be a really exciting one. Obviously, we've seen throughout the race, we've got drivers, obviously from different formulas, different backgrounds, different sources of karting, and this is when the true champions are found.
Let's have a look at how they line up. We've got James Gleinster from Bo Phillips, Sam Ward, Isaac Smith on row 2, Nat Thomas, Lucas Ellingham on row 3, Leo Robinson, Bailey Reelsford, Bradley Calder, Ralph Youngling, row 5, Josh Price, Ashley Lewis on row 6, Charlie Turner, Miles Murphy on row 7, James Harvey, Jed DeFriend on row number 8, row 9, Lavinas Climas, George Barker, Ryan Green, Kieran Leonard on row 10, Nick Aiken, Nico Piccoli on row 11, and Tom Mack, the 23rd driver on the grid. One notable thing here, Charlie, is just looking at that grid lineup, we've got quite a few drivers who had misfortune, especially in that second heat, starting quite a way down the field. The likes Josh Price stands out, Ashley Lewis, Charlie Turner, Miles Murphy. They're all outside of the top few rows. They have got the benefit, of course, of having a slightly longer race, of course. The final's 12 minutes plus 1 lap, so that might work in their favour. But nonetheless, they're going to have to get to work in the opening part of the race.
I think it's going to be interesting overall because obviously there was drivers throughout the heats who were staying more consistent, weren't always up there, but were quick indeed. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes along. Now, you can see the drivers doing their practice starts to make sure they get the clutch bite point right, and then they'll pull up into their starting positions. Drivers to watch out for: Sam Ward and Isaac Smith, who are starting near the front of the pack. Both drivers really established in this form of racing. Luke Senningham, another driver who was quite quick throughout the heat races, really consistent, got himself a good place for the final. Obviously, Ralph Youngling, and watch out for Josh Price. Josh Price, obviously, he's a British champion. He knows what it means to be the fastest in the UK. Let's see what he can do. Obviously, with Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy alongside each other, that will be an exciting battle to watch throughout the race. Both drivers really good opportunity to make up some strong moves through the field. 23 karts, anything can happen in this race.
So the last few drivers taking their position on the grid, and the KZ UK final is about to get underway. Drivers are ready and all lights are on the marshal's gantry just above the grid here. The red light's going on. We wait for the lights to go out and they're away. KZ UK final gets underway. They charge into the first corner. Sam Ward with a good start down the inside there as they pile into that first corner. Trouble towards the back, but everyone else seems to get through cleanly, and the spinners have got away as well. So all the pack are underway, everyone through safely as they make their way down the Amitsu straight. A lot longer this time, of course. They cut out the Derrick's corner, carrying a lot of speed into the Dan Weldon corner, that double apex right-hander. Back towards the finish line they come at the end of the first lap. And it's Bo Phillips with that brilliant start getting underway. Sam Ward also got away very well indeed, and he is there in third place. Right on his tail is the poleman 37. Down the inside goes James Gleinster. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. He holds the inside line going through the willows and retakes second position. Then we've got number 4, Ashley Lewis.
Number 11's under investigation. Sam Ward is under investigation. I wonder what that could be for. Could that be for maybe a false start? Maybe jumping the start too early?
Nat Thomas as well. So yeah, under investigation. So there is the potential of a jump start, maybe going a fraction too early when the lights went out. So Bo Phillips has got control of the race in the early stages. Can he capitalise on that? Gleinster's got through to second. A nice move from the number 37 on the previous lap. Ashley Lewis has got away well. Looking further down the field, Isaac Smith up to 5th place, Ralph Youngling and Miles Murphy 6th and 7th respectively. Josh Price has broke into the top 10. Ryan Green making his way through. Jed DeFriend, Lavinas Climas further back, starting to fight through the field. And look out for Charlie Turner as the race goes on. One of the drivers caught up in the melee on the first corner, and he is just that little bit further back. But at the moment, at the front of the field, Bo Phillips starting to come under a bit of pressure here from James Gleinster, who set the fastest lap of the race last time round. They charge over the line. Gleinster with another fastest lap. And again, like we've seen in a couple of the previous races, just biding his time, looking to try and make a clean manoeuvre, because the last thing he wants is to get drawn into a fight for the lead, because there's some pretty quick drivers starting to fight through. Miles Murphy's on the charge. He's up now to 5th place. Josh Price is up to 9th. So these two leaders have really got to try and work together and try and pull away from the rest of the field here, because they've got some pretty strong rivals starting to come through who've still got time to try and make a fight of it here. But at the moment, Bo Phillips doing very well. Glenister still looks threatening in 2nd place.
Glenister had a really good opportunity going into Down and Complex, but a really hard overtaking place to get right. Obviously, really tight on that entry, so not the easiest place to make a move. So you'll see him on the slipstream effect here. Gets right behind Buer Phillips, but it just can't find a way through. Your main overtake opportunities in the KZ categories, obviously the last corner and the first corner, as well as this corner, Kestrel corner. Really hard corner to get right in these KZ carts. Going to drop down the gears, make sure not to lose the rear of the cart. As they come around the final corner, they'll go banging up the gears, trying to get as much speed and performance out of the engines as possible. Just under 9 minutes left on the clock, but the battle of front, battle for third going on between Ash Lewis and Miles Murphy. Looks like Miles Murphy just made the move.
There he is, the number 5 of Miles Murphy, who looks threatening in this final. He had mechanical troubles put him out of the race in the second heat, which means he had a bad start to this final, but he has very quickly got to work, made his way through the leading group of drivers, and he is right there in contention. But we go back to the leaders now as they make their way through the right-hander. Luke in Bolton corner onto the finish straight once again. We'll keep an eye out as they pan towards. There is Miles Murphy in third. The gap is 1 second between first and third. Ashley Lewis getting pulled along now as well by Murphy. They'll be desperate to try and get up with the two leaders as the rest of the pack make their way through. Youngling in 5th, Smith, Price, Ellingham, Rigglesford in 9th, Nat Thomas in 10th position as they get all very close now as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, heading down the TKM straight. 3rd and 4th are closing up on the leaders all the time here, and we still have just under 8 minutes remaining plus the additional lap. Still a long way to go in this final, plenty of laps to be run here. And at the moment, Miles Murphy, fastest lap of the race, 35.76, is closing up on the leaders. He's pulled away ever so slightly from Ashley Lewis, who nonetheless is still right in there in 4th place. The top 4 breaking away somewhat now. Ralph Youngling on his own in 5th place. Up to 6th place now goes Josh Price, who has got past that little group in the top 10. And trouble for Sam Ward, number 11. He's under investigation at the start, but it's immaterial now because he has retired from the race. He joins Ryan Green and Nick Aitken, who's had a difficult day. Aitken out of the race early, as with Ryan Green, and you can add Sam Ward to that as well. But the race goes on regardless. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and at the moment the momentum seems to be with the 3rd place driver. Down the inside he goes. Well, he was the 3rd place driver, he's now 2nd. Miles Murphy looking in great form here.
Watch out for Miles Murphy in the laps to come. This is the driver on the mission at the moment. Miles Murphy putting in the laps. He is absolutely on it. Miles Murphy, fastest lap of the race, 36.75. Lapping a couple tenths quicker than the drivers in front, but all these mistakes in these KZ carts, really easy to make mistakes in KZ, and that can cost you really wisely. So a 4-train kart for the win here. See drivers in 4th, Ash Lewis. He's struggling to catch up onto the back of Buer Phillips, but over the laps could have an opportunity for a podium spot. But I think in the laps to come, we need to watch out for Miles Murphy, as James Glenister is going to start feeling the pressure now. This race is far from over.
Just keeping an eye on the drivers behind this 4 train drivers at the front of the field at the moment. Ralph Youngling and Josh Price look very quick indeed behind this group. They can see the leaders in front of them. You may just see them come into shot. There they are. We just saw them momentarily, giving you an idea of how they are starting to close ever so slightly on this lead group. Not by very much, but certainly if they keep on this pace, they could well get up with the lead group with the last couple of laps of the race to go. The top 4 still charging. It is still James Glenister that leads the way. Miles Murphy, who has looked very threatening, now in 2nd place, of course. And starting to jink at the back of James Glenister, looking for lines here, perhaps weighing up a move. The momentum seems to be with Murphy at the moment, but he needs to try and get into the lead. And I'm sure that James Glenister will have other ideas on that one. Has a very quick glance to check his positioning as he comes into the first corner. Murphy having a peek, but thinks better of it. Doesn't quite get the momentum to get down the inside there, so he falls back in line and will try again as they charge down the Imitsu straight. Just behind there, Bo Phillips, Ashley Lewis, Ralph Youngling and Price not too far behind. We've got 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this KZ final. And down the TKM straight they go. Murphy again, he can certainly keep up with the race leader Gleinster, but at the moment he can't find a way through. He's going to try and get the drive out of the corner. You see Gleinster taking that inside line, blocking the exit to the corner, perhaps preventing Murphy from building up the momentum to go for the outbreak. Still third and fourth, Bo Phillips and Ashley Lewis. Ralph Youngman and Josh Price still charging in fifth and sixth, but not really able to close upon the leaders. And Lucas Ellingham, incidentally, getting involved in that battle for fifth place as Miles Murphy, again, you can see Gleinster very neatly parking the cart in the middle of the track, making life difficult for Murphy to try and get a sweep out of the corner. Here they come into Kim Bolton. Again, not quite close enough, but again, you see Murphy going for the outside, trying to get the drive as they make their way down Hines Straight.
Really exciting stuff here in the KZ. Point to note on the last couple of laps there, Silvius Kilmas retired from the race. Looks like a mechanical issue for Kilmas, and that saw him pulling over on the side of the circuit. You can see the kart there. Oh, Luke Zenningham. Luke Zenningham's got a problem as well. He's going to try and get going as well. Really unfortunate for Enningham there. Was running up in the top 10, but unfortunate that for Enningham. So really not having the best of luck here in KZ, but he's going to try and work on that throughout the year. The lead battle still rages on. 3.5 minutes left. Joe Phillips still leads in third. But here's the lead battle. Oh, it looked a bit close there between Miles Murphy and James Glenister as he entered the first couple of corners. Miles Murphy is right on his arse as they come down into the Dan Weldon complex. Now Miles knows he can't make the move into the Dan Weldon. It's just a bit too tight, so he's going to have to wait for another opportunity. Bure Phillips handing on perfectly there.
Here, Charlie, this is the classic case in motorsport of catching up with the driver is one thing, getting past can be another. Miles Murphy caught up with the leader James Gleinster quite easily, really reeled him in, but Gleinster making himself very difficult to pass here. He tries the outside there, Murphy. Can't quite get the momentum. The line will fall back to Gleinster. He retakes the lead. Murphy will try again. We've still got Bo Phillips and Ashley Lewis behind. Lucas Ellingham seems to have recovered from that faltering lap earlier on. I believe, well, no, I think he's a lap down, my apologies. We'll have a look in a moment when the timing charts update on the next lap, but we focus on the two leaders here as again Miles Murphy just weighing up the options here. He can't quite find a way through. Gleinster doing very well here to keep that kart well positioned, making himself difficult to pass. He guards the inside.
Oh, he makes the move turn.
He had to be brave there. Miles Murphy down the inside, found half a gap. He went for it and takes the lead. So let's see what Gleinster can do. Can he fight back?
Miles Murphy had to try every trick in the book to get past Glenister. What a drive. That's what years of experience does for you in KZ karting. What a brilliant move that was. Found an inch on the inside going to turn one, managed to use the curb to rotate the kart. Glenister drops to second place, but I don't think Glenister's over just yet. Now they're coming over to a back marker. That would be Kieran Leonard, who's all the way down in 19th. Could this play a part in the race to come? They've also got a couple other back markers to catch up. Let's see what happens then. What will Leonard do? And here comes Miles Murphy and Glenister. This is the lead battle, but it could be frustrated with Leonard, who is all holding up in the worst possible bit. You see, does Leonard move over? Yeah,
so blue flags are out. They should be where. There he goes. They both get through the tail end. They've got a couple more drivers in front of them. The 32 and 53, Tom McNicker Piccoli. Josh Price, I believe, has entered the pits, the number one. So one of the pre-race favourites is out of contention. It looks like it's going to be a fight between Miles Murphy and James Gleinster, who is certainly not giving this one up. And Bo Phillips, Ashley Lewis still finally poised. There's a problem. 33, another driver on the infield. That was Climas, who you mentioned a moment ago, Charlie. We'll get that kart retrieved after the race. There's third and fourth, charging through past the back marker. Bo Phillips and Ashley Lewis. So Ralph Youngling fifth, Isaac Smith in sixth position right now. Bailey Rigglesford, Charlie Turner up to eighth, Nat Thomas and Bradley Calder rounding out the top 10. 30 seconds to go, so I think looking where the leaders are now, next time round they will get the last lap flag. At the moment, it looks like Miles Murphy has pulled away a very small gap as the rest of the pack go charging through. But look at that in front of them, two back markers. Nico Piccoli and Kieran Leonard fighting away for their 17th position. And of course the blue flags will go out, they'll hold their line, but nonetheless they won't want to sacrifice their own race in the process as the leaders sweep past Leonard. Piccoli just in front of them there as well as they go through to complete another lap. 32 looks over his shoulder. Tom Mack sees the leader coming through, lets him go by. Now, of course, he is separating first and second places. They go through the willows, so it may be the case here that Glynster loses a little bit of time, not too much, because fortunately Mack was able to concede position. But this is the last lap of the race, and it looks now that Miles Murphy may just have done enough here.
These carts are dropping like flies in this race. Leo Robertson had to retire on the penultimate lap, but the final lap has seen Miles Murphy drive an absolute superb race. Holds off from James Glenister and wins in KZ. What a drive from Miles Murphy. Glenister finishes up in second place. Bure Phillips holds on to a brilliant third place. Ash Lewis and Ralph Youngling rounds out your top 5. Isaac Smith in 6th from Charlie Turner, and Bailey Wigglesford in 8th from Nat Thomas, and Bradley Calder, who rounds out your top 10. George Barker, who had a really good drive up 7 places, made it up to 11th from Jed DeFriend and James Harvey. Tom Mack and Nico Piccoli rounds out your top 15.
So there's the confirmation of the provisional results for the KZ UK final. Really close race at the end, but Miles Murphy just about had enough at the tank to hold on and secure victory. As you can see, quite a bit of attrition, quite a few karts dropping out of contention. Lucas Ellingham in late retirement as well. Josh Price amongst some of the drivers who were certainly in contention for victory, but not the result they would have wanted. We move on to race number 26 of 30 in just a few moments. It's the Rotax 177 final. There might just be a brief pause before the next race gets underway. There was quite a few karts dropping out of contention in that KZ UK final, so there are people on the track getting those stricken karts retrieved and back to the paddock, where they will lick their wounds, you might say, and look to come back in April for the next round and get things back underway again, of course, in the KZs. There is the number 1 of Josh Price. That kart is just at the very top of the circuit by the Dan Weldon corner, and I think Price was hoping for a better result. I thought it was seized for a moment there, but the back wheels freeing up there. It does seem, of course, more powerful machines, perhaps a bit more complex, these geared karts. They can be a little bit temperamental in these hard racing conditions. You do tend to see quite a few of them dropping out of contention in these events.
Yeah, a lot of reliability issues, which is not what you want to see, but sometimes that's just how motorsport goes. Obviously, these cars are a lot heavier, so not the nicest thing for the marshals. You can see really struggling to drag the car along. But obviously, marshals doing a brilliant job, as always. They always make sure that that the safety of the drivers and the karts are always priority. And they always do a brilliant job. No bad comments to make about them. Always brilliant. Oh, problems there. They're trying to get the cart on the trolley there. Some issues there now.
I should say, of course, with marshals, of course, this is a hobby and a lifestyle in itself. Really, the Orange Army of the marshals. They marshal not just here at Kimbolton, but various other karting and motorsport events. Some of them, of course, will be at some of the flagship events, the likes of the British Grand Prix. Quite a lot of the British marshals make the annual pilgrimage to France and go to Le Mans. You can only imagine the amount of marshals you need for an event like that. But these marshals, like you were saying earlier in the programme, of course, they have training seminars here at Kimbolton, and they it's not just showing up here on race day, is it? They put a lot of work and a lot of effort into making sure it's all run as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes behind being a marshal. It's not just sitting in the flag and waving it's not just sitting in the post and waving a flag. It's you have to be really taught on when to use the flags, when not to use flags, and it's always about making sure that, as I said before, that the drivers and the karts are priority.
I also remember my old barber back home in Shrewsbury, sadly passed away nowadays, but he was a very enthusiastic marshal and used to spend a lot of time, used to go to Formula 1, to the British Grand Prix. He did always make a trip of Le Mans. He had some great stories about some of the stuff that happened there. So let's have a look at the Rotax 177. So Liam Ferguson from Scott Clee, Ben Hitch, Chad Little, Josh Howard, Jonathan Relton, George Willis, Ollie Goodyear, Elliot Kennedy, Sam Yaxley, Alex Jones, Gordon Chenery, Stavros Athanasopoulos and Adriel Naguar on row 7, Michael Gibbons, David German on row number 8, Will Milner, Adam Clark, Alfie Bray, Francesco Borghese, Jake Biggerscat, Jeff Cox, Adam Chenery and Matt Lear on row number 12, 24 drivers. Then we go down to 25th and Tyler Cox, Bill Bowyer, Adrian Williams, Lee Todd, and the final 3 drivers, Ben Pawsey, Colin Walker and Daniel Walker. 31 drivers on the grid in, as always, a very popular Rotax 177 class. We see Derek's corner back onto the circuit. Now we go back to the rolling starts for the final 5 races. Race number 26 of 30. Another 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Final is about to get underway. Once again, several drivers who could be in contention. Scott Clee looked good in the second heat race. He'll be hoping to go one better in the final. And here we go, Charlie. Rotax 177s.
Here we go then. We're going away for the first time of asking. It's Liam Ferguson versus Scott Clee as they enter turn 1. Ferguson has the whole shot, gets on the inside. Brilliant stuff there. Jonathan Roughton tries to go around outside. Brilliant stuff there by Roughton. I wonder where he'll be able to slot into. He slots into 4th. Scott Clee stays there in 3rd. And looks like Ben Hitch there into 2nd place. Good stop by Ben Hitch. Driver who we haven't really spoken much about in these races, as all a couple of drivers having to cut the Derek's corner. A couple of drivers getting forced off wide there. But at the front, it's still Liam Ferguson leads the way. Ben Hitch in 2nd place. Scott Clee is there in 3rd. Now, you were saying Scott Clee really quick in that 2nd heat. Obviously, Liam Ferguson was driving through the pack. Liam Ferguson seems to be the man on the move at the moment, but you know, it's always different races, so we never know what's going to happen. Ben Hitch looks like he's pretty dominant for the time being. Let's see if we can try and catch up to Liam Ferguson at the front. But I think Scott Clee has got some hidden pace here that is going to show in the laps to come.
Yeah, Scott Clee looks very threatening here in 3rd place, and he's making Ben Hitch work here for 2nd place. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. This could allow Liam Ferguson to try and pull away. It's just a little, there he is, a little bit further ahead of the 2nd place Ben Hitch. Oh, Clee down the inside. Can he make the move stick? He moves wide, pushes out Ben Hitch. Good fair move, and Hitch, well, you may see there, Hitch furiously gesticulated to Scott Clee to try and stay behind him and work together to get with the leader, but I'm sure that Clee has other ideas. He feels he's faster, and Clee loses out though, because sneaking down the inside is Chad Little, another driver who's been there or thereabouts all day. And could he make his moment here? Ben Hitch holding on to that 2nd place. Hitch trying to get the drivers to work together here, but it's only down to the other opponent if they want to listen to that request.
Yeah, it's funny that the drivers who haven't really spoke about throughout the heats are now showing up here in the final. Good move by Chad Little there, and looks like Scott Clee's going to follow through as well, so 2 for the price of 1. Some good battling behind as well. Ollie Goodyear gets past Jonathan Roughton, that's for 5th as they fly through once again. This is just going to help out Liam Ferguson, who is absolutely checked out for the time being. Chad Little is there in 2nd place. 1.5 second gap so far between Ferguson and Little. But we said about hidden pace between Scott Clee. I wonder if Chad Little's got something to show in the laps to come. This could be someone to watch out for on that MS kart as they come through the Dan Weldon complex onto the TKM straight down into Kestrel corner. Really quick couple of corners. Really fast section is the 3rd sector of this circuit. Ollie Goodyear is looking pretty quick so far. He's behind Ben Hitch. Looking at a move on Ben Hitch on the laps to come as well. So there's a lot of potential in this race, but obviously always expect the unexpected here.
One driver a little bit further back, we just saw him briefly there, who's had a good quiet race in the midfield, is the number 35 of Adriel Naguar, who looked strong in the heats, has gone into the midfield and is slowly starting to catch up on the top 10. Michael Gibbons, Elliot Kennedy, Alex Jones having their own little fight back as well, so we'll keep an eye on the number 35 as the race goes on. He's making his way through. Liam Ferguson still looking strong at the front of the field. We focus on the number 41 here. This is the 4th place Ben Hitch. Now coming under a bit of pressure from Ollie Goodyear as they make their way through the Kim Bolton corner. Rest of the top 10 goes screaming through there. Willis, Jones, Kennedy, Gibbons, Aguirre, Chenry all fighting away. Headed, of course, by the number 41, the 4th place driver Ben Hitch. Liam Ferguson leading by just under a second at the moment from Chad Little. Scott Clee still in 3rd. See this battle of 4th, and Ben Hitch, who has come under pressure for most of the race here, but still running strongly in 4th place. I was just saying about Adriel Naguar, he's actually set the fastest lap of the race, 41.66. He tries to close up on the top 10, and for a midfield runner, he's having quite a strong race so far. As we look at the number 41, Ben Hitch still fending off the number 73. Ollie Goodyear can't find a way through, still a long way to go in this race. 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Liam Ferguson, there he is, still leading. Although Chad Little has set the fastest lap of the race and brings the gap down to 0.4 of a second. Scott Clee not too far behind in third, as we still watch Ben Hitch being very defensive there, fending off Ollie Goodyear. There's the top three drivers just ahead. Scott Clee trying to get involved with Chad Little and Liam Ferguson as they all make their way through Derek's corner, through towards Dan Weldon corner, and still Ben Hitch fending off Ollie Goodyear. Here come the leaders down towards Kestrel corner. Liam Ferguson still leading, but Chad Little looks threatening in second place. He has been there or thereabouts all day. This would be the perfect time for him to take the checkered flag in the one that matters, the final. Over the line he goes, and I think Ferguson
we're going for a move
inside, and perfect move there from Chad Little, block passing on the exit there, and the pressure pays off for Chad Little, but he has still got 7 minutes plus the 1 lap to go.
How has Chad Little found this pace throughout the day? I mean, obviously in the heats he didn't look like he was the quickest, but when it matters he's absolutely on it, and he's brought in Scott Clee with him as well, so Liam Ferguson could even see himself dropping back to third if he isn't careful. You were talking about Adriel getting the fastest lap, and he's always down in 11th, but that really shows how much pace there is throughout this whole grid.
He's still picking his way through the field as well. He seems to be coming towards him in the final somewhat. He's not, I don't think, unless anything drastic happens, he's going to be fighting for the victory here, but he's having a good steady race. He's just there with 71 there, the machine of Jonathan Relton, Josh Howard. There's Noir's a bit further behind with Alex Jones. He's having a good steady race, breaking into the top 10. Just goes to show if he can get that kart dialed in, if he can get into a rhythm in the final, even if he's starting further down, he can have a good drive towards the front.
Yeah, Matt Lear is under investigation. He's a bit further down the pack, but he has done something that the stewards aren't very happy with. So he's down in 20th, but trying to make moves through the field. Good battling on our screens here. Liam Ferguson still in second place, but the battle for 5th still rages on. Jonathan Roughton is trying to defend off Ben Hitch as they come down into turn 1 once again. Through the Willow section comes the top 3. Ollie Goodyear there in 4th. Ollie Goodyear had the pace to look at a podium spot, but I think just a bit too far back. He's a couple seconds back from the driver in 3rd, that is Scott Clee. It's just a matter of if he made the passes earlier, would he have an opportunity to be up there at the front 3? That would have been another question to ask. So many what ifs in motorsport, and so many talking points about this race. Obviously, Chad Little just coming out of nowhere with the pace, really unhidden from throughout the heats. Pretty much an underrater. For the final.
Seems to be running quite well at the moment. At the moment here, the pace falling away a little bit now from Liam Ferguson, who's starting to come under pressure from Scott Clee. 2 heat winners head to head now for second place. Chad Little, who was perhaps a little unlucky not to take a victory himself, but as we said a few moments ago, he's certainly leading the one that matters here. There's Clee in 3rd, and he's going to try and weigh up. He could do with getting past Liam Ferguson to try and fight for the lead, because time is starting to work against him here. Just over 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, so at the moment Little looking strong at the front, but Clee really does need to try and get that second place, but try telling that to Liam Ferguson in second place. He will not be giving that lead up lightly. Goodyear 4th, Relton 5th, Hitch in 6th, Howard 7th, Willis in 8th place, Dwyer in 9th, and Alex Jones running out the top 10. A bit further down, David German making a move with the field up to 14th from Gordon Chenery. Tyler Cox getting past Jake Biggerstaff a bit further down, but the main battle here that we're focusing on is for second place, as we see Scott Clee trying to weigh up and move here. He drops back a little bit as he comes into the final corner, trying to get the momentum out of Kimbolton corner, down towards the first corner they go. There is Chad Little, cleared away at the front, 1.4 seconds. Ferguson at the moment struggling to live with the race leader. Clee trying to find a way through. Clee looks like he's got the pace at the moment, but certainly Ferguson doing a great job of holding on to that second place. Goes defensive. Clee finds a gap on the inside though. Makes the move stick. Very neat move from Scott Clee into second as they make their way through Derek's corner. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go here. The gap was 1.48 seconds, and there is a bit of momentum behind Scott Clee at the moment. Let's see what he can do. Ferguson trying to fight back. Will he have a peek on the inside? Not quite close enough to go for the pass here. So he will stick on the back wheels of Scott Clee. Gap nearly 2 seconds though, so Scott Clee with a bit of work to do. As Ferguson has a look on the outside, tries to find a way through on the switchback, going through the willows. But Clee still holds on to second place. Meanwhile though, Chad Little looking comfortable at the moment.
Really interesting there. Liam Ferguson stipulating with the hand to Scott Clee, saying, why on earth are you defending? Going to turn one, we should have started to push together now. Ollie Goodyear is there in fourth. He has an opportunity to close now on the top two here. But really interesting there from Liam Ferguson. He knows what the best solution is for the rest of this race, and that's to both work together and get behind each other and push on Chad Little. Now, they're called back markers as they entered into turn one. That didn't do Chad Little much good, but you can see there's a driver moving out the way. That's a bit further down the field. That looks like Andy Chenery, who had an issue, or it could have been Colin Walker. So really unfortunate there. Chad Little just getting past them well. That driver doing really good to get out of the way, really, of the rest of the pack.
So at the moment, less than 2 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. And at the moment, it seems like Chad Little has got enough in the tank, but there's still a few more laps to go. There's back markers to deal with here, so the race is not over. Little now clear. He's got a bit of breathing space in front of him. There he is, coming down the Hines Straight in towards Stowe Corner. Very neat line. He knows he's got the gap behind him. He can afford to run his own lines, keep a good pace out there. Scott Clee, though, is not giving up in second place. The gap is 2.3 seconds, but Clee is charging. Clee looks fast to me. There's the race leader. You'll see Clee behind. There he is. He's trying to pull along Liam Ferguson, Ollie Goodyear behind him as well. And certainly Ollie Goodyear in fourth position. Looks quite threatening behind Ferguson. We've still got Railton, Hitch, Naguar up to 7th place now. Made another move getting past Josh Howard on the previous lap. There's the race leader. Let's have a look at the gap as they go through. 47 seconds left on the clock, so they'll have 2 more laps to go after this. Unless, of course, the pace drops like a stone, which, barring a Battenberg flag, I don't think it will. They make their way through the willows. Little in first, still Clee, Ferguson, Goodyear, as you were. Clee still charging, brings the gap down to 2.3 seconds. Time could be against Scott Clee here, but I don't think he's giving this one up.
It'll be interesting to see what Liam Ferguson does here. Will he defend and hold on to his third spot, or will he try and work with Goodyear and go for second place? It'll be interesting to see Ollie Goodyear right in the back of him. Oh, goes for the move on Liam Ferguson, so that's for the final podium spot. So that puts Goodyear up into third. Now, what will Ferguson do? Will he try and stipulate and say, come on, let's work together? He sits behind, he's waiting, so looks like Liam Ferguson just wants to see what Ollie Goodyear can do. If he can stay behind Goodyear and follow in his slipstream, when Ollie Goodyear goes for the move on Scott Clee, he could try and follow through, but you know, it's not always going to happen. That scenario is not always going to come around. But I think Ollie Goodyear secured this third spot, but at the front, Chad Little has just drove this race to perfection. As you said, was an absolute underdog coming into this final. Hadn't spoken much about him. He had set a fastest lap in one of the heats before, but that's all we'd really seen of him. But now when it comes to the final, where you know trophies matter and championship points matter, he drove this race to absolute perfection. As he comes through the Willow section now, really putting the hammer down as they come into Derek's corner.
Looking good here with half a lap to go. Chad Little maintaining that pace at the front. Scott Clee trying to keep the pressure on, but he's not been able to break Chad Little here as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Down the TKM straight he goes and into Kestrel corner. He was leading by 2.6 seconds, so he's got a cushion here. Doesn't have to take any risks as he makes his way through Kim Bolton corner for the final time. Checkered flag goes out and Chad Little wins the final in Rotax 177. Clee in second place, Goodyear third, Ferguson, Railton. Oh, and look at that, Ben Hitch fending off the hard-charging Adriel Naguar right at the end. Hitch actually putting in his own fastest lap of the race there to settle for 6th position. Naguar, brilliant drive there, I have to say, from Adriel Naguar. He was way outside of the top 10, but he never stopped pushing and found pace everywhere, really, to get 7th. George Willis with a strong 8th position. Josh Howard and Alex Jones running up the top 10. Elliot Kennedy a bit further behind. This is how they finished up then. So it was Little from Clee, Goodyear, Ferguson 4th, Jonathan Railton, Ben Hitch, Adriel Naguar, George Willis, Josh Howard and Alex Jones. With your top 10, Jones just narrowly ahead of Elliot Kennedy. A few drivers dropping out of contention that one. We only had 24 finishes from the 31 that started. Slightly longer finals, of course, so we have seen a few dropping out of contention, and that really was quite some race. We have 4 races to go, and Senior X30 coming up next.
Brilliant stuff there from Chad Little. Senior X30 is coming up next. Hayden Eldridge has driven this weekend to perfection. Really used the most of that first heat to get away. Monty Breathwaite, a driver who's been up there in the heats, one to watch out for. Reese Newburn and Jensen Pugh around at your row 2. Tiger Dixon and Katie Ashman, Connor Poland and Henry Ronan's Hart. Connor really a strong character throughout this race, throughout the weekend. Jack Dan and Jessica Fitchall from Ruben Bryan. Ryan Etchberg, Oliver Harris, Harrison Morrow from Jurovic and Lask. Both drivers who've having really unlucky weekends. Jack Stewart and Orbison from Josh Jones. Isaac Marsh, Shaq Wellen and Alvin Chu rounds out your 11 rows, 22 karts. Hayden Eldridge, though, main talking point, really up there in that first heat. Drove through in the second heat. Definitely one to watch when it comes to the final. Drivers a bit further behind. We've obviously got drivers like Connor Poland. Really quick driver, as we saw throughout the heats. Just a bit unlucky sometimes. Jurovic, really quick driver. Had problems in that second heat. Ryan Etchberg, another quick driver. But it's really a matter of who's going to find the best way through into the front of the pack, because all these drivers have the pace to win.
Yeah, these first couple of laps in the 12-minute final are going to be very important. They charge over the line. One or two drivers struggling for momentum there, but they let the start go, I believe. I think it was 25, right? Ruben Byrne couldn't get momentum. Trouble on the first corner.
Jessica Fitchall
in the middle of it there. Connor McPolin. Number 14 as well, Jessica Fitchall. A couple of others involved. One kart you may see on the infield there. Looks like the driver is out of the race. I think it was borderline, that race, but there was a bit of a tricky start towards the back there with Jurovic, I think, might be out. Is that Jurovic on the infield?
That was like more Tiger Dixon, I
Tiger Dixon, maybe.
He was quite up there, really. He was starting from 5th on the grid on the start of the race, so really unfortunate there. Really interesting to see Jensen Pugh, who's got into 3rd place now, a driver who has been up there but hasn't been in that podium spot. As they come into turn 1 now, yellow flags in the first sector, so not able to overtake. Joshua Jones is also out of the race. He's in the barrier at turn 2.
So it looks like we've lost 4 drivers according to the lap charts here. Tiger Dixon, who we believe is the driver on the infield, out of the race. Henry Rollins-Hart, Peter Jurovic and Josh Jones. 1 or 2 drivers who'd be fancied for a good result in that trouble on the first corner. Hayden Eldridge has got away very well though at the front of the field. Braithwaite Pugh in 3rd. Reese Newman, Katie Ashburn, Rylan Ekberg, of course, who had that difficult second heat, has got away quite strongly here, and he is currently in 6th place. They charge over the line, so it's still Eldridge leading, 41.59. Braithwaite 2nd, Pugh in 3rd, Reese Newman, Katie Ashburn, Ekberg, Oliver Harris, Aaron Lask, another driver who's had some trouble today. He is currently in 8th place, Jack Stewart and Noah Osbaldiston. So still potentially here, we've got just over 10 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. 1 or 2 fancied drivers having to battle through from lower grid positions here and making a good job of it so far.
You can see at the back of your screens there, brilliant battle between Ryan Etchberg and Katie Ashman. That's the battle for 5th at the moment. But the battle at the front is still raging on. Reese Newburn is right behind Jensen Pugh, has a look on the inside, went in a bit too deep. I think Jensen Pugh's got the run on the exit. Brilliant count back from Pugh. Monty Breathwaite struggling to keep up with the pace of Hayden Eldridge here. Hayden really good start to the race, and we saw that in the heats where, especially that first heat, Hayden really aggressive on those first couple of laps, generate that tyre temperature, get away from the rest of the pack, and then start to conserve yourself. Conserve the tyres, make sure you bring it home, because to win first you must finish. As a interesting thought to come with near the end of the race. Obviously, Jensen Pugh there in 3rd. He hasn't got the pace to be up there in 2nd place. Maybe it might be the best opportunity for Newburn to go through. It still gets him back as well. So Jensen Pugh really strung out the corners here, but 9 minutes left on the clock. Really, anything could happen. Looks like Noah Orbison was raising his hand off the cameras. I wonder if he'll be entering the pits. No, he doesn't. He carries on. So issue there from Orbison, but at the front, Reese Newburn on the inside of Jensen Pugh. That was the move for 3rd, my apologies. Kart going off there. That looked like Harrison Morrow.
Harrison Morrow a little bit unlucky there, because he was saying about I'm saying about the 24 of Noah Osbaldiston, raising his hand, tried to keep it going, but the kart stopped in the middle of the willows, and the unfortunate Harrison Morrow was punted well and truly onto the grass. There's a waved yellow flag for these leaders, so they make their way through, because the stricken kart of Noah Osbaldiston was on the outside of the willows. You should see it in a few moments as we watch the rest of the pack making their way through the willows, having just to hold their line. Well, it's obscured there by another stricken driver. Yet again, we've got the problems with attrition affecting some of the drivers here. We've still got 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this race. At the moment, Hayden Eldridge is controlling the race quite nicely as we look at the number 63 of Oliver Harris, keeping that pressure on as he makes his way down towards the final couple of corners here. They make their way through the Kestrel corner into Kimbolton. Eldridge still leading. Brathwaite second, Newburn third, Pugh in fourth, Rylan Ekberg in fifth. So Aaron Lask and Oliver Harris having a really good fight here. Of course, Lask, who had a difficult time in the heat races, fighting his way through quite nicely. Quite a few drivers then dropping out here. We've got Noah Osbaldiston, if you saw a moment ago, out of the race. Katie Ashman is out. And, of course, the likes of Tiger Dixon, Henry Rollins-Hart and Josh Jones. Peter Jurovich listed as a non-starter. But this pretty close battle here. Lask and Harris having a really good fight here. This is currently for 6th position. At the moment, the race just starting to spread out a bit now. Zach Whelan is still in the race, but he's cut adrift and he may well be closed up upon by the leader very shortly. But this 6th place battle, over the line they go. Ekberg still there. Lask and Harris making their way down towards the Stowe corner. Isaac Marsh in 9th, Jack Dan 10th, Alvin Curry in 11th place after starting from last position. He's done quite well to break onto the edge of the top 10. But still the race just starting to settle down at this stage. Rhys Newburn, 77, has set the fastest lap of the race. There is the 1:28 of Zach Whelan, the last driver remaining in the race at the moment. He's about to be lapped though by our leaders. There's the race leader, Hayden Eldridge, charging down the straight now. Fortunately for the leader, Whelan is on his own, so the blue flags get displayed, which I think they will do in a moment. When he gets a bit closer, Whelan should be able to concede his line and let the leader go through. There's the number 10 still charging away. Blue flags being shown to the back marker as they make their way through Derek's corner. And, you may just have seen there, oddly enough. But there he goes. Zach Whelan opting to go down the escape road there, doesn't it? He seems to have just dropped a little bit of pace there as he lets those faster drivers through. Of course, he won't gain any advantage from that, so I can't imagine that would be a problem. But Whelan's still continuing. But Hayden Eldridge, at the moment, 5 minutes 50 to go, looking quite comfortable at the front.
Really interesting that the back marker you cut in the chicane. Wonder if that was braking a bit too late going to the corner, or just a pure fact of trying to get out of the way. Up at the front, though, it is Monty Brathwaite in second, but getting charged down by Rhys Newburn. Now we know Rhys is very good on those brakes, can make some really late moves, so I think the battle for second still rages on, and it could even bring in Jensen Pugh, who is still there in fourth, a couple of seconds off the top 3 here.
There is an incident, they're just approaching now. There's waved yellows on Kimbolton corner. I believe it's Oliver Harris who's gone into the tyre barriers. There he is on the outside. Doesn't look like it's too serious though. There was quite a bit of commotion down by the tyre barriers. I was concerned at one moment whether they'd be bringing the Battenberg flags out. I couldn't really see what had happened from the vantage point of the commentary tower, but with the benefit of the better view from the cameras, it doesn't look like the barriers have been disturbed, so they should be able to continue with the race unheeded. And that's certainly good news though. Hayden Eldridge still leading comfortably by 2.1 seconds. He'll just want things to carry on as they are at the moment. As we look a little bit further back, the 77 of Rhys Newburn, who's had a strong steady race, now into 3rd position, and keeping the pressure on the 2nd place driver, Monty Brathwaite. Still those wave yellows. That kart of Oliver Harris in quite a prone position, he was down the outside, so what's going to happen there, do you wonder, Charlie? Well, they can't really make an attempt to retrieve that kart, so I wonder if they'll have those wave yellows for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it might have to stay out. Obviously a bit of an awkward place to have the kart there. You can't park there, mate, as one might say.
As well, that's also potentially getting rid of one real big overtaking opportunity there, because their apex of the corner is pretty much on the Marshall point. So if anybody tries to overtake into Kimbolton corner, could be a potential for overtaking under yellows, so they're going to have to hold that. Oh, the cart's gone now. Well, that was very swift.
Brilliant.
Marshals.
Brilliant stuff by the Marshals there. Obviously showing up against our commentary skills.
Yeah, that was very fast indeed. That's good work from the marshals to get a clear track, because that kart would have stayed there. Like we were saying, that would have been a key overtaking opportunity lost there. So once again, congratulations to the marshals. Brilliant job to get that stricken kart retrieved under race conditions, I have to say, get it removed safely. And so we have a nice clear track to race on. At the moment, Hayden Eldridge, barring any disasters at the front, looks like he's got the win sewn up here. He's just got to try and keep those laps going, keep it consistent. But as you know in racing, anything can happen here, so these two are certainly not fighting a lost cause. There goes the leader, as Rhys Newburn tries to find a way through. This is the thing here, Charlie. Again, Newburn having a look on the inside and takes second place. This is the thing though here, Charlie. At the moment, it looks like these two really are only fighting for second place, because Eldridge has got a comfortable gap at the front. But as we know in racing, anything can happen. So I'm sure these two drivers know that all they got to do is keep charging, and they could still yet be fighting for the win.
Yeah, all it needs is a mistake from Hayden Eldridge, a sudden loss of pace. That could give the opportunity for Monty Braithwaite and Rhys Newburn up at the front. Now, obviously, we've seen Rhys make that move for second place. The faster driver out the two. Newburn has that fastest lap of 40.57, 2 times quicker than Monty Braithwaite. Monty getting the head down, both drivers getting the head down. But it's going to be really interesting here. If Hayden does make a mistake, that could bring these two in. But at the moment, really smooth and consistent driving from Eldridge. But obviously, we said Newburn and Braithwaite, they have the opportunity now to work together. All Monty needs to do is get onto the back of Newburn, push him along on the straights. Gives the perfect opportunity. I saw this was happening earlier in the race. Jensen Pugh was right on the back of, Ryan Edgeberg was on the back of Jensen Pugh. Jensen Pugh losing a bit of pace on the last couple of laps there. There they are on your screens there. As they go round the final corner, as they come down into the first corner. There they are on your screens. Getting a better watch of that now. Aaron Lask is also closing in, but it's Edgeberg versus Jensen Pugh for 4th place in this race. A minute and a half left on the clock. Really interesting to see how this one goes about. Expo looks for the move on the inside. We caught the cameras at the perfect opportunity as they start to battle. Jensen Pugh drops down a position. Might even lose another one yet as Aaron Lask joins the frame. As Ryan Etchberg, he makes the move for 4th. A bit too far back to catch up to the top 3 here. It'll be really interesting to see what happens. Oh, big move by Aaron Lask on the inside. That's the move for 5th place. Gets the move done. Jensen Pugh drops down to 6th, and I think that's the sort of the motivation, the momentum that once you lose one place, you're sort of in that momentum to maybe lose another one, and that's exactly what's happened to Jensen Pugh.
Just don't want to lose that momentum in the closing stages, especially when drivers are coming through and putting a little bit of a spurt in the closing stages. Rhys Newburn looking good in 2nd place right now. We've gone down to 30 seconds, so this will be 2 laps to go when the leader goes through. Hayden Eldridge, just a point of reference, crossing the line now as 2nd place go charging out of Kimbolton corner. There's the battle of the 3rd. You can see already the leader well clear from this fight for 2nd place. There they go. And then 4th, 5th and 6th. Ryan Ekberg, Aaron Lask and Jensen Pugh in their own fight for 4th. So the field just being spread out a little bit now. There's no real pressure for the leader. He's in a lovely position here, Hayden Eldridge. He can afford to run his own race at the front. He can't afford to take things easily, I would say. But the battle's still on for 2nd place, 2nd and 3rd going through. There's a brief pause before our next drivers come through. I'm sure there was 3 drivers there a moment ago, so whether we've Jensen Pugh seems to have gone missing.
What has happened to Jensen Pugh? He's dropped quite far off the field now.
Not showing on our lap charts. I can't see him on the infield. I wonder if he's parked the kart into the paddock maybe. So Jensen Pugh, that's a shame for him because he was running well, but not showing up on our lap charts. Yeah, 3 has now become 2. We are on to the last lap of the race. And it has all been about this guy here, number 10. Hayden Eldridge has controlled the race. We've had some pretty close-cut races in our finals today, but this is not one of them. And I'm sure Hayden Eldridge will not be disappointed about that. Here he comes, been a masterful drive for him. Out of the corner he goes and takes the checkered flag. Hayden Eldridge, the comfortable winner of X30s. Rhys Newburn 2nd in that very close battle with Monty Braithwaite. Ryan Ekberg's hard work pays off with 4th position from Aaron Lask. And Jack Stewart, of course, with the late retirement of Jensen Pugh, will manage to get 6th place. Isaac Marsh in 7th.
A bit further back for Jack Dan, Ruben Byrne, and Alvin Tree in the end, who started from the back, ends up breaking into the top 10.
Brilliant stuff there by Chew, but a main talking point from that race, obviously, Hayden Eldred just got into the lead from the start of the race, just absolutely pulled away. Consistency is always key in this game, especially in these finals where obviously the tyre management is always important. You could see that the tyres were starting to lose quite a bit. You could see the tyres were starting to grain as well, which is not what you want to see. Reliability issue once again in these X30 categories. So we saw issues for Josh Jones, Oliver Harris at the start of the race, and then throughout the race, just started losing ones one by one. But that's just obviously the reality of motorsport. It can't always go your way, and that sometimes you just have to lose like that. TKM Extreme coming up next. Really, not the biggest grid, but really strong drivers in it. And obviously, we saw in the heats before that there was always battling left, right, and centre. Obviously, in the last heat, Thomas Shaw, who's starting from pole position, he's been showing up really well against Jake Cox, two drivers to watch out for. Sean Abbott and Johan Kelly-Churn for Harvey Jones and William Bryant. William Bloom and Patrick Leaf rounds out your row 4. Charlie Whitehouse and Reese Porter from Keane Bennett and James Workman from John Stafford. Miles Reitman, who had issues in that second heat, and Sam Cope, who starts from 15th on the grid. I think, to be honest, any one of these drivers has an opportunity to win. I mean, at one point in the second heat, we had 10 karts battling for the lead of the race. So I don't think pace-wise is a big matter in this race. It's just going to be about racecraft.
Yeah, I think remember, of course, with it being a longer final, these opening few laps, once again, will be very important because no one's going to win the race on the first lap, but as the old saying goes, you can very easily lose the race on the first lap. So the important thing here is to get away well, get away strongly, good pace at the front, and most importantly of all, to avoid getting caught up or causing any first lap controversies. One of the stricken karts gets pushed away. As I say, we have seen quite a few drivers dropping out of some of these finals. They are slightly longer at 12 minutes plus 1 lap, which is fairly long for a sprint style race. When you remember these drivers, of course, driving flat out for the race distance, then sometimes you do get the mechanical issues. It may be just the case that they drop out of contention. They just want to protect the kart for next time as well, maybe, because they really do push these machines. But TKM Extreme out on the course now for their formation lap. And as you say, Charlie, it would be difficult to predict the winner for this one because there's, like we say, we've got Thomas Shaw, Jake Cox, of course, with good heat races. But there's quite a few drivers further down the field who would have a good shout of victory.
I think one driver to really talk about is Keane Bennett, who had the issues in the first heat, obviously making contact with Harvey Jones in the first heat. Second heat, didn't have the best of luck, but this is when it all comes down to. Obviously, we saw in the 177s Chad Little, he wasn't there in the heats, but when it came to the final, when it really matters, brought the gap together, brought that win home. This is going to be really interesting. Obviously, Thomas Shaw have been a standout drive in the races so far, as well as Jake Cox. Let's see what happens then as we go down into turn 1. Thomas Shaw will defend that inside line. Jake Cox is trying to get over, but Sean Abbott makes a move for second place. Brilliant move there by Sean Abbott as they all come filing through. Harvey Jones is trying to get past Jake Cox as well. Brilliant start by Harvey Jones. He's made up a couple places on that start. Now they'll all come down defensive into Derek's corner. Johan Kelly-Churn is there in 5th. William Bloom in 6th as they come through. But it looks like Thomas Shaw is starting to bridge a bit of a gap at the moment, especially the top two here. Both Thomas and Sean Abbott really bridging a gap from Jake Cox in 3rd.
Yeah, nice start to the race here. All of the drivers staying out of trouble on the first lap, so they've all got away cleanly. And now they can start to get into the race here. Well, taking the early jump on the field, Thomas Shaw and Sean Abbott 1st and 2nd. Then a very small gap from Jake Cox in 3rd. Cox on his own a little bit there, with Harvey Jones just behind there, Johan Kelly-Churn, William Bloom, Charlie Whitehouse. Quite a few of the front runners all getting away quite strongly there. Patrick Leaf, William Bryant in 9th place. Keane Bennett running out the top 10 from Miles Reitman. James Workman, John Stafford and Sam Cope with Reese Porter. The 15 drivers all got away cleanly. And these are very early stages though. 10:44 plus 1 lap to go. So Thomas Shaw with the early pace here, trying to run his own race at the front end, trying to break away. But Jake Cox in these early stages just started to find a bit of pace here, keeping second place honest. And 21, you just saw him there ducking behind the wheel for a bit of drag, and that's Harvey Jones trying to keep up with Jake Cox, who set the fastest lap of the race on that first flying lap.
early pace here in the mid 43s, the faster drivers. Thomas Shaw and Sean Abbott closed slightly there by Cox, Jones and William Bloom, so no one really breaking away at this stage. Thomas Shaw not really able to get the jump on the field at this stage, and as I say, still quite a way to go here. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and at the moment this TKM Extreme Final is very finely poised.
Jake Cox really closing in now on these top two. Set the fastest lap on that last time around, and you can see him just getting up to the back of Sean Abbott now, but he won't overtake him straight away. You want to sort of try and work with him just to get that bit more on Thomas Shaw as they come through the first couple of corners. Really close here in TKM Extreme. The first top three here really close on each other. Moves for fourth between William Bloom and Harvey Jones. William Bloom makes the move on Jones, so now Jones will sit back into fifth and try and work together from the from the drivers behind. Obviously, Johan Kalichern, one to watch out for. He's been really impressive in the heat so far. But at the front, still Thomas Shaw leading the way. Interesting to see how they're going to drive the rest of this race. Obviously, 9 minutes left on the clock. Time to watch out for that tyre performance and obviously look after those tyres, especially as Max's tyres. A really hard compound, which means that they do get a lot of load throughout the races. So when it comes to these finals, the drivers who have managed their tyres throughout the heats will be able to exceed a lot more in the final, as they can put more effort on the tyre into the final. Obviously, when it comes to those last few laps, when the tyre and everything around the car really matters as they come down.
Nice and smooth at the front here. The top three just starting to break away ever so slightly from the chasing pack. It is still Thomas Shaw that leads the way. Sean Abbott and Jake Cox second and third. No one really prepared to go for a wild overtaking opportunity at this stage, I would say. They still know there's quite a way to go in this race. Still 8:17 plus the 1 lap remaining. We can see the clock on the top left-hand side of the timing screen here when you're watching. The drivers will know how long's left in the race. Every time they go past the finish line, there is a virtual marshal signal board above the start-finish line gantry that has a very large countdown clock on it, so the drivers will have an idea when they cross the line each time as to how far they are through the race. All three of these drivers know that there is still a long way to go here, and I think everyone at the moment in this top three, they do know that the chasing pack aren't too far behind. They'll be appreciating, of course, that William Bloom, Johan Kalichern, Harvey Jones, there they are. You can see how close they are. They're out of harm's way at the moment in terms of striking for the lead. But if these three start to fight, then everyone else behind there, Bloom, Kalichern, Jones, Charlie Whitehouse, Patrick Lee, Cian Bennett, who had a quiet start to the race but has set the fastest lap of the race. They're in this whole group of drivers just behind the leaders, and they are charging at the moment. They're not really closing up in terms of pace on that lead group, but there's only 9/10 of a second according to the timing charts between third and fourth, so any kind of a mistake, or if anyone starts banging wheels here with the top three, it really will suck the rest of the top 10 into this battle for the lead. It's all closely poised here with just under 7 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Just keeping a close eye on that fourth place, headed by the number 56 of William Bloom. You can see he is just out of striking distance here. We're going to look at the clock here, the timing charts. The gap pretty much remains the same. It's still around 9/10 of a second between third and fourth. As a little bit further behind there, Charlie Whitehouse moves up to sixth and Cian Bennett up to eighth. I would say here there's still with 6.5 minutes to go here, Charlie. Depending on what happens with the battle for the lead, any one of about 9 drivers could win this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as the minutes start ticking down. Obviously, Thomas Shaw, I think for Thomas Shaw, move on,
Jake
second
Cox.
Place. Jake Cox gets down the inside of
Sean Abbott there was a little bit ragged through Kestrel Corner, I think, there, Charlie, and that's allowed Cox to go through.
That's what I mean. One mistake can cost these drivers wisely, and that is exactly what's happened to Sean Abbott. Really lost out there big time. Drops to third place. Not over just yet. Still got less than 6 minutes left on the clock. But battles throughout the field. Charlie Whitehouse is making a move on Johan Kalichern. That's a move for fifth. William Bloom is leading that pack in fourth. Now, it's really going to be a matter of when does Thomas Shaw start to defend, because the second he defends, that's when all these drivers behind are going to start to close in, because obviously he's going to start slowing down, he's going to lose that momentum, he's going to have to start defending and changing his line to defend off Jake Cox for the time being. But this will be really interesting. All Jake Cox needs to do is just have one opportunity of a good run out the final corner, and that's going to set him up really nicely for the first corner. Many overtaking opportunities around this Kim Bolton circuit, but I can easily see there being, sort of 8 or 9 karts. I mean, the last driver in this pack, who's in P8, Kean Bennett, he's not far off the lead pack at all. But I can see that if Thomas Shaw starts to defend a lot more, it can easily see drivers such as, obviously, Charlie Whitehouse, you've got Johan Kalichern, Harvey Jones, Kean Bennett. They could all easily be in this battle for the win.
And William Bloom in 4th place is slowly but surely catching up on 3rd, only by a few tenths here and there, but he's charging as hard as he can. Easily distinguishable there with the white helmet and white overalls. And he's right on the tail now of the 3rd place, Sean Abbott, who after that overtake from Jake Cox on the previous lap, just seems to have lost a little bit of drive here. You can see him checking his shoulder. He knows the 4th is close behind. And at the moment, this is turning into a two-way fight for the lead now. The top 2 just starting to break away now from Sean Abbott. And Jake Cox, who seems to have found a bit of pace as the race goes on, is all of a sudden starting to look very threatening indeed. Has a quick glance over the shoulder. He knows he's on his own in 2nd place. He can afford to put the pressure on Thomas Shaw. This is when he made the move for 2nd. He has a little... He did look quick into the corner. Opts against going for the pass. I'm not sure how quickly he will want to... Unless the opportunity is presented to him, of course. I don't know how much he's going to try and force the matter. Oh, look at that, 3 abreast, though, going through Stowe Corner.
Oh, bit of tap there.
Oh, bit of banging, wheel banging there. 21 taking advantage of that. Harvey Jones makes up a couple of positions as well, but at the end of all that wheel banging, just behind there, you'll see the white overall. There he is. The white overalls and white helmet of William Bloom, who is now into 3rd place. But here is the battle for the lead. 3.5 laps. 3.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. And time just slowly starting to count down here for Jake Cox in 2nd place, if he's going to do anything.
Well, we're already past halfway stage here. The top 2 here really close in. Looked like Jake Cox having a little look there. I think he's going to be sizing up a move soon enough. But this is really William Bloom's opportunity here into that final podium spot. It's all about his... Oh, here we go. Jake Cox had a little look. And I said about him just going to look at sizing up a move. It's going to come really soon.
Do you think that Jake Cox knows he's got a cushion behind him now? Because he seems a little bit... He had a quick glance over his shoulder and he just seems a little bit... Again, you see him checking there. They know where they are on the track. Looks like he's not so afraid now to try and go for a move here. There's less to lose.
I think he knows he's got a sort of leeway where he can make a move, lose a bit of time, but it still won't be enough for William Bloom to catch up. But if he starts defending now, Thomas Shaw, if he sticks on that white line, it's going to give the opportunity for William Bloom to come through, and also that's going to bring Sean Abbott back into it. It's going to bring Charlie Whitehouse and this rest of the pack that leads all the way down to Kean Bennett. Here we go again into Derek's corner. Doesn't have a look just yet. I think Jake Cox has realised the consequence of him trying to make a move so early on. But
he knows here, I think, as well. He knows there's still 2 minutes on the clock plus the 1 lap remaining, so he's not going to necessarily go for the pass unless it's presented to him at this stage. He may have to up his game in the next couple of laps. Again, you see him just looking threatening coming into Kim Bolton corner, but not going for a move. Let's see if there's an overtake heading into the first corner, because Thomas Shaw's still holding a good pace as Cox has a look down the inside, bails out of it, tucks in back behind Thomas Shaw. And there's the fight further down. So everyone else fighting for position down the rest of the top 5. Does look like the gloves are off here as, we see Thomas Shaw just starting to guard that inside line a bit more, going a bit more defensive. He knows he can guard the lead here. He's got a bit of a cushion behind him. Apart from that man in 2nd place, his main objective is to fend off Jake Cox here. I think they both know they're out on their own in the front here. So gloves are off between these two at this stage. Nobody else is going to get drawn into this battle unless anything severe happens. We've got 1 minute to go plus the 1 lap, so there'll be 2 more laps to go after this, Charlie, and still wide open between these two.
Looks like issues for Sean Abbott further down the field, but this is the battle now. This is when it starts for Thomas Shaw and Jake Cox, and depending on how Thomas Shaw defends this race could be the difference between William Bloom getting into 3rd, bringing that 3rd place into this. Now, this is really close between these two. Obviously, this is the penultimate lap of the race, shall we say. A couple more laps left to go. The battle between Thomas Shaw and Jake Cox really feisting up now. as they head into the final corner. Down the start-finish straight once again. These races really long. I mean, they've already been over about 10 to 11 laps. Battles throughout the grid. Thomas Shaw really defends. Oh, for the dummy goes Jake Cox. He had a look. It just wasn't enough. The 26 there really having a look. That green and white car, it could be make or break for him.
Just watching the timing charts here, Charlie, and look out for the third place man there, William Bloom, all in white. He pulled 0.7 of a second on these two drivers, so he's 2 seconds behind. He's still an outsider in this race, but you see these two really are starting to fight for the lead now. Maybe they don't realise how close Bloom is. If they start to, really swapping positions in the corners and slowing each other down a bit here, this could really bring Bloom into the equation. Next time round will be the last lap as we get another bit of a drive out of the corner for Cox. Shaw moves across, blocks him and go extreme inside on the corner. William Bloom still fighting in there. Cox has a look on the inside. William Bloom trying to take advantage of this. He pulls in another half a second. So it's now 1.5 seconds between first and third or thereabouts. And you can see again this full defensive. It really is drawing the rest of the field back in here. So could William Bloom make a late charge if things get too aggressive at the front here? So I think it's going to be a tall order. It's going to be between Thomas Shaw and Jake Cox. They make their way through the double apex, Kim Bolton corner. Shaw going full defensive here. Cox will really have to pull something out of the back here into Kim Bolton to take the victory. He's going to have a peek on the inside. It's going to be all on the drive out of the corner. Gets a nice drive out of Kim Bolton corner, but it's not going to be enough. And by the finest of margins, Thomas Shaw, brilliant final there. See Jake Cox raising his head in a little bit of not terrible despair really, but he'll know, that was so close. William Bloom brought it down to 1.2 seconds at the end, but fantastic race there, Charlie, between Thomas Shaw and Jake Cox.
You can see how much it meant for Thomas Shaw. He's really bouncing off the seat. That meant a hell of a lot to Thomas Shaw. Brilliant win there. Jake Cox, as I said, a bit annoyed about that second place, but what a race he drove anyway. William Bloom really close to the top two. There just wasn't enough in the end. But I think Thomas Shaw drove that race to perfection. He didn't defend really early and cause everyone to catch up. He was really consistent. He knew that Jake Cox was going to have the idea to just follow him around for most of the time, because that's what really the race was about, just following each other around. And then when it matters at the end of the race, then you could have a little battle. Because
I'd say that was a good, honest race between those two, because Shaw put in the cart where it needed to be, making life difficult for the second place Cox, and he certainly had a go coming out of the last corner. He certainly tried to take his opportunities, but bearing in mind, of course, they had a rapidly advancing pack. It was certainly good racecraft between those two drivers. So great action there in the TKM Extreme. And we move on now to our penultimate race of the day, the Senior Rotax. There are two Rotax classes now, seniors and juniors. The seniors will lead them away. They make their way out onto the course for their formation lap. This is how they line up: James Tester and Charlie Webb, Ethan Barton, Daniel Amore, Finley Jones and Tom Pryor on row 3, Will Forber, Samuel Cook on row number 4, row 5 for George Robinson and Archie Flint, Michael Morgan, Jack Stimson on row 6, Cassius Dieth and Joshua Valance on row 7, Alvin Ashford-Smith and Joe Fox on row number 8, Luca Posick, Declan Enough row 9, Philip Tatum, Arthur Brownless row 10, Jack Middleton, Jason Haitley row 11, Noose Sapper Levers and Adam White on row number 12, Charlie F. Grave, Dan Renton, Ben Thompson, Joseph Rees-Smith and Angelica Kennard, 29th place driver, leading on this very strong field here, Charlie.
Brilliant to see. There's some really strong drivers throughout the grid, some at the back, but most of them at the front. Let's see what happens then. Charlie Webb on your outside, James Tester on your inside. Oh, Charlie Webb really trying to get over to the inside line there as he went into turn 1. Ethan Martin getting all over the place, moving to the middle of the circuit, just about make their way through. It's really close between the front pack here, but James Tester just about leads the way from William Forber, who's into third, Charlie Webb into second place. Now, good to see what William Forber can do. William had a really good start there. A couple of drivers who were struggling to get going there at the start of the race. Really unfortunate for that. George Robinson is there in 4th. Dan Amore on his return back is there in 5th. But it was literally that start was just about trying to keep it clean and get out of turn 1 scramble.
How they all got through. I think there was one driver, admittedly, did get in trouble at the end towards the back there. And there was, I think it was New Sapper Leathers got cut adrift at the back, but somehow they all got through that first lap unscathed. It was fast and furious on the first lap. There is a contact warning out there, though, for the number 24 in second place, Charlie Webb. So
Webb will have to be careful. There'll be no further action taken on that. There is just a warning flag for the number 24, Charlie Webb, in second. But anything else, and he might get further sanctions. So it is, to paraphrase there, Charlie, a warning flag for contact. It's equivalent to a yellow card in football, you might say. Anything further than there might be further action, but it's just a warning at this stage.
Yeah, it's just, to say to the driver, you're being a bit dangerous at the moment, but we won't take it further unless you carry it on. So interesting there for Charlie Webb. He's got to try and calm down whatever he was doing wrong that the stewards weren't happy with. But the warning is, it's just a yellow card, as you said. Just, we'll warn you of what's happening, but we won't take it any further. There's only a few.
Karting is a non-contact sport, it has to be said, but if you go down into the paddock and look at some of these karts closely, some of the side fairings, for example, on the karts, you'll usually see a few telltale rubber marks where they got a little bit close for company. There is another warning flag actually going out for the 1, 2, 3 of George Robinson in 6th place, so it's getting a little bit fast and furious towards the front here. When you look at some of these karts a bit more closely in the paddock, you might just see a few battle scars, especially on some of the side panels.
Yeah, I bet the sponsors aren't happy about that one, but that's the way that racing goes. William Forber on your screens there in 4th, trying to chase down Danamore. Now, it looked like Forber had the pace on Danamore, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this one plays out. Obviously, time is ticking down, 9.5 minutes left on the clock. Danamore is just waiting. It doesn't look like he has the pace to catch up to Charlie Webb, although they're all in this train. William Forber just have the pace advantage. Finley Jones looks like he's really quick on that last lap. Closes in on William Forber. Might even have a look at a move into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. Finley Jones on the inside of William Forber gets the move done. Forber on the cutback, couldn't get it done. George Robinson stays there as well. It's going to be interesting to see what William Forber does. Would he go and battle back? No, he doesn't, because George Robinson gets on his inside. Get a bit argy-bargy there as they go through Derek's corner. What will William Forber do? Will he just sit there now? He's got Ethan Martin behind him. Ethan, a really quick driver. Will he sit there and think? But Danamore, well, I said he didn't have the pace to be at the front. He's closing in on 2nd place now. This could be interesting between Charlie Webb and Danamore as a lap close down.
At the moment, it's looking good at the front here with, down the inside goes the 41. Neat little move there from Daniel Lamore. He did set the fastest lap of the race there and very neatly went down the inside of Charlie Webb. If you're going to make a move in these finals, that's the way to do it. It has to be fast and it has to be clean. You can't afford to be swapping positions with drivers. You'll just lose too much time. So Daniel Lamore timing that move to perfection. But look at that down the inside. He went a little bit wide. And Charlie Webb didn't need to be asked twice. Half a gap on the exit of the Dan Weldon corner, and he is back through to 2nd place. And down the inside again goes Daniel Lamore. So 3 changes there on the same lap. They're going to have to be careful here. You just saw a warning there from Charlie Webb saying, so let's work together here. Let's try and keep the leader in pace, because James Tester is very slowly starting to break. There's Tester. You can see already he's pulling away now from the rest of the field. And if this battle for 2nd place starts to hot up, more drivers getting involved in this now. We've got Finley Jones, George Robinson, who incidentally has set the fastest lap of the race with a 40.90. Ethan Martin, Will Forber, Tom Pryor, all starting to get drawn into this battle for 2nd place. This could be very good news for James Tester. Let's see if he can pull away. It was 2 seconds. There he goes. Just out of view. Then the battle for 2nd place. There's your race leader. You can see the gap, which now goes up to 2.2 seconds. So Tester pulling out another 1/4 of a second there, Charlie, which doesn't sound very much, but in the context of a sprint race and in karting where it's all so closely contested, that's quite a margin now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how James carries on the rest of this race. Danamore really out here to ruin the party. He has nothing to lose. He's not in for the championship. He's just out here to just enjoy his racing. Really getting stuck in there with Charlie Webb. A really experienced driver is Charlie Webb. As we said, he's been really high up in the Senior Rotax Championship last year. Finley Jones, another driver to watch out for, making good strides through the field. Ethan Martin there on your screens makes a move on George Robinson. Good dummy move that by Ethan Martin. Brilliant to see as he heads round the Willow section. Brilliant stuff here. William Forber now on the back of Ethan Martin. So that's something to watch out for in the laps to come. I know William Forber really looking to finish out on a good result here this weekend. for Dannemore. They're in second place. Driving, we haven't really spoken much about Dannemore recently in the heats because he wasn't there or thereabouts. He was up there at the front, but sort of just kept his head down, kept making those moves. But when it matters the most, he's up there at the front, and that's what it all really matters.
Noticeably here, Charlie, he has ever so slightly closed up on the leader. 5.5 minutes to go. If you will watch him now, and he comes up towards Derek's corner, you can see here that Amor has just pulled the slenderest of margins away from the third place Charlie Webb. Not much at all. It's around about half a second or so between second and third, but he has slowly closed up on Tester. So time is still on the side of Daniel Amor and Charlie Webb, second and third, to try and get up with the leader, but they can ill afford to get involved in any scraps at the front, you would say. They've just got to push as hard as they can, try and avoid battling for position and just try and catch up with that leader. Getting dragged along a bit there as well is the number 23 of Finley Jones, currently in fourth place, who he's tagging onto the back wheels of Charlie Webb here. Ethan Martin in the mix as well. Contact warning a little bit further down for the number 49, currently in 19th, Declan Luff, who's fighting with Calvin Ashford-Smith and Joe Fox. And there's the top 20 action all the way through the field. Looking a little bit further down, we've got the likes of Archie Flint, Samuel Cook, Joshua Valance, Arthur Brown, the Salt fighting away. But here we look at the second and third place drivers here. Daniel Amor, Charlie Webb. Out to the final corner they go, so Tester still leading. We're going to check the clock when they go through. And the gap pretty much still remaining around 2 seconds. So although Amor's pushing hard here, James Tester maintaining a good pace out there. And crucially for the race leader, number 27, he's maintaining that 2 second gap.
Yeah, well, we were wondering if James Tester was going to be tested by Dan Amor, but the pace just shows that Tester's just a few hundredths quicker than Dan Amor, and that's just what he needs to extend that gap, just an inch by inch. I mean, the battle for first has sort of already been sealed by James Tester. It's just going to be a matter now between Dan Amor, Charlie Webb and Finley Jones. Finley Jones really quick on those last couple of laps. Set a personal best on that lap one of 40.81 for Finley Jones. So only 500ths off the fastest lap of the race. So that just shows how close this field is. I mean, looking down on the times, most of the drivers setting identical times to each other. The pack really only between a couple tenths.
It's very closely poised here. Rest assured, I would say here for Daniel Amor, Charlie Webb and Finley Jones, they will not be giving up the victory here, because James Tester with that 2 second cushion, but as we've seen in the past with karting, it's very easy, a small mistake on the curb, losing momentum, and you can get drawn into the drivers behind you. So they certainly won't be giving up. For James Tester's part, they'll be looking to push as hard as he can, keep that momentum going. Notably at the back, I just noticed Ben Thompson on the previous lap spinning out on Derek's corner. He got going again, but he has been cut adrift a bit further behind from the rest of the field here, so it might be a driver that James Tester has to contend with. He'll be hoping that he can close up on that back marker. If he does close up enough in the last few laps, that he'll be somewhere where he can make a clean pass. Gap still remaining about 2 seconds between first and second place. 24, Charlie Webb with the green helmet, blue visor, making his way through. He's still got the number 23 of Finley Jones right behind him. Jones trying to find a way through here, and at the moment it looks like Daniel Amor just pulling away ever so slightly, only by about half a second or so. The gap still remains around 2 seconds between first and second place. They really are maintaining a good pace at the front. Interesting to see, just you can see the leader James Tester just going out a shot into Derek's corner there. It will be interesting to see if he closes up on the 28th position Ben Thompson, who has been cut adrift after that spin. He's still got a couple of laps to go, so it might be a contention here. The blue flags I'm sure will go up in due course if he does close up on the back marker, but Tester just got to keep his cool here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously Tester, the advantage he's got now, the gap that he's pulled from Dan Amor and Charlie Webb and Finley Jones, it means that when he does catch the back marker, he's got a bit of leeway to get past and still extend that gap. James Tester, this is going to be Tester's first win, final win in senior Rotax. Has not been up here in this spot before. Really good to see his progression throughout the junior ranks and then onto the senior ranks. Manages to go from sort of a midfield driver up to the front of the field. Obviously, there's a mixture of the driver extending his knowledge. Obviously, there's equipment getting better and better as the year goes on. and he's going to be starting off 2025 quite strong. I mean, we're still in the early stages of 2025. Only a couple rounds in. This is only the third round of the Club Championship, the second round that we've been able to commentate on because obviously the first round being cancelled. So this race is really still far from over here.
Blue flags you can see going out for the back marker, the leader right on his tail. And you may just have seen on the side of your screen there, the back marker just going up. There he is, just going up onto the grass momentarily, Ben Thompson. So a nervy moment there for James Tester with that kart going off the course right next to him. The Tester emerges unscathed. Over the line they go. This will be 2 laps to go with 20 seconds left on the clock. And first and second lapping a very good pace here, both lapping 41 seconds exactly. The gap remains at 2 seconds with 2 laps to go. So at the moment Daniel Lamore still charging here. And there is a spinner. You may just see the kart on the infield there. Driver okay, but stranded on the escape lane there at the moment, facing the wrong way around the track. But James Tester still charging away at the front. We're moving on to the penultimate lap of the race. The last lap board will go out any moment now. Daniel Lamore still charging away in second place. I'm going to check the clock when they go through as the last lap board goes out. James Tester over the line, he goes. Daniel Lamore in second place, the gap remaining around 2 seconds, 2.1 seconds. So Tester at the moment has got the luxury. He knows he's out at front here, Charlie, and he can afford to run his own race.
Yeah, he can now take this last lap with a bit of caution. He can just, be a lot more smooth, a lot more gentle, just save the tyres, make sure he stays on the tarmac, most importantly, for the rest of this lap. As he comes around the Dan Weldon complex for the final time. What a story for James Tester, a driver who's obviously worked through the junior ranks and through the senior ranks. Started off as a midfield driver when he first got into seniors, but always knew he wanted this win. And the win has finally come for him. James Tester finally wins in senior Rotax at Kimbolton. What a win. You can see how much it means to him. What a drive from James Tester. Dan Moore into second place. Charlie Webb finishes in the top 3. Finley Jones, Ethan Martin rounds out your top 5 from George Robinson, Thomas Pryor and Archie Flint. From William Forber and Michael Morgan, who drops down to the top 10. Joshua Valance and Samuel Cook from Philip Tatham, Arthur Brownless and Joseph Rees-Smith, who made up 13 places, rounds out your top 15. James Tester, brilliant drive there. That's probably the main talking point. He managed to get into the lead quite early on, really, and it was just a matter of staying consistent and just lead the way.
Yeah, it's all a case of controlling the race from the front. Daniel Lamore really pushed him hard despite that 2.2 second gap. It'd be fair to say that James Tester couldn't afford to relax during that race, but Daniel Lamore taking second, Charlie Webb in the end third, Finley Jones, Ethan Martin ran out the top 5. A few retirements there, Ben Thompson dropping out near the end, along with early retirements for Nusha Safa-Leathers and Jack Stimson, pretty much on the opening lap of the race. So round number 3 of the Hunts Kart Racing Club is about to draw to a close, but in association with Drift Limits, the London Motor Circuit, our last race, number 30, is about to get underway, and it's always one that's very close indeed. The Junior Rotax Final. So, Charlie, I think quite a few drivers in contention for this one. Our own John Richards on the mic took a heat race win earlier on today, so this one I think will be very closely fought indeed. We'll have a look at some of the grids in just a moment when the drivers make their way out onto the line. So John Richardson will indeed start from pole position from L'Oreal Privé, Fletcher Jameson, Blake Southern, Oscar Keane, Eli Madden, Teddy Cooper, Jacob Aston on row number 4, Alex Shepherd, Toby Farthing on row 5, George Phillips, George Cole on row 6, Logan Hartshorn, Oliver Walker on row 7, Noah Moulton, Ryan Rapini on row number 8, and then looking to row 9, Miles Burton, Izzy Wykes, Callum Sims, George Johnston, Liam Stimson, and Bo Winslade, row 11, Archie Ray Watson and Lucy Wielden on row number 12, Samuel Aston, Charles Sutton, Archie Buchanan, Stanley Williams, Ava Reynolds, Jack Causer, Fletcher Groans and Eskil Hewitt on row number 16. And the final 2 drivers, Joseph Orton and Molly Meason, 34th and final driver. Big group of drivers, and John Richardson, who we saw earlier in the commentary box, will lead them away.
Going to be exciting, this one. Obviously, John Richardson taking his first heat win earlier in the day. Will this return into a final win? Let's see. False start for the first time, so unfortunate there. A couple of drivers out of position, so we'll let them form up once again. This gives another opportunity for the drivers to make sure their steering wheel works.
So if you're the pole driver here and you're looking to try and get away cleanly at the front, and you see this full start
How does that affect you at the front of the field and you've got to go through it all over again?
I think it's sort of, you have to, reset. Oh, driver going off there, going into the Derek's corner. But you have to sort of just reset your mind and just think it's the first start all over again. It's not the best opportunity you want to be in. But yeah, it also depends. I mean, if you had a bad run come off the final corner, it gives you that second opportunity.
Doesn't it, I suppose? Yeah, so we shall see. I think Richardson did lose the lead there. We saw him going back to the front of the grid once the full start was called. So, like you say there, perhaps, John, in that sense, you might get a second bite of the cherry, as it were. The field looks a lot more bunched together this time. Looks a lot better where some of the back rows of the grid hadn't really formed together. So I'm hoping this will be a better run to the line, and they should be good to go. Here they come out to the final corner. Our last race of the day. Junior Rotax gets underway. False flag start comes out again, though, and one driver gets punted out onto the concrete. Everyone manages to get back into position, so we'll have to wait that little bit longer.
God, they're really making us wait, aren't they, for this race start? I wonder what the marshals are going to be thinking about this one. Make sure the drivers are slow down and stay in their tram lines. It looked like a few drivers just moving out the tram lines just a bit too early. Drivers spinning off there. That's when the
50 looked like 58 on the kart, or 56. It's a bit of a distance from our timing charts. Would that be Ryan Rapini? I think 56 possibly.
Yeah.
Span out.
And Ryan was quite up at the front in the heat races. So
you might see, if the camera pans away in a moment when they come through the corner, you might see Rapini just fighting his way back through the field to retake his position on the grid. You can see the front row here, John Richardson and Laurie McVeigh, really bringing the pace down here on the TKM straight. I think those two are really keen to get this race going.
Yeah, of course. I mean, John Richardson, he'll want to get the race going first time. Obviously, some problems in the further back down the grid, but they're really getting slowed down now. So I'm hoping this one will be good enough to go. That's obviously John Richardson took that heat win earlier this day. First heat win. That's obviously his first milestone, but he wants to return that and turn that into a final win. Something that's not really easy to do. 12 minutes on the clock. Let's go get racing. It's another bad start, but we're going to go racing anyway. Laurie McVeigh will lead them into turn one, but John Richardson sits on that inside line. Watch out for Blake Southern, a driver who haven't spoken about much this weekend. A couple of drivers spinning off there. Sam Aston and Oliver Walker having troubles there. They're going to have to try and get going again. Eli Baden into second place. What a drive from Eli Baden, who's had a perfect start. Started about 6th place at the start there. Made it into second place. John Richardson's got some company to deal with.
We were talking about Eli Baden in that second heat race when Richardson took the win. Baden, uncharacteristically of him, seemed to fade away. So I wonder if he had some setup problems or whatever with the kart, maybe. Just looking to get things perfect, but absolutely flying out of the traps here in heat number 2. Gets in the finals, I should say. It's a nice drive out to the final corner. And starts to put Richardson under a bit of pressure coming into the first corner. Richardson sweeps out wide, takes the racing line through the corner. There's a contact warning, though, for Eli Baden, so the stewards might think he was a little bit too forceful fighting through to second place, so we'll have to be careful. And number 100, Blake Southern, is under investigation. I do wonder, he did seem to move out of position very early at the start, whether it's that possibly, but he is nonetheless under investigation.
Interesting there. But John Richardson still leads the way, just about. He's got Eli Baden for company just behind. These top two have a little bit of a margin from Blake Southern in third. Good to see Blake running up there in the top 3. A driver who's been throughout the mid-pack this whole weekend. Not had the best of luck, but he's under investigation for the time being, so don't count him out just yet. May receive a penalty later in the race as we come through the Willow section once again. 10 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Really long race this. And it's going to be interesting to see how they play a part when it comes to later in the race, trying to manage the tyres, manage themselves, because obviously it was really hot in these karts, especially with all that fireproof underwear on.
If you look at these camera angles now here as well, Charlie, of course, getting towards the later part of the afternoon, of course, we're into March, so it is a later sunset, but you can see, if you look at some of these angles, especially on the second part of the lap going down the TKM straight, the sun is getting very low in the sky, and that will affect the driver's vision.
Yeah, especially with these tinted visors, it's going to make a really hard price. So it looks like Blake Southern has lost his third place. That's opened up the opportunity for Fletcher Jameson to get into third. Fletcher looking pretty quick at the moment. I mean, obviously John Richardson holds that fastest lap, but Fletcher is the second fastest driver out on circuit. You can even have a look at Eli Baden if these two keep battling in the front. Obviously, John Richardson, he knows the plan. He knows that if he keeps battling, if he starts to battle Eli Baden, he's going to force himself into the karts behind. So his main opportunity is to try and pull away and get away from Eli Baden as quick as he can.
It looks like Richardson is taking matters into his own hands here. Fastest lap of the race last time round, 42.32, just pulling away slightly from Baden. Fletcher Jameson looking good in third, setting the fastest lap of the race, 42.3. And he's trying to get up there with Baden, who's just losing a little bit of ground on Richardson. John Richardson looking just to put the pedal to the metal, as it were, and try and break away from the rest of the field in these early stages, get a gap at the front. If they start fighting for second, of course, that could work into his advantage, but I'm sure that Eli Baden, still there in second place, will be determined not to give this one up lightly. We'll have a look at the gap when they make their way through. 8.5 minutes plus the 1 lap on the clock as they make their way through. Richardson goes over the line. Another fastest lap there, 42.2 momentarily. Blake Southam's gone fastest. Teddy Cooper in 8th now, so the pace of the race really picking up here. John Richardson just pulling away ever so slightly, 10th of a second. You can see second place still closely poised here. The pace of the race, though, here in these opening stages, though, here, Charlie, is very quick indeed. Fastest lap on the track so far is the 8th place driver, Teddy Cooper, but they're all lapping in the low 42s and have really jumped out of the blocks as the race gets underway.
It's going to be interesting to see how Freddie Jameson tries to get past Eli Baden. He'll make the move now, so it gets down the inside, but will this just screw off time against John Richardson? Now, Freddie's made a move. He's actually got the fastest lap of the race now, so he is the fastest driver out on the circuit. Comparing that to John Richardson's time, he's over a tenth faster, so interesting to see how this one plays out. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, and unfortunately for John, the gap isn't that big that he could, can conserve his tyres and sit there and do some consistent lap times. He really has to put the hammer down now and get just try and put a few laps in where he's sets the fastest lap, gets up the front.
Got that cushion at the front, so he's got to try and run his own lines here, not be too defensive at this early stage, because Fletcher Jameson is charging in second place. So Richardson, I'm sure, will be aware that nobody is right behind him at this stage, but on Fletcher Jameson's part, who sets another fastest lap of the race, 41.87, he is pushing hard in that second place. He's pulled away now from Eli Baden in third position. Still got Blake Southam, Laurie McVeigh, George Cole, Teddy Cooper and George Phillips right in there as well in the rest of the top 5. As we look at them making their way through Derek's corner, Logan Hartshorn, Callum Sims, Oscar Keane, Alex Shepherd, Miles Burton a little bit further behind, still fast and furious as we make our way down towards the top 15, but the leaders now making their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. Richardson just going through. There's Eli Baden though in third place, coming under some pressure from Blake Southern in fourth position. Leaders going over the line. Richardson leading. And Fletcher Jameson has set another fastest lap of the race, 41.84. Although Richardson himself is picking up the pace. He set his own fastest lap, 41.87. The two leaders really setting quite a fast pace at the front, but all the action for this third place.
It looks like Eli Baden has lost a lot of pace on those past couple of laps. He's really been reeled in now by Blake Southern. Now, if Blake can get past him, Blake setting some really fast times the past couple of laps, could have an opportunity to try and catch up to the top two, but I think at the moment it's just going to be that 1v1 battle. John Richardson and Fletcher Jameson. Fletcher has been on a different mission at the moment. The past couple laps have just shown his unreal pace. Here we go, Blake Southern might have a look on Eli Baden. They'll go down the inside. Yes, he does. What a move from Blake Southern. He puts himself into
contact
third.
Warning for Blake Southern as well. Be careful.
Yeah, he's got to be careful about that. Make sure he makes some clean moves. That one did look pretty clean through turn one, so no worries there. But if these two start to tangle together, he's got to make sure that everything he does.
Look at this on the front. Fletcher Jameson is absolutely charging. John Richardson himself is charging. They are both pushing here, but Jameson just chipping away ever so slightly. They pulled away nicely now from the pack for third place. Over the line they go. Identical lap times, 41.81 and just half a second separating John Richardson from Fletcher Jameson. They're having a superb race at the front. There's two drivers going wheel to wheel there, Baden and George Cole. Baden just about holds on. I have to say here, Charlie, Eli Baden, we're not accustomed to him. He does seem to be struggling out there. We see that Baden is normally fighting. Somebody goes very wide onto the grass there, but Eli Baden, this is a
almost a copy of the heat race where he started off strongly, but the pace just seems to be dropping for him. I do wonder if he's had some sort of difficulties with the kart, maybe.
Yeah, it could be down to multiple things. Of course, you've got the tyre pressures or moves making through. Teddy Cooper makes a move on Laura McVie. But as you said, obviously, there's multiple things that can take apart throughout the race. Obviously, tyre pressures can see or make how the performance of the kart reacts. And obviously, something on that kart isn't performing at its best, and that's meant that he's just not got that pace to win. He's got the pace to stay at the front, but he's got to defend quite hard from this brilliant pack of drivers behind. Callum Sims is involved with that pack. He's had not the best race weekend so far. Driver spinning off at the Derek's corner. But here's the lead battle.
Corner. This is getting very close indeed. They are running a very quick pace at the front. John Richardson charging at the front. 3.5 minutes to go. Fletcher Jameson is not letting him relax for a moment here. Neither driver can afford any kind of a mistake here because the pace is so strong at the front. Richardson charging, but Jameson still closing up and now starting to put him under a bit of pressure. I'm sure that John Richardson knows he is there. You can see him guarding those apexes now, just starting to get a little bit more defensive. This might just drop the pace as Richardson starts to defend a bit more now. Jameson is now up with Richardson, but as they say in racing, you can catch up. Catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. This could be an overtaking opportunity into Kimbolton corner, but Richardson's got the pace. Over the line they go, the clock ticking down, and Richardson still with the confidence to go for that sweeping line into the first corner. Jameson right on his tail here, but looking very close. They make their way through the willows. So Jameson has caught up with Richardson. When you consider that's quite some achievement, because Richardson himself is pushing really hard here. And now it's down to these two for the win, I think, because they really have pulled away from the rest of the field.
It's going to be interesting to see when John Richardson starts to defend, because if he doesn't defend too early, he might just lose the position like that. Fletcher really on it at the moment. The pace seems to be there, but it's whether he can hold it for another 2 minutes. Really squirming over that exit curve as he comes down into turn one.
Yellow here because there's a driver in the barriers just on the exit of Stowe corner, so they will have to hold position momentarily. You'll see the stricken kart just in the barriers on the left hand side as they go screaming through. Now it's green flag onto a clear track. So I'm going to keep a close eye whilst this race goes on here, Charlie, what's happening on that first corner. The driver's okay, I hasten to add. I can't tell you who it is yet. We're just going to see on the lap charts as to I think it's one of either Joseph Orton or Bo Winslade possibly that has dropped out of contention. Driver okay, but the kart is in an awkward position, so we're going to keep an eye on this to see what the marshals are going to do.
Minute and a half left on the clock. It's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, wave yellow still at turn one, so you can see the stationary yellow there, but there is the wave of yellow, so now no overtaking.
Marshall is on the scene. You'll see in the background tending to that stricken kart again. I'll tell you, the driver is okay, walking away with no injuries. I think it was Bo Winslade that span off there, but Bo is okay. But the race goes on, and I can tell you that the marshal has cleared that stricken kart from the track, so we'll have a full green flag clear track for what will be, let's have a look when they come down to, this is going to be tight on the laps here, 56 seconds on the clock. I think it'll be 2 more laps to go after this. I'm sure that John Richardson would like it to, well, it's going to be tight here actually, 47 seconds on the clock. They're lapping in the 41s. They cross the line with 44 seconds on the clock, so I think this will be 2 more laps after this.
This will be interesting. You can see Fletcher right on the back now, but he's just waiting. I think he's just waiting. I think he's going to bide his time, wait for an opportunity to come around. He can see that John is starting to make mistakes, because he can notice that the second that John looked behind, he'll make a mistake in the next corner, and that's just because he feels the pressure. John feels what is on the line. He's got his first final victory on the line. It could be also a first final victory for Fletcher Jameson. Any one of these drivers, if they win, this will be their first time winning the final here at Kimbolton in Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax
He's coping well so far, though. He's not really looking over his shoulder. He had a quick glance a moment ago just to check the positioning.
Oh, he's moving over now.
Now he's got to defend.
Oh, what a dummy. Oh, contact. No! John Richardson making contact. Yeah, he managed to keep it going.
But he might be under pressure now. Who's that behind him? I think it's the Blake Souther number 100. That was unfortunate on Richardson, but perhaps a racing incident, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we'll let the stewards decide that one, because obviously that's going to be the decision between winning the race and losing the race. Looked like Fletcher, he had the move sorted. He threw the dummy. It was quite a clean move, but then as they turned in, they two just came together.
good dummy there from Fletcher Jameson to take the lead. A bit unlucky there, they came together. But John Richardson has done well to save the kart. He could be on for a second place, but this is going to be the last lap of the race now, and this is where it all went a bit hairy on the previous lap there with Fletcher Jameson. That potentially race-winning move. I have seen no notification from the stewards of any problems from that move, so I think it was a racing move there. Unfortunate for Richardson, but on the other hand, great here for Fletcher Jameson. It was a clever move to go through into the lead, and it looks like he's going to wrap things up.
Fletcher Jameson, what a race it's been.
Oh, he is under investigation though.
Oh, this will be something to watch out for at the end of the race. Around the final corner, he'll come to win on track. Fletcher Jameson wins in Junior Rotax, but he'll see he's under investigation.
So, this could be a rather controversial ending to the day here, possibly. This is the provisional results, I hasten to add here. Fletcher Jameson has taken the win, but he is under investigation. John Richardson second place, but depending on the outcome of the investigation, he was second, so he could take the victory. Blake Southern third, Eli Baden fourth, Laurie McVeigh in fifth. We'll get the update of the provisional results in just a few moments. As always, of course, is our provisional results. So Fletcher Jameson takes the win, but is under investigation. John Richardson second, Blake Southern in third, Eli Baden fourth, Laurie McVeigh, George Cole, Logan Hartshorn, Callum Sims, Samuel Aston and Oscar Keane running at the top 10 again in the midfield. Look how close they all were. So as we say, Jameson the provisional race winner. We shall wait and see what happens there, but dramatic end to the day there, Charlie.
Really interesting to end the day, but I mean the whole day has just been a talking fact of, you know, your kart's not going to be on the pace the whole way through, and we've seen that throughout the race. Some drivers really quick at the start of the race, some drivers really quick at the end of the race, but at the end of the day it's all about who can manage track position. And what a final win that was in Junior Rotax.
Great action there. So we're going to wrap things up here at Kim Bolton for round number 3 of the championship. Been a fantastic day in this wonderful early spring sunshine, lovely track conditions. Once again, big thanks to all the officials at HKRC Kart Racing Club and to all the marshals, the medics, the volunteers at the club for all of their hard work. We are going to pack up and make our way home for the evening after a wonderful day of racing. Next round is on the 13th of April, right back here at Kim Bolton, and we will see you then.
So just give me like, I don't know, about 45 seconds now. Let's say a minute. So that, in fact, yeah, start unplugging the cameras first, because then I'll have enough time to do the computer, and then pull their power out of the distro box last. Sweet, and then yeah, Dave and Josh, you both know how to reel fibre in by doing the walk loop and wind it in, of course. So if you can both do your fibres towards here, Josh, your one goes over the gantry at the end of the pit, which Pete can probably help you with when he comes to get your camera, so he'll come to you first.
Right, no worries.
Nice one. In a bit.
In a bit. Bye.
Thanks everyone, that was mint. Yeah, that was mental. In the van.